listen. We are live on YouTube now. But
So let's assume, like you said, in the Cold War, the US basically faked the moon landing, and they just said, okay, the Earth is a ball because it was just easier. Um, like, does that mean that all the other countries, like for example, let's say Russia and China, and they that they also haven't visited space yet, and they couldn't see like what the real shape of the Earth is?
yeah, that's exactly what it means. They fully believe it too, I think. 100%. I mean, from the time they were born, the people who in those countries, they've been told that Earth is a ball. What are they supposed to believe? That's their belief, right? And they can't go further out. They could check it down on the surface, right? It's super simple. As I showed you before, you can do it with a mirror, a high-powered zoom camera, a laser. I don't blame the people 50, 60 years ago. They didn't have the technology we have today, but all these things now we can zoom in really, really far with the new cameras. We can shoot lasers 50, 60 miles. That's almost 100 kilometers. Like the military has lasers that can shoot 149, I believe the test was, maybe almost 150 kilometers, right? So when those people were told we live on a ball, they didn't have any chance to refute it because they didn't have the technology. But we have it now, so we have no excuse. But yeah, they believe it 100%.
Okay.
And the only people that go out and actually test it is flat earthers. So if we could get some so-called scientists that are globers to go out and do it, then that would be fun. There's a couple of people. We have a scientist. His name is Dr. John D. He has a PhD in spectrometry, and he has done some tests. I can probably paste one. And he became a flat earther because he was going to prove that we were wrong, right? And now he's
Mhm.
making videos and putting them up on YouTube for everyone to see. Where's my peer-to-peer? Here we go. He did this test live, and he invited so-called globers to come and join him for the live test. This is a 9.5 mile laser. I think it even has some side shots. We do have side shots of lasers going completely straight as well. 6 miles, no bending of the laser at all, no curvature. Yeah.
There's so much stuff to look into. It's crazy.
Oh yeah. 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 You just scratch the surface. Here's the side shot of a laser 6 miles. That's almost 10 kilometers. That thing is straight. Taken a long exposure, very far away over the lake they did this test over. We have it compressed as well, so you can see how straight that thing is. They compressed the laser in Photoshop. Let's see what happened to it. But anyway, that these are like expensive lasers, like $30,000 and so forth. But I've heard some people you can buy like a cheap one, and then you can kind of change the chip in it, so you get like a 500 milliwatt laser, and then you can shoot several kilometers. You can do the 10-kilometer test yourself for about $70.
I don't think I have to really buy a laser. I think if the math part actually adds up, like I
Yeah,
think I will just do my little research on this
yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm actually interested on how this actually works.
Yeah, and people
Is it
think
fine
that we.
if I can come back to you then with a few questions because I think I will have some.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, we're here 24/7. That's the name of the channel. If I'm not here, somebody else is, right? And we all have the exact same look on things. So most of us have actually done some of these tests. I did my visually between Denmark and Sweden, and other people have done theirs in other parts of the world. See, here's another one. Look at that thing. 6 miles. straight as can be.
Judge, what would you say your best evidence is the Earth being flat?
Well, you've been here before. It's that water doesn't curve over distance.
What's the best one?
Yeah, it's a measurement. I was just going to make that point to Ippon. People say, why do you believe in flat Earth? It's actually not a belief, it's knowledge at this point because we've done the tests, right? So it's like if someone asks me how tall I am, I tell them my height, and that's not a belief, it's knowledge because I measured myself. So we measure no curvature at all over any kind of water, and that means it's knowledge at this point. I also
Yeah,
like
fair enough.
infrared photography, right? I saw a video just this morning. Um, a guy went up 28,000 feet in an airplane and he took a photo of 1,200 miles away land, right? So that should be completely impossible if you live on a globe with the dimensions they have claimed. We should not be able to see 1,200 miles away, even from 28,000 feet. Should be hidden by several hundred miles of curvature, but there is no curvature, so that's why we
So
can
what
do
if
it.
the claimed size is wrong?
Yeah, that would be a possibility. Yeah, I hear that a lot. We could
So
live
you're
on
not
a
claiming the Earth is flat. You're just claiming that what you're able to perceive
yeah, I
is
understand. So
flat.
if we change the radius to, let's say, 1,000,000 miles, then you could have flat surfaces like the ones we're measuring, right? But we're only dealing. This isn't like bring your own ball. It's more of a we refute NASA's claim of the radius 3,959 miles, which is the basis for all the other measurements. And nothing would work. The sun would have to move. Our speed around it would have to change because they say we're circling around the sun, right? Or well, it's an oval if you believe Kepler. So that's called the cosmic distance ladder. When the first rung is the radius of Earth, you take that away, all the other rungs are wrong, and they would at least have to come out and say, okay, we were wrong. Earth is actually a ball of a much greater size. So it doesn't really work to change it. We were going to have to deal with what they have told us.
Right.
If anybody is listening and you're interested in this, you can Google cosmic distance ladder and you'll learn all about it, even from Google.
Is your only metric for judging if the Earth has curvature just line of sight observations?
Line of sight, I mean, you can't really see through the haze and stuff, so you would have to use infrared if you're going to go further than, let's say, 300 miles or so. But up to that point, lasers and line of sight would be good indications that, water is not curving.
So the image that you posted like 8 minutes after the hour, what is this supposed to represent?
Let's see. The last one there, that's just there's a picture a little bit further up to one post up, right? That's a side shot. People always ask us, well, you don't have any side shots of the lasers. That's a 6 mile wide side shot of the laser test that they did. That laser is completely straight, and the proof for that is that when we compress it in Photoshop, look at it at the 8 minute after, it is completely straight. It's not curving at all over that distance, like down to the pixels.
So this photo has been photoshopped? Is that what you're
The
saying?
bottom one, we took the laser shot that you can see 2 pictures up, and we compressed it just to prove that the laser is not bending at all. When you
I see.
compress things, it starts to bend.
Said this was a distance of 6 miles between
Yeah,
a shot
six
of the laser.
miles. 6 miles completely straight laser. It should be
What
bending.
laser were they using? Out of curiosity. It's been a
Um,
very powerful laser.
I haven't
Why does
written that.
it stop at? Why does it stop at that a very specific point.
That's the beach on the other side. He's taking this from the side.
So it's hitting the ground like the
It's
sand.
hitting the target there, like the camera. They have a camera on that side to kind of catch the focal point of the laser to prove that it doesn't spread out. And then
There-
they took a side shot of it.
So there's a camera on the other side. Do they have video of
Yeah.
it?
Huh? What's that?
Do they have video of that camera?
Oh yeah, everything is documented. I'm not the best presenter of this example, but sometimes DJ is in here and he has all the data, the laser type, the height, and all of that. This was just because I was talking to Ippon and I wanted to show him an example that we have side shots. I'll get better on this specific observation isn't the one I use mostly, so I'm just gonna have to memorize the you know
What was the
the
observer height here taking
yeah
the
I don't
picture?
know I don't know
This
for
side shot.
this. It was if I remember correctly, 3 foot, but I could be misremembering it. So you better talk to DJ about this
It
next
was
time he's
three
in here.
feet, and they were able to capture 6 miles across. They were
Yeah,
3 feet above sea level, and they captured 6 miles across.
yeah, they did. If I remember correctly, could be 5, could be 4. I'm not. I can't remember it. And DJ has the number, so I'm gonna have to refer to him if you want to fact check it with him. You know who he is.
No, it's just I don't know. I don't know of a laser this powerful that can.
Yeah, it's a. I think it's the $30,000 one, or I can't remember. It's a good laser. He has the
It must
milli
be.
That was
he has the wattage on it as well, so you're gonna have to talk to him about it.
But even that, you're
that
still
was
gonna get. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that was a Vanderland's test. They said that was the most powerful consumer laser available. Time.
Yeah, Lanolin is his name. He's in here now and then, and he could do the presentation.
What's the laser? What's the model?
Yeah, you would have to ask DJ for that or Lanolin next time he comes in. I don't have the number, unfortunately.
Oh, I thought it was in here. So here's my issue with tests like these is that we're using pictures, to like
Yeah,
say, oh man,
yeah,
this looks very straight.
right.
It's just not very scientific, I guess. And
Well,
so if we can take the
scientific.
same laser and do
Mhm,
the same experiment, but
yeah.
have, you know, um, a target um on both sides of this beach. Where was this, by the way? What
Was
body of water is this across?
I can't remember the lake name. As I said, DJ has a really good presentation with all the numbers, and there is a video that comes along with it as well. So you would have to talk to him about it when he's in here. The thing
Okay,
about this is you said science, right? So science is when you can replicate something. So it doesn't really matter if we made this up or lying about it, because when we give you the location and the laser type, you can go and replicate it. And if you can replicate science, then we're going to agree that it is science. If you can't replicate it, then it's pseudoscience. I agree with that.
sure. Has this been replicated before?
Oh yeah, many times. The side shot one, I don't know about that. He might be one of the few people that does that. But
So I mean, I guess that's what we're talking about right now. So that's what I would ask, because if this is the evidence, then you know, if this has been replicated before,
yeah, no, you
who was it
probably need.
by? Who did it?
Yeah.
What laser were
So
they using? There's a lot of like variables here.
right. So talk to
How
DJ
did they
about it.
measure the flatness? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. So next time DJ comes in, he can give you the numbers for it, and then you can go and replicate it, or maybe someone else has. He knows more about it than I do.
Yeah, DJ's a cool guy. I've talked to him before, and he
Yeah.
knows a lot about like cameras and
Yeah.
stuff like
Yeah.
this.
He'll give you the height. He'll give you the laser type. He'll give you the location and all of that.
Yeah, I'm just curious what this distance is because it's 6 miles. If this guy
Hmm.
is 3 feet, or
Yeah.
the
If I
observer
remember.
height
If
is
I
3 feet from,
right.
and he's standing in the middle, it's just I don't know if I mean it may be possible. See, here's the thing:
I
I
guess
don't know
the
anything about photography.
only way to find out is to go replicate it, right? So if someone has the means to do that, they should do it. We can talk to DJ and figure out the location and what type of laser it is. And if you want to go replicate it, it's open for everyone. No one should trust the story. That's how we got into the problem with the globe. People believe the story, right? But we're telling people here, don't believe us. Go replicate it if you want to figure it out.
But you use this as proof of your worldview, and yet
No,
you
it's just
haven't
the evidence.
replicated it.
It's yeah, I present to
Claim
you
it as
one.
evidence.
Yeah, it is evidence. One way that you can prove it to yourself is if you go replicate it, right? So that's what we tell people to do.
Have you replicated? Have you replicated this?
This one, no, I don't even know what type of laser it is, right? I told you, right? So
Then why
DJ
can't?
knows
How do you claim it as evidence
because you can replicate it if you want to. If you have the means, you can go and do that. I replicated other kind of observations. I did my observation between Denmark and Sweden.
then? Okay, what was it?
Well, there's 16 kilometers between the two countries. There's this water called the Ure Strait. It's ocean water. Shouldn't be able to see the Danish beach from Sweden, yet you can. It's 16 kilometers away. Should be hidden by 20 meters of curvature. That's a 6-story high building. There's no such
Did you
thing.
calculate that?
I used Google Earth to see the distance.
But how did you calculate what you should be able to see and what you shouldn't be able to see?
The Earth curvature calculator.
Okay. And how did you measure? So were you able to see anything?
Yeah, you see the white sand over on the other side.
And what?
So
So what
there's
portion
the
of it
Earth
were you
curvature.
able to see?
The what?
What portion of? I'm sorry. What was the distance again? You said between Norway and Sweden.
No, between Denmark and Sweden.
Sorry, Denmark and Sweden. What was the place
The
you were looking
distance, the distance is 16 kilometers from the point where I was at over at the turning torso in Malmö. And then I was looking at the beach, the white sand, 16 kilometers away with a P900. And you can zoom in and you see the white sand clearly. On a clear day, you actually don't need a camera either. You see the white sand in Denmark just using your own eyes, right? So you can go there and replicate my observation. Or you can find your own place. If Earth is a ball, it has to curve equally everywhere. You pick any point, 10 miles wide, that's 16 kilometers, right? So you don't have to go
at?
there to do it.
I would
Unless
love
you
to go to
believe in unless you believe in
Sweden
the
one day.
disco ball theory or that some places are just flat water, right? But water doesn't curve everywhere. So
How do you know that?
well, we've done hundreds of these tests. This was just one, right? So we have the 21 mile out in Salt Lake. We have the J. Tolan observations. I mean, there's so many of them. There's a whole list.
So
Um,
you've used visual eye observations either with your own eyes or through like a camera, like a Nikon.
yeah, mostly that's how people do it. Here's another
You've
one,
determined
21.
that it's flat.
Yeah, water doesn't curve. You can also see it in the winter. Go to a 10-mile wide lake and see if you have to skate uphill. 66 foot of curvature at the tangent means you should have
Well,
to skate uphill, right? So,
you can't
and then you,
perceive it curving with the amount of optical, distance that you can perceive.
well, that's why it's good to use a laser or a high-powered zoom camera. Like these guys, they zoomed in 21 miles with their camera. They see the little houses, the lights, everything on the other side. 21 miles away should be completely impossible. There should be curvature on that distance, 266 foot. That's almost 90 meters. That's a 26-story high building. There is no such thing.
Can you remind me of what beach you were on in Sweden or Finland or
Yeah,
wherever
in
it was?
Sweden, it's the beach. It's outside of Malmö, close to the turning torso. I don't know the name of it. I was just there as I visited my family. We were there and we were like, hey, sitting at the cafe having some drinks and some food. And I said, let's go over to the beach and have a look. And we see Denmark, the Danish side clearly.
Is it across the Alans Pop? I don't know. I'm saying
I can't remember
the
right
A has
now.
a thing across it. Well, I don't know. I'd be curious to see what your measurements were and how you measured what you could see and what you couldn't see. Because
Yeah,
this
I
is the thing
understand.
that's missing from a lot of these, you know,
Hmm.
measurements like across bodies of water. Um, there have been some claims of like people who's
Hmm.
like, I was here, I was at these specific coordinates, I was
Hmm.
this height above the water, and then
Yeah,
I could see this far away.
right. You
Um,
have to remember when I did this thing, it was more of I needed to prove to my brother that you can see farther than we can, right? And we were sitting there drinking and we walked over to the beach and we saw a beach in Denmark. I didn't take down any exact location of where we were standing, and we only looked at Google Earth and we saw, okay, there's about 10 miles, 16 kilometers to that other side. We shouldn't be able to see it. And then we walked back and we finished our food and stuff like that, right? So I didn't document it
yeah,
for other people. This is just an anecdotal observation from me, right? I'm telling you that you can do your same thing and you don't even have to be at that spot. If Earth is a ball, it curves equally everywhere. So you pick your own lake or your own water at some point.
yeah. So Earth doesn't. I guess technically, I'm not a fucking Earth specialist, but it might
Right.
not curve equally everywhere. But at the same
Yeah, if
time,
you
that
believe,
doesn't mean this is my issue with line of sight observations over bodies of water is that refraction plays a huge part in all of this, and you cannot. It is so hard to determine what the parameters are of refraction for
well, there's
each
actually a calculator for it.
line of sight observation you take. So one day you could go out to this spot and you could see however far away, right? You
Hmm.
come back the next day, it's cloudy, it's whatever. You see less. The other day you come back, you can see farther. It's extremely variable, the distance you're able to see,
Yeah,
depending
that's
on
why.
weather conditions. And so that's why you know I don't find it as very incredibly scientific or as like very hard evidence of
Yet, yet every test
like
shows the same zero drop of the distance, regardless of
Yeah,
condition.
what does
right.
that
And
mean?
So
Every test shows the same zero drop over distance. What does that mean?
go
that
ahead.
means every time somebody performs a laser transit test, they can't find any drop over distance.
What is a
This is
laser
among
transit test?
what we've been talking about.
So this includes a laser. What we've been talking about is just line of sight, like either with your eyes or like with a camera
No, I
with a
pasted a
laser.
laser test for you, 21 miles, and also over 10 miles. Even if I grant you all the refraction that you need, right? I even pasted a refraction calculator. We can calculate these things, and I can grant you refraction. It's not going to help you, even over 9.5 miles. That's almost 10 miles, right? You still have 11 foot of curvature to deal with, even if I grant you 120%, which is insane. You can probably not even replicate that in a lab, right? So we can grant you for these things. You can have your 100% refraction. It's not going to help you. And in the 21-mile video, you probably, instead of 266 foot over the beach where the laser should end up, now it's going to end up 230 feet over it. But so it doesn't help you even when we grant you full refraction, right? So here's the video, the laser test that's 9.5 mile done by Dr. John D. peer to peer. This was filmed live, and he measured the temperature over the water, in the water, both in the middle of the laser and at the both of the ends, right? So he did take refraction into account. And even with that, he should not have been. This laser was shot 3.5 feet over the water on one side. It ended up 3.5 feet over the water on the other side. That should be impossible if you live on a ball. So we have many of these. So people have replicated it. So it's definitely replicatable.
Yeah, it's just I've also seen it replicated with
Yeah.
the exact measurements coming into place. But how did John D here measure the refractive
Wait,
index? How did he measure the refraction that he would see during this?
what did you just say? You've also seen it with all the measurements in the place. You care to elaborate what you meant by that?
Yes. So I've seen other videos of things disappearing bottom first at the distance that we would expect them to, given the curvature of the Earth.
You just claimed to see one of these laser transit tests that actually show drop over distance.
Did I claim what?
You claim there's a similar test, but it actually shows, right?
No, not with a laser.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, line of sight again, using either using a camera, specifically like a Nikon or something. I have not seen a laser test, done for distance other than, I mean, you guys hate this experiment, but the one like Jaronism did in that one fucking flat Earth documentary.
There was no
Oh,
laser test. There was no laser test there.
yeah,
Sure,
they
it
didn't
wasn't.
even. No, they didn't use a laser. They broke the laser before. They took about 20 tests. If they did it during nighttime, there's so many problems with that. Plus, it was a Netflix hoax. They it's not really a documentary when you fake scenes and things like that. So they
Look,
took the
I don't
one
know.
shot.
Yeah. Look, I'm not claiming that as evidence. I don't know
Well,
shit about that experiment. I know that it
right.
was
No,
kind of
it's
shoddy. Whatever
yeah,
fucking laser they were using with the three things down the
yeah.
river,
Yeah,
like
it
the
was a
three holes,
flashlight.
it was not precise
No,
whatsoever.
no. So we don't
Um,
use that then as an example either. Yeah.
that was just an example of one thing. But what I'm talking about is things that I have seen have also been line of sight observations or
Do you
through
have any?
cameras.
Yeah.
You know what I
Do
mean?
you have do you have an example of that so we can see if it was a mirage or something?
I can, but you guys might not like it because it goes into it's shitting on flat Earth, which I don't,
No, it's fine.
think about you guys. But okay, I've shared this before.
Yeah, I've seen it before too. So you only have one. It's some kind of big ship, and it looks like it's disappearing bottom up, like a cruise ship or something.
No,
Oh, okay. Well then, paste it. We'll have a look at it.
I mean you might have probably seen it. I can post it, but in either case, my point still stands is that line of sight observations, either with your eyes, with a camera, are not, as scientifically rigid to be able to claim, one shape or the other. Is my claim.
Not
Because
scientifically rigid
what if the
as
Earth is way bigger than what is claimed?
The problem is there's a very specific claim on the table. You need to comprehend that. 3959 mile radius.
Yeah. So what if it's much bigger than that?
Yet what if? That's great. It's up to you to prove that it's bigger than the claimed number.
No, I'm not claiming anything. You guys are claiming the Earth
You just
is
said, what if it's
flat.
bigger? There is a number that's already on the table. That's the problem. You can't comprehend that. You're just going, yeah, but it's still a ball. It's still curved. That's excellent. There's a number on the table. Is it that
That's not
number?
what I'm
Yes
saying.
or no? Is it that number?
That's
Yes
not
or
what I'm
no?
saying. I don't know.
I don't give
No.
a shit what
I
you're saying. Is it that number? Yes or no? Because that's what we're ripping to shreds.
Yeah,
I'll
and,
take the silence as a no.
technically we're not even claiming a shape of Earth. We don't know that, but we're
was
claiming that.
trying to say, relax, brother. It's okay. I'm not trying to say you're claiming. I'm just saying you cannot claim the Earth is flat, just like I can't claim the Earth is a sphere.
Well, show
You
us
have
any
no
curvature
idea.
then so we can show that, so you can prove that it's not flat. If you're saying we can't claim it's flat, you must have proof of curvature. Please display it.
No, incorrect. The burden of proof is not on
Fail.
me.
You are wrong. If you are claiming that it's not a particular thing, then show that it's not. Show that
I
it's the
am
complete opposite. The opposite is
not
contradictory. The opposite of flat is curved.
Yeah,
right.
it
So
is.
I'm not claiming any shape.
Right. So I mean, the
I didn't say you
fantastic.
were claiming a shape. You're claiming that we can't show that it's flat, so show that it's curved, please.
The fantastical claim here is that water is curving, right? Because that's not what we observe. So then the proof would have to come from you if you want to make that fantastical claim. No, water is actually curving. So yeah, please present
Like I
it.
said, I'm not claiming a shape. I'm just saying you cannot determine
I
a
didn't
shape
state you
from
were
line of sight.
claiming a shape.
Can I finish
At
what I
no
was saying?
stage did I say that you were claiming a shape. You made the claim that we can't claim it's flat. If that's the case, you must have some kind of evidence showing that it is not flat, i.e. curved. Please demonstrate this in the side chat.
Is that the only two options? Either it's completely
If
flat
something is
or
not flat, then it is curved.
okay, what about a cube? Is that flat?
Flat on the sides, brother. Deal with it.
Right. How do you know you're not living on the fucking side of a cube?
Because we
We,
would have measured the corners of it by now.
Oh, how?
I mean, it could be a big cube, so we're not claiming a shape, but the surface property of that cube
Let
is
him
flat.
respond. How would you have measured
Because
that?
we're not claiming a shape, you daft idiot. You've been told 4 times now. You're not listening. We are not claiming a shape. You still are.
I've
You
said
have
multiple
inherited
times now that
numbers,
I'm not.
and you're too stupid to realize that. You've inherited a radius of 3959 miles. Don't blame me. I don't make the rules. If you want to stick to your stupid beliefs, you've also got to get the numbers that get tagged along with it. Deal with it, bro.
You gotta relax. I didn't claim anything.
No, you did claim something. You claimed that we cannot claim it's flat. So
That's correct.
therefore, by that, you have to prove something other than. You're not very good at this. And you said 5 minutes ago you were going to post something up. And then you already poisoned the well, stating, oh, yes, we probably won't like it. You still haven't posted anything. So please put that up.
Okay, sorry. You don't like the difference between shape and object like a cube. Like something can be flat, like a triangle is flat, just like a cube is flat.
We don't
Fair
claim a
enough.
shape. We claim a
That's what I
surface
was,
description.
brother.
Do you
You're not
understand that?
listening.
No, you're not listening. We are claiming a surface description. We are not claiming a shape. Nobody has said it's a square. Nobody has said it's a triangle. Nobody has said it's a circle. Nobody has said it's some other random shape. They are claiming a surface description that is of flat, non-curving. Its extremities unknown.
I'm agreeing with you, brother. What the fuck? Relax, man. I'm agreeing with you.
No, you're not agreeing with me. You're telling me I can't prove it's flat. There is more than enough laser tests that cover that and crush that without even trying.
Sorry, you can't prove the Earth is completely flat all the way around. Is what I was trying to say.
You can't prove it's flat all the way around. That is the dumbest shit I've heard today. Yes, even you have just realized the stupidity of your own words. Congratulations. You're a numpty.
Sorry.
So, how about you post up your proofs of curvature in the side chat, as you were going to do in the first place? And we'll assess it and go from there.
I'm good. So, you guys go ahead. You're a cunt.
You're good because you don't have any,
Anymore.
so you're just lying anyways. Your integrity is fail. You say you're going to do something, do it.
All right. Look, like I was saying, I wasn't trying to claim that you guys are saying the whole Earth is flat. You're just saying what you can perceive as flat. That's all I was trying to claim.
The physical properties of water should be enough. We don't have to do anything. Just point to it. Takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst at rest. Allegedly, according to your so-called experts, 72% of the known world is water. How are you going to get a sphere tard out of that?
All flat Earth is a falsification of the model we were taught. That's all it is. It's not a claim of what everything is. It's just a falsification of what we were taught.
Yeah, that was my point. I wasn't trying to say you guys are trying to claim the shape of the Earth. I was just saying you perceive what you can, the Earth as flat from, the limits of perception of humans. So I'm not trying to claim the Earth as a sphere
No, not through the
through
limits of
line of sight
perception,
observation. So
through precision tools and measurement.
say again.
Not just observations, precision measurements with tools,
What tools?
lasers, cameras, measuring. You know how these laser transits, all we're doing is creating a tangent to the claimed sphere. The water should deviate from this tangent. It should drop away over distance. That has never been demonstrated.
Okay.
It would be different if it was like, hey, this is this one-off weird result somebody got. That's not the case. This is over and over and over. Zero drop over distance.
So when boats disappear
It's
bottom
it's
up,
starting to look bad.
that is a perspective issue. That is purely perspective due to
It's
the optical limitations that we
optics.
have.
Yes, that is purely an
Okay.
optical phenomenon. You can look up sinking refraction
No,
on
I know.
Google. Go to Google. Yeah.
I've heard. So no, that's what I'm trying to say is that due to our optical limitations, either with our eyesight or with high-powered cameras, no matter how high-powered, we are limited by.
The problem is the limitations, we can see beyond what we're supposed to be claimed to see. That's the problem, Fish. You're not thinking. You're just going,
I'm
due to
not
optical
claiming a
limitations,
distance.
you, shut up and listen. The problem is based on your own height. You can see beyond the claimed curvature rate. The optical limitation of your eyes exceeds the curvature rate. Can you comprehend that?
Orders
Yes,
of
you keep
magnitude.
saying that I'm claiming a specific curvature rate, which I'm not.
You stop fucking backing out of this. You're claiming that we can't claim it's fucking flat due to optical limitations. We've heard you 6 times now. You keep repeating the same thing like some broken ass record. If you are claiming that we can or cannot say something, you have to provide evidence stating why this is not possible. You've made the call, it's optical limitations. Okay, we have heard you. Now, to get it through your head, at 6 foot tall, how far can you see due to your optical limitations?
I don't know.
That shows that you spend all your time fucking around and not listening. Start listening. You're in here more than quite a few other people. You're as dumb as dog shit, dude.
Are you aggressive with everybody like this?
Oh no, now I'm going to turn it back on him being aggressive. I'm pissed off because you're so stupid. You don't
My
listen
bad.
to anything.
I was just curious. No, I'm just. So you're
No,
saying
now
I
you're
have
going to
the burden of.
backpedal. You have the burden of proof if you've made a positive claim. It's as simple as that.
I'm not making a positive claim.
Yes, you are making claims. You're claiming what we can and cannot do. So now you have to validate, verify, or prove this.
I am claiming that you you
That we
perceive the Earth
can't
as.
claim the Earth is flat because of optical limitations. Say it again. Go on, I dare you.
You cannot claim that the shape of the Earth
We're
is
not
completely
claiming a
flat.
Shape. Obviously, you didn't listen earlier. So
I
you're
don't think
not
you were
listening.
listening. That's what I'm saying this whole
You're the
time,
one that
bro.
keeps saying we're not claiming your shape. I agree
Alright,
with you. We're not claiming a shape. Start listening.
okay. That's what I've been saying this whole time. My bad. Go
You
ahead.
keep repeating the same thing. We are claiming a surface description. We are not claiming a shape. Can you please say that so everyone can understand that you've heard what I've said?
That's fantastic. You're claiming a surface
Repeat it back to me what I
description.
just said.
Yeah, what you're claiming is what you can perceive with visual.
No, I didn't say the word perceive.
Shut the fuck up! I'm talking, brother. Can you
How
let
about
me
you
finish a
start repeating
sentence?
back, Steelman, what I said?
You were claiming that what you were able to perceive with the the
I never
optics
mentioned anything
that is
about
available.
perception.
Shut the
Steelman, what
fuck
I said.
up.
Stop inserting
Do you
other
want?
shit.
Okay, fuck you.
On the condition that I'm Big Spoon. See, it just shows you don't even listen, bro.
Brother.
You can't even repeat back what I said without adding
You're
other
fucking
bullshit
me
into
right
it to twist your own story around it.
Okay, man.
Got a
Good
lighter
talk.
glove? We've heard that 1,000 times. It still rings true. Sorry to take your toy off your judge.
Oh, no problem. I'm doing my evening exercise over here. I actually, it was great that you took over.
Every single time, he's the same weasel tactics. He'll make a claim
Yeah.
that we can't claim something. You'll drive it into him. Yeah, but you can't claim a shape. At no stage for the last, 15, 20 minutes that I've been on here, has anyone claimed a shape except for him.
Yeah, and he didn't even post his evidence either.
Correct.
But
Oh, but you
it's so
want like
telling. It's so telling how they have to change questions given to them, and they always got to alter it so they can somehow make it plausible in their twisted worldview. It's so very telling every time. I gotta throw these extra words in here, or it'll sound too too logical. I better throw these words in here for wiggle room.
Yeah, he's just here to poison the well.
sad part about this whole thing, if he'd have posted up his evidence or repeated back exactly what I'd said, I probably wouldn't have cared. And just for the record, he left on his own accord. No one yeeted him.
Yeah, he got a little bit cornered, triggered. It happens.
Yeah. And of course, trying to use the Netflix hit piece. And you even told him, we both told him that there was no laser involved. Then he still inserts a laser right afterwards.
Yeah, he's a regular. He's been here many times. Asks the same questions
Gotcha.
every time. He just doesn't understand the measurement thing. I think it might be an IQ thing because you can easily figure out how far you should be able to see on a ball earth, but he
So
doesn't
could you
get it.
tell me how it's flat and not a ball?
How
Anyone?
it's flat.
Yeah.
What are the physical properties of water? Come on, mate. You learnt this in kindergarten.
I didn't go to kindergarten, but water can adapt. It's adaptable
What
to any
water can
container.
adapt, so it takes the shape of its container.
Yeah, if it's a ball, the gravity will make it a ball
Hold
shape.
on a minute. We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about water.
But
Water
we
takes the shape of its container and has a flat level surface whilst it's at rest. You learned that at school. So why are you trying to add other stupid things to it?
but because there is gravity. I mean, what keeps everything in place?
What's gravity? Grab your popcorn, lads.
So do you
What
deny
is
that there is
What
gravity?
is gravity? What
Do
is
you deny
gravity?
that it's
I can't
dude?
listen. At the moment, you've given me a word, gravity. I need to know from you what your definition of gravity is, so I can either accept it or deny it. What is gravity?
a force that keeps things down to the center
A force.
of a ball.
So,
Yes.
is there comes some kind of scientific experimentation to validate this force?
I'm sure there are many. A
Yeah, well,
for-
if there's many of them, can you post one of them in the side chat for us
So-
all to witness,
so-
please?
Just to make it easy for any kindergartners, gravity is a force that goes
Yeah, you've
towards
said
the
that.
center of the
What
ball.
we're after, Dylan, what we're after is you to post an experiment in the side chat to validate your claim. So if you're claiming that there's many experiments done, please post it in the side chat for everyone.
I will ask ChatGPT. How about
Hang on
that?
a minute. You should already know this. You've just made the claim. Why do you need to go and look it up if you already know
To
it?
be more specific, I can ask ChatGPT.
I don't want to talk to ChatGPT. I want to talk to you. If I
But
want to
you're
talk
not talking to ChatGPT. It's
Dylan,
just telling us
listen
all
carefully.
the data that's out
Dylan,
there.
I don't need stupid. I need you to think logically. If I wish to talk to ChatGPT, I would download it and talk to it. At the moment, I'm talking to you. I don't need to talk to a computer.
Wait, there was another Dylan in here, chat? Well, it's not a computer, basically. It's just a data compiler. That's what
Bullshit.
ChatGPT is. So it can know any data from any
No,
point
it
in
can't know
human
anything.
history.
It's just a computer.
Yeah, it's a data compiler. It gathers
well,
data and searches through data.
If it gathers data, why does it always have to finish the sentence off and make you feel warm and fuzzy, even though you've proven it wrong?
That's to make it more human, but it's not really any
Oh, right.
human.
So its goal is to be human, not to be a
because
data storage center.
some people
Excellent.
don't know
So
how to
at the
use it.
moment, you're talking meta. Not interested. I'm interested in the experiment that you're going to provide to us, which proves your
Ghost.
gravity being a force.
What would you want to say, Ghost?
Yeah, you're hot miking there, Ghost.
What
This
you guys
should
are
actually
discussing
be
about?
interesting, Matrix. This should be fun, right? Because now he's going to ask ChatGPT. Let's see if it tells them that gravity is a force. Because as far as I know, it hasn't been a force since 1915 when Einstein said it was not a
What are
force.
you
But
discussing?
let's see what his ChatGPT has to say about it.
What are you guys are discussing? Like, what are you discussing? Like, is
Dude,
it
Ghost,
flat Earth
you're hot
or is it?
miking. Mute yourself. We're in the middle of discussion here. We'll get to you. Don't worry. Now, I want to see if ChatGPT says gravity is a force since Einstein said it wasn't.
Are you crazy? Gravity is a force, but
All right, maybe he can't hear me. Anyway, Dylan, go ahead. Post your evidence. Gravity is a force. Go. Don't do the claim and run. Every time you're in here, you have to claim something, and if you do that, then you have to back it up. We only deal with empirical evidence in here. You know the rules, Dylan. Go ahead.
You sound Swedish. Are you Swedish?
Yes, I'm from Sweden.
Okay. Which part of Sweden are you from?
Don't run from the claim.
I'm not. I'm gonna search it, but what part of Sweden are you from?
Southern part of Sweden, close to Malmö.
Oh, that's close to me, bro.
You from Sweden?
Maybe Gothenburg, maybe not.
Marabou, kexchoklad.
I don't eat that. That's garbage. No offense. That's very Swedish, but the quality of the chocolate is very. I like cars though. But I can't eat that. Friends, we have nothing left to prove. Earth is flat, and these low-level globers who need to outsource their unknown arguments to AI.
Focus, Dylan. You can do it. Is gravity a force?
Let's ask. You wanted to know what Chattis had to say, so we're gonna ask Chattis.
I mean, I prefer if you come in here prepared and you know your own arguments, so you don't have to
Well,
talk.
right now, to be honest with you, I'm usually in the middle, but right now, since there's no one in here, I need to be a baller. It's just how it works. I know the other Dylan is also a baller, but I don't know if he questions things. He knows that the moon landing didn't happen in '69.
Why are you stalling for time? You've made a claim that gravity's a force. We just want you to reinforce this via some kind of experimentation.
Yes, I'm gonna
You
ask
went to
Chatis about it.
ChatGPT to ask for this information,
Yes,
and you
yes.
still haven't provided anything.
Well, let me just ask Chatis. Come now, mate. All right, so I googled it, and here's some kids' experiment for gravity. So I know there's this Galileo experiment where he drops a feather and a ball, and he does that experiment that in vacuum they both fall at the same time.
Sorry, bro, we don't live in a vacuum. Nice try. Sounds like you're affirming the consequent. Things go down,
But you
therefore
see the
gravity
gravity-free
exists
water
because things go
glass.
down. Dylan, you're not listening, mate. You are not ever going to learn if you never listen.
But you're not even.
Just because you witness something going down doesn't prove anything.
It does. It proves that there's a force pulling
No,
things
it doesn't prove a
downwards.
force. All it
Yes,
proves
it
is
does.
things go down. What is the causational mechanism?
So why does things go down if there's no force bringing it down?
Excellent. That's what I'm trying to get through your head. What is the causational
Let's
mechanism?
go. Yeah, why is it dropping down?
Yep, why? Check this out. Science to date does not know what the causational mechanism of things going down is. You have attributed a thing called gravity to it, which is in your case Newtonian. Now, just so you know, about 115 years ago, this fellow by the name of Einstein put forward the theory of relativity, superseding Newtonian mass attracting mass.
That's really not how it works.
Well, you can claim that, but yeah, you've got not really much to stand on because you can look this up. Listen, Dylan, go and type into your chat GPT, since you worship it, and ask it, did Einsteinian theory of relativity supersede mass attracting mass? Newtonian.
It's two different things. That was in space.
Yeah, I know they're
He
two
was
different
talking
things.
about
That's a good
space
point.
gravity.
Why are you dodging the question? Go and
Newton
ask the
was
computer the
talking
question.
about Earth's
Dylan,
gravity.
Dylan, you can do this. Go and ask the computer the question. If you want to praise these AI models, go and ask
Let me
it.
guess this straight, mate. So you're telling
Go and
me
ask it. I'm not interested in your meta.
one thing at a time. You're asking me
Yep,
there's no
that is, I
gravity.
am giving you one thing at a time. I don't want you to cook your brain. Go and ask it that question. When you get your answer, come back.
What's this hostility? Like, why is you so hostile? First and foremost,
I'm not
let's just
hostile.
calm down.
I'm just bored with little children that can't do what they're told.
I literally posted kindergarten experiments because we're
Yeah,
all
that's great.
children of God.
You know, Matrix, it's interesting that the pictures he posted, one of them talks about air resistance, right? So could it have to do with the medium that things fall down?
Yeah, well, the air
Go up?
resistance is that things fall down different, like a feather and a gym weight. Let's say a dumbbell roll. They will
Right.
fall
So,
different because of the air resistance in the medium, right?
so that was your question, right? Why do
No,
things
my
fall
question.
down?
Yeah, what I asked, he's saying there's no gravity, there's no force that pulls things down to the center of the ball.
Okay,
But that's what he was claiming.
We're into a detail here. We are saying that Einstein contradicted that. He said it's not a force, but you asked the question, why do things fall down? And
Well,
we're
the
telling you
Einstein thing. Sorry, go ahead.
it has to do with the medium. Like some things actually go up, like helium goes up, and if you change the density of the medium,
Yeah.
like let's say you change it to quicksilver
Mm.
or mercury, right? Then you can drop iron into it, and it's going to go up. It doesn't go down. So I like
Well,
the
with
theory of
helium,
gravity that,
is about density in the medium. So
yeah, it's
since
about
helium
density. It's less
is
dense
less dense
than
than
air, so it goes up,
yeah,
right?
exactly, but has
And if you,
nothing to do
with
with
gravity,
the yeah.
yeah, right. So there is like 80 different types of gravity
But that type
theories,
is the
right?
complete. That's like a because of the density. But it was if it was um if it was like if anything that has mass will go down,
Yeah,
and
we're not,
gravity,
we're not,
the force of
uh,
gravity is with mass.
right. We're not claiming that things don't fall. They do. We just
So
we're question, we're
what's the reason
questioning.
for them falling?
Yeah, we're
He's saying they
questioning.
just fall, and
Matrix
there's
is
no reason for it.
questioning the cause of gravity, right? We don't know that is our claim. Nobody knows the cause. There are theories, but nobody claims to know the cause of it. So there's that.
Modern modern day scientists openly admit this as well. People are religiously conflating little g with big G, cause with effect. They mix them up and treat them as if they were the same thing. You know, two different things.
Yeah, definitely. I think you might have to study up a little bit about the different gravity theories there, Dylan, if you want to claim anything about it. I can tell you one thing: Einsteinian gravity is not a force. Newtonian is, but we left that one behind us over 100 years ago. I don't even know how we get into this. We're talking about Earth and the surface property, right? And you say that it's the gravity that pulls the water towards the globe. That's why it's curving. And we
Yes,
could even, yeah, and we could even grant you that. Sure, it's gravity, which whatever it is that pulls the water around the ball, right? But now you're gonna have to prove that water actually is curving around that ball, and
the proof of
we do that with different types of tests, right? We can
what
measure.
was it? The proof of curvature. Yes, I
Yeah,
remember.
right.
Yeah.
So if we got to stay on topic here. So now when we do the test, we grant you, sure, gravity pulls the water into a curve. That means it has to curve over, let's say, a lake of 10 miles wide, right? So we go to that lake, there should be 66 foot of curvature over it. Now, when we shoot the laser a foot over water on one side, it doesn't end up 66 foot in the air over on the other side. It ends up a foot over the water on the other side as well. So that means the water is not curving. So we're just going to have to disregard your theory about gravity pulling water onto the ball into a curved shape because we can't prove it. We have no evidence for that theory.
Are you sure? I can almost promise that I saw some videos, some flat earthers
Yeah, it
trying to
was.
disprove the curvature, and then they accidentally proved that
Yeah,
it's actually curving.
yeah. You think you saw that? You maybe saw the Netflix hoax. It was a fun little mockumentary they did to entertain people. They lied in it about the experiment. They didn't use a laser even. They used a flashlight and many problems with that. So it was just a Netflix hoax.
I don't
Don't
know.
worry.
No, I don't think it was a Netflix one. I
Yeah,
think it was one of.
it's called Behind the Curve. Don't worry about it. It was just a hoax.
No,
Maybe
I
you
think
can.
I'm pretty sure there was two people holding a laser, and then the laser was not
Yeah.
pointing in the
Everybody thinks
middle or
that.
something like that.
Yeah, no, it didn't happen. You can look into it. Behind the Curve. Feel free to Google it. They used a flashlight. It was just a Netflix mockumentary. Don't worry about it. It's not a good example.
Mm.
Meanwhile, we have hundreds of these real laser tests where we use $30,000 expensive lasers. We shoot them 10, 20, 30, 40 miles even, and there is no curvature. Now, Sweden has a lot of lakes. You can find one, Vänern. It's in the middle of Sweden. You can see the island out there, 26 kilometers away. I can't remember the name of it. Hisingsö, I think it's
So
called.
have you done the research yourself? Like,
Oh
have you done
yeah,
it?
I did my research over in Malmö. I can see the beach in Denmark, 16 kilometers away. It's white sand. With a good zoom
But
camera, you can see little houses and lights and things over there as well. So on a clear day, you don't even need a camera. There should be 20 meters of curvature between the two countries if the globe is the size they say. no such thing is detected there.
But we need to do scientific, no?
Yeah, this is an observation and you can replicate it, which is what we ask people to do. Now, I don't know how tall you are, but you probably figure it out at some point, right? You know your length. You measure that. So if you're 2 meters tall, horizon should start about 5 kilometers away from you, but you've seen things way further out than that in your lifetime. You just haven't been able to connect it to curvature.
Hmm. Let me see. Proof of curvature. Proof of.
Sorry, Matrix. I need to go back to the gym. I'm doing my evening thing here. If you wanna grab this, you have it.
Do you want to go to the gym together?
I'm in America right now, so that'll be tough. But if I was
Oh,
in Sweden, I wouldn't mind.
all right, I see. No homo with it.
So when you're asking Google evidence of curvature, keep in mind it's 2026, and the best evidence you have for curvature is something supposedly flat earthers did, or a 2,500-year-old
Well,
calculations
it's not
built
really
on some.
Google. I get you,
Do you
but
think
it's
that's kind of weird, kind of
well, it's the
curious that
data.
the best
It's
evidence of curvature is
I do agree
something
that
a flat
Google
earther did?
is not objective depending on what you search for, but like the Google AI and the Chatties, or as they say here in Scandinavia, but ChatGPT, it's more like a data container that it's like it searches the data on the web.
My point wasn't about what tool you're using. My point is it's 2026 and all the technology that's available, nobody has measured this curvature that you think
And
exists. It's
yeah,
kind of
I do
weird.
agree with you. They should have had a live stream from space, and they haven't, which is very bad. I agree. I mean, something fishy for sure. I think not everything is what it seems. I do think something fishy. Like I said, I'm in the middle. And it is something fishy. I agree with you.
I'm glad you're at least accepting, it's something to be curious about. That's for certain.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I'm not a blind follower of anything. Um,
Good.
for sure. I wish Salsa Dylon was in here. Would have been fun. But it is what it is.
Is Matrix still here? No? Oh, okay.
Hey, what's up, detail?
Not much. Did you hear Matrix?
He was here just a couple minutes ago. I
Yeah,
guess he
he just
stepped
left.
away for a
Dude,
minute.
I've never heard him yell so quietly at somebody before.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's definitely not on his main setup. He's got
He's-
a traveling mic.
he's like- yes. I wanted to make that joke to him. He left. I was like, God, I'll get him. I'll get him. But it sounded like he was in like a somewhere where people couldn't hear him. He was like, "And God." Like it was there, but he had to turn the volume down by a lot. It's like that's how he
Yeah,
whispers, I think.
yeah, it's funny, man. I love how many Globers cry just because he's not soft spoken.
He's. I mean, even if you talk, if let's see, they don't know, like everybody, like I don't know, people understand like moods and tones and things like that, but like we know from being around him that when he's like in a good mood and like having fun and like saying something that he likes, he sounds exactly the same way. Like just he's just direct and loud. It's just him. So it's not like he's angry. He just talks. It's just the way he talks, but it rubs people the wrong way for sure. But they just don't know.
Yeah, they're lucky that when they're grasping for straws for any reason not to answer the questions given to them, they can always reach for that. You're too mean. What's up, Neil?
Chilling. Just coming back from the nude beach. Good day.
Where you at again?
Just leaving the beach on my way home now.
Oh, I mean, like, what part of the country?
Oh, I'm in Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, don't associate Canada with beach life, but it's nice y'all still have them up there.
Yeah, when you're on the West Coast, right on the Pacific Ocean. Oh man, it's beautiful. Yeah, the spot I was at is called Wreck Beach, which is like right by the university. And you gotta walk down like I'd say like 1,000 stairs to get to the bottom. Yeah, it's pretty steep too. And then you get down there and like everyone's naked. Pretty fun.
Well, that's pretty smart design to have all the steps there for the right to get to the nude beach. We don't have to worry about too anybody too unfit wandering their way onto the beach there.
Exactly, that's perfect, bro. Yeah, it's all university students anyway, so it's right now. Oh, well, besides, I mean, like 80% old dudes, but just ignore them.
Gosh. Yeah, I'm East Coast myself, but I did Oregon for a while and went out to Washington State, went to a couple beaches out there. So not too far from you, probably. Similar beach conditions. I remember
Yeah, same climate,
those
just trees and forests
big,
and water. Yeah.
what are they called? Those big bullwhip kelp. We had a ball playing with those things.
Very good.
And that was before England went to shit many years ago. It was kind of nice. It was a really nice house. It was just a little A-frame, but it was floating on these big redwood logs, A-frame boathouse situation, and I really loved it. It was really peaceful. It was on this lake, this river.
Boathouse. Sounds gorgeous.
It was nice, man. When I first got there, my roommate had already been there for a little while, and I hadn't got my bed and stuff in yet, and I was just sleeping on the living room floor downstairs, and heard this horrible sound, man, god awful sound. Couldn't place what it was. Just talking to my buddy the next day. He's like, "Oh, it's just beavers chewing underneath on the house. Don't worry about it." I'm like, "Oh,
First, get wrecked.
it's like this horrible grinding vibration." I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
I do not drink often, but I had like 3 Coronas. I don't know. I don't drink Coronas like ever. I don't know, like fucking yawning, dude. Gotta get some food in me. Even though we're like the whole time just munching at the beach. We were on a barbecue and just every 15 minutes just putting something on the grill.
How
You
do
got
you
that
drink that
itis.
donkey piss?
I cracked a seal one time.
I can't be friends with anybody who drinks Corona on a regular basis.
Oh no, this wasn't a regular. We drink Budweiser, but you know, he's like, "Oh, Corona, we're going to the beach, eh? Some limes." So I was like, "All right, I'll fucking." And so it was funny. It was like my 3rd time ever in life drinking Coronas. Yeah, it tastes good, but yeah, I think 3 is enough for. I don't think I can go over 4.
Drinking it once was enough for me. Couldn't stand it.
And how sad it was for me today. I didn't know how to freaking open a bottle. I'm 30 years old, dude. I just drink cans, but my buddy taught me with the lighter technique, and now I can do it.
You shouldn't be bringing glass down to the beach anyway.
Oh, I know. I fucking broke a bottle by accident. Shit. I put the bottle right in the sand, and there, of course, there was a one rock like right where I put it, and it just shattered. Like, oh shit! I like cleaned everything up, and we're good with our garbage. We throw everything away. That's funny. There's just like naked people walking around. They're selling drinks. They're like breezies, popsicles, ice cold beers. I'm just like, there's some hot chicks too walking around naked and selling beers. Good times.
What?
Bro, it was 35 degrees Celsius yesterday, and now it's like raining. It's like 22 degrees. Weird.
I just sent you a video, Neil, of my beautiful picture.
I can't say I have. That's pretty cool. I might have to YouTube that when I get home, but I don't even have any bottle soap and stuff.
If you can find anybody else, I can't even find a video. If you find it, let me know. It is not easy. I'm sure there's plenty of people strong enough to do it. maybe not many dumb enough to develop the callus just so they could.
like that should be the prerequisite. Would be like teaching people about the fake moon landings. Dude, it's crazy. If you Google how many people in Russia believe that the moon landings were faked, it's over 50%. It's like 57% of people. Like it's base as
Oh, yeah.
fuck over there.
I mean, it's not even belief. You don't even have to believe it. Like, we can verify that outer space is fake with the scientific method already. Pretty
It's
easy. But
it's depressing. Depressing. Like for people like for a person like me, where I've highly valued science for most of my life, and then you're like, this could be true. It enrages me. Like it makes me want to murder people.
oh, well, I mean,
I know it's a little excessive, but I hate lies and I hate propaganda and censorship. Yeah.
What's the lie? Flat Earth or the globe?
well, if he's talking about specifically thinking about the moon landings,
He thinks the moon landings are fake or real. I thought he sounded like you were real.
wait, why do you think the moon landings are fake?
Me?
Yeah,
Oh, why do I think they're fake?
yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Oh, I assumed you did too, but no,
Oh yeah, no,
I
I know they're fake, but I was just curious why you think they're fake.
well, it's gonna sound stupid, but it's like I did the same thing any other normal person does, semi-normal. I just watched a fuck ton of. I saw some guy online. I saw a Joe Rogan podcast, and then I heavily checked out that guy, and then just went down the rabbit hole watching literally probably like 100 hours of moon landing videos, interviews, uh, different scientists talking about stuff, the Van Allen belts, all that shit. And eventually, I just kind of realized this is, and they had plenty of motivation. I just go, and honestly, again, this last thing I'll say is like I got you. I feel like you get to each one of these from something else, and like when you go heavily into like World War I, World War II, and then like 9/11, and then the Vietnam War, you just realize all this shit is manufactured. And like, what else? If they're gonna lie about this, what else are they gonna lie about? So
I guess you'd be wondering what else. Yeah, well, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even claiming that it's just the moon landings are fake, but all space travel or anything located past the Kármán line
see, I won't
would
go that
be.
far personally, not yet, but I definitely believe that. Like, I'm still only like probably 75% sure the moon landings are fake because I'm kind of still like a normie. But yeah,
The
I know.
astronauts can't even agree on whether or not they see stars in outer space. Some of them say yes, some of them say no.
Yeah. Yep.
But
Yeah,
I don't have any reason to believe anything the government tells me, right? But like more so than not, if the news lies, imagine what history is.
Totally. So, Lats, why don't you go through the scientific method and how it debunks outer space?
I would love to. Actually, I was just about to ask. Have you gone through our gas pressure argument? Have you heard of it before, Mudgrub?
I'm so sorry. What?
Have you heard of the gas pressure argument and why outer space is fake according to the globe paradigm?
I've heard the gas can't exist next to a vacuum, if that's what you mean.
Sure. Correct. Well, I mean, it would just vacate whatever area that it's in to fill that area of lower pressure.
Right. Yeah.
So, do you know why that there is gas on Earth according to the globe paradigm?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I just you just assume it's like oxygen, nitrogen, yada yada, and then atmosphere. Green. Oh,
Yeah. So the atmosphere is just a name given to the mixture of gases that are above the surface that we breathe, which is like you said, just oxygen, hydrogen, helium, all that stuff that's mixed in within the
mhm.
atmosphere. Or yeah,
Yeah, and the air gets thinner the higher you go up, and eventually, even Neil deGrasse Tyson has said this himself, where he said like there's a huge stretch where it's like it's in their model it's very vague whether you call it atmosphere or whether you call it space. So even you know which even right there that does sound like bullshit when you just think about it critically.
Yeah, so according to the globe, they claim that gravity is the cause for the gas pressure gradient on Earth. That quote unquote force is capable of pressurizing that gas pressure gradient adjacent to outer space, that area of lower pressure.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah, so if we take that, are you familiar with the scientific method of independent variables specifically?
Not really.
So here, I'll go through this with you real quick. Just something super simple so you can understand. Let's just say you and me are hiking, for example, and we come across a frozen lake. Or not a frozen lake, sorry. The lake is not frozen yet. It's going to be liquid. Okay, so we're going to camp there for the night. We wake up in the morning. Okay, we're going to be in separate tents, by the way. Okay. But we wake up in the morning and we notice that the lake is frozen. Okay. So now we have our observation or our dependent variable. Now, my AirPods. Oh, I think they connected. I don't know if they did or not, but yeah, we asked the question, why did that happen? So you can suppose that, that occurred because, you noticed that it got cold during the night. You're like, I think temperature caused that lake water to freeze. So that's going to be your independent variable or your cause for the effect that you observed. I'm going to say, you know what? I woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. I saw a deer peeing in the water. So I'm going to say, you know what? I think it was deer pee that caused the lake water to freeze. So now I have my independent variable, you have your independent variable. Now the next step is going to be testing our independent variables. Because at this point, our hypothesis, me saying
Yeah.
deer pee cause lake water to freeze, you're saying that temperature can cause lake
Yeah,
water.
I get all this. Okay.
Okay, cool. So both of those hypotheses are going to be equally valid until proven otherwise. Yes.
Yeah.
So in the testing phase, of course, I'm going to be proving the null. Of course, DRP cannot cause lake water to freeze. And of course, you varying temperature, higher or lower, you're going to notice that lowering the temperature of the water will get it to freeze. Awesome. So now you've proven your independent variable. And in conclusion, of course, you're going to write that it can cause lake water to freeze. Okay, awesome. Now we're going to tie this back all the way to gravity. Gravity is going to be the independent variable for the observation of the supposed gas pressure gradient adjacent to that area of lower pressure. That gravity can cause gas pressure gradient to exist adjacent to an area of lower pressure. So now for the experiment phase, that part has never been done, ever. It has never been validated through the scientific method, that claim of gravity capable of causing gas pressure gradient adjacent to that area of lower pressure. There's actually only ever been one independent variable that's capable of causing that effect. Do you know what it is?
Oh, I don't know. Electromagnetivity. I don't know.
No, but that's also okay. Whatever people want to suppose, it could be magnetism, temperature, uh, electricity, wind. We know whatever. Just actually do the experiment and prove that whatever independent variable can cause that effect. But the one I'm talking about specifically is a solid state of matter acting as a container or a barrier.
Oh,
That
right.
is the only independent variable verified through the scientific method capable of pressurizing gas pressure or gas pressure gradient adjacent to that area of lower pressure.
The firmament.
Well, I don't know what it is. I don't know what shape
Right.
it is. I don't know what it's
I'm
made
not.
of,
Yeah.
obviously, but the Earth does have to be contained if we are existing within an area of lower pressure. And I mean, there can be multiple causes for effects, right? I'm not saying that this is the end all be all, but there is only one verified so far through the independent or through the scientific method, sorry, to be capable of pressurizing this gas pressure gradient. So if we are physically contained through a solid state of matter, then there's no way we could leave. That's how I know that outer space is fake.
Look at the side chat. I posted a GIF.
Oh, you already
Demonstrate.
posted it. Oh shit. Sorry.
As soon as you remove the barrier, where does it go? Gravity's not holding it.
Yeah, you can do this experiment with any gas. And you're gonna notice that even if you wanted to create a gas pressure gradient, you can, heat the bottom, cool the top, create a gas
Wait,
pressure
Lex,
gradient.
respectfully, why do you guys just talk about only the gas? Respectfully, like you guys think that's it?
What do you mean?
Like that's
We're
all you
debunking
flat
outer
earthers are
space.
saying about gas?
Yeah, that outer space is fake using the gas because the gas has to be physically contained, otherwise we would all be dead.
I'm trying to have a peaceful debate, and here you are getting mad over me.
I'm not getting mad.
Oh,
I mean, if you
you're
want
a
to
flat earther
believe
because you muted me.
I'm getting mad, that's okay.
So after
If you-
the gas goes away, and then the water is left on the Earth next to a vacuum, what happens to the water?
I'm
What
pretty sure
happens
that's
to
gonna
water
go.
in a vacuum?
Oh, do you know hamster?
I believe that the Earth is not flat because it's not flat.
I know. I'm asking you, what happens to water in a vacuum?
What happens to water in a vacuum?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. What the fuck? I've never
isn't it-
vacuumed water.
Doesn't it
So I
boil?
wouldn't know.
Yes. It
Yeah.
does boil, correct.
It actually flashes and disintegrates. It doesn't really boil. It starts to boil as the pressure is removed.
What does that have to do with anything?
But then eventually it disintegrates and all the bonds are broken.
But what does that
Yeah,
have to do with
turns-
anything?
Well,
Brother, we're
once all
talking
the
about
gas is sucked off of Earth, all that's left is water stuck to the Earth next to a vacuum. And then the next thing that's going to happen is all the water is going to be instantly vaporized off of the Earth because it's next to a vacuum. That's why it's important.
That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Respectfully,
I know. That's what you
that
think
makes no sense.
Earth is next to. I know. You think the Earth is in a vacuum, the vacuum of space. That's the stupidest thing
There's
I've
a
ever
vacuum
heard.
that's gonna suck up Earth. Like it makes zero sense.
No, the vacuum doesn't suck, brother. It's just an area of lower pressure that the gas would vacate towards. Do you see that GIF that Sheepdog posted at 57 minutes after the hour?
Honestly, I don't know what he's talking about. He's just saying that I'm gonna get sucked up by a vacuum.
Not you. We're talking about the gas that we breathe, the atmosphere that supposedly surrounds the Earth if it was a ball existing within an area of lower pressure known as outer space. Are you familiar with your story?
What are you guys? You guys are just saying nonsense.
Wait, do you know the story? Did you not know that in your story that the Earth exists within outer space? Did you not know that?
Oh my gosh.
Sounds like it's too much for him. He might not
His
benefit.
head might
So you
explode.
guys show me some proof that the Earth is flat.
It's measured flat. We can fire a laser horizontally across the surface of water, and the surface of water is not dropping away with distance.
Have you done that yourself?
Me, no. I don't measure things on the surface of the Earth. I just take how everybody measures the surface of the
Exactly.
Earth, like surveyors.
Exactly.
Yeah, even globers measure the Earth to be flat. The globe comes from calculations after they've measured the
Go
Earth to be
ask an
flat. So the
astronaut if the
Earth,
Earth is flat.
well, like I was explaining earlier, outer space is fake. So no.
What? Is this just rage bait at this point?
No, I mean, if you don't understand the words that I'm saying, I can
It's
use
100%
different
rage bait.
words.
Like what? Give me a
You're
different word.
rage baiting yourself, man.
Do you need
you
help
guys
understanding
aren't
the words that
making
I'm using, or?
sense.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. Do you want me to change the words that I'm using to help you understand?
Yeah, change them.
Okay, Earth, no curving, Earth flat. You need me to make it simpler? Do you need help, or?
Here, let me make it simpler for you. Go on Google Earth.
Okay, so now we have a simulated Earth. So Google Earth is curving. Now let's go take that into reality.
Why aren't you doing what I'm saying? Why don't you want to do it?
I've done it already.
So
Is
now,
reality curving
Is it
like on the
flat?
so
simulation?
now the Earth is a toilet paper roll, because that's what Google Earth is. It's a toilet paper roll. It's a
Just
cylinder.
answer my
Okay.
question. Is Google
Okay,
Earth
yes. I
flat?
will answer. Make this simple for you, okay? Simulation curving.
But you're not answering my
Reality
question.
Reality, no curving. Simulation, curving. Reality, no curving.
You're not answering my question.
Okay, what's your question? Say it again really quick.
Go on Google Earth right now. Is the Earth flat on Google Earth?
Brother, did you not
No.
hear what I said to you?
Well,
Oh
let's just
my
go with his
God!
logic. I'm just
Just
gonna go with his logic real quick. No, it's not. All right, now what?
well, then you're an idiot. Respectfully.
All right, that's your conclusion, and we gave you the alternate answer, but you didn't want to hear it. So, yeah, have a nice day. You have any more questions?
Man, your name's Neil, bro. Respectfully, bro. You're an idiot fucking retard.
Here, I'll say this one more time for you, okay? Simulation, aka Google Earth curving. Reality, no curving.
You guys probably fucking like
Yeah, this guy's done.
Muslims, so.
Okay, so a very simple question from me. Of the 700 plus people that have supposedly traveled to space, are they all lying?
Okay. Well, they would have to be, but you can't get there.
No, I've got an astronaut.
Go ahead, please.
I've got an astronaut that went to the ISS that said the one thing that he was amazed is how flat the Earth looked from the ISS.
Okay. Could you give me his name?
So does Neil Armstrong think that
I'll
the
give
Earth's
you the
flat?
video.
No. His name. Oh, okay. So his name will be in the video, right? Because I know the founder of one of the founders of NASA here in Houston. My father was one of the founders of FAA.
Why do you sound like that? Are you old?
I'm driving. I'm a boomer.
Brother, who
Born
cares
in
what he
50.
sounds like?
I was
Just
just
listen to the
wondering.
information
Exactly.
coming from his mouth.
Just
Who cares?
I was
just
just
giving you some
wondering.
basic information.
Yeah, go ahead, speak.
Okay, I was just curious if the 700 people that have been to space and all recorded, etc. We know their names, where they live, etc. Then, therefore, according to you guys, they're all lying. Correct?
I would say yes. Right. I don't speak for
Okay.
everybody, of course. Just for
And,
me
and,
personally, if
okay.
somebody claims to have been to that area which we cannot reach, then
Right.
yes, they are lying.
Well, you say we can't reach, but that doesn't prove
Well,
that
it's
we
not
can't
me.
reach.
Science
No, I
says we
understand.
cannot reach that area.
I'm a scientist as well, and I say we can. So there are scientists who do say that we can. Not
Well,
every
they can
scientist
say
says we
that.
can't. Yeah,
I'm
anybody can
speaking
say it.
specifically. Well, I'm speaking
I'm just
specifically about the methodology.
Let's
okay.
stop
Right,
Of
the
the
actual
40,
method.
of the 44,000 people that work for NASA also are lying.
Well, I don't care
Right?
about the people. I'm talking about the
I'm just
methodology,
No.
the
I just
scientific
made
method
a simple.
itself.
That's not.
So are you calling
Okay.
Elon Musk a liar?
That's quite a
If he
jump there.
Wait, I do have
if
one
he
question
claims,
though. I do have one question. How many people of the Manhattan Project knew what the end result was going to be?
They didn't. No, they didn't. They were afraid that the atmosphere would burn up. Very afraid of that. And we didn't know that. Take the
No,
one we
I'm
did.
saying
Wait. Let me
you
finish.
misunderstood
Let
my
me
question.
finish my statement.
Let him finish. You're talking over him.
Okay. Now
You didn't hear me.
Okay. I did. I just let me finish. There was I don't remember the name of the operation, but the one that we did in the stratosphere that knocked out the electromagnetic field for 2 years. That had catastrophic results. We did not know that was going to happen.
That's not what I asked.
And okay, go ahead. What was it you asked?
I'll rephrase it a little bit. Out of all of the, I don't even know how many it was. At least probably, I don't know, thousands, 10,000. I don't know how many. Like what percentage?
Okay.
What percentage of people that worked on that project knew what the end result was going to be?
None.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
What
Elon
percentage of people would know?
It was all theoretical. It was theoretical at that point.
You think they told everybody we're building a giant fucking bomb that could like end civilizations?
Just because you told them or didn't tell them doesn't matter as far as the end result. Are you asking about the end result, or are you asking about the procedure for making something?
I'm saying that proves my point that 44,000 people that have worked on a project in NASA, it's not 44,000 people that are lying. 95+% of those people don't know what the fuck the end result's going to be.
I would say they're a lot more intelligent than you and I. They do know what they're doing.
And me
Okay,
too.
now
They
then what
certainly
about the
have
Manhattan
degrees
Project?
higher than anybody equal to or greater than the people in this room.
Yeah, and you're basically calling Elon Musk an idiot.
No, I'm
And
not
he's the
calling him
smartest
an
person
idiot.
on planet Earth.
No,
He's
he's
the
not.
smartest person on planet
I
Earth.
know. I met Elon Musk in a conference. I mean, he's a great salesman, and he
No,
has
Elon Musk, the
ideas.
trillionaire, not like some random guy.
Yeah, I
Yeah, but
understand.
he's not the not
I've
the
met
smartest
trillionaire.
him.
person.
I've had discussions with him.
I mean, you
About
really
like
believe in that
rockets?
like red sports car that was in outer space, and he says, "Oh, it
Yeah,
looks so fake. It must be real."
What? That made no sense.
You can see it from Earth. You don't need much of a telescope to see it.
Where did
Anyway,
did
guys,
you just park your car?
I enjoyed the conversation. I'll be back a little later. Over.
All right, brother. Take care.
Over that and out. We just lost Clive, guys.
That's all right. He's probably the smartest Glober in here, so y'all lost a good
Precisely.
one.
My question would be, do you really think that Elon Musk is the smartest person on this planet?
Hell no.
Yeah,
Okay.
I honestly do.
Literally, we just lost a dear friend, Indio. That guy was magnitudes smarter than Elon.
I mean, I'm pretty smart myself.
Yeah.
Brother, you're probably on par with somebody we know by the name of Ipo.
I'm not gonna argue with you, bro. Respectfully. Just chill.
Personally, I think Elon Musk is a plant, but that's just me.
Yeah, I agree.
You know,
But
become
why
a
do you think that?
billionaire.
You gotta back it up.
Billionaire. You know, come on, dude. You know,
I think
think about it. Think
he's
about it.
smart,
Okay,
but he's
Just
like
back it up.
artificially
Just back it up.
no, it's just my. I'm just guessing with that. Okay, I don't really have much to provide on that. It's just my intuition. Now it's not. Yeah, take it or leave it. There, I'm just shooting shit there.
But you're just
But
hating.
dude, think about it. You look at his background. Okay, his parents were really well connected. Okay, you look at the stories of who was I think it was Werner von Braun in
What do you? Oh my
in the
god.
40s or whatever back in the day who wrote a book, you know, and it was like what was it? I think it was a fiction novel of a guy named Elon going to Mars in a rocket that looks very much like the fucking SpaceX rocket. Shit like that, dude. It makes you fucking wonder, man. And dude, all his money, all this shit that you think, all that $1 trillion,
Where's
dude.
the proof?
He's not. Think about it. Okay, he's only a trillionaire on paper. He's probably not even anymore, actually, since the
And one more
SpaceX.
thing, like
SpaceX.
90%
Yeah, but
of the
he has a shit ton of money in pocket watching.
90%
Dude,
of the money that he gets is all just
most of his money is
government subsidies too.
You're
he has
fucking
all that
pocket
stuff
watching.
too.
If
But
anybody
dude,
would be a government plant,
all
it'd be the
that
guy who gets all of his money from the government.
Yeah, he's a fucking plant, bro. And all that money that you're talking about, it's not liquid. It's all tied up in equity. You can't fucking liquidate that without fucking tanking the markets. Are you crazy?
It doesn't
Like, be
matter. He's
real, bro.
rich at the end of the day.
Yeah, he's well off. He's well off, but the number that you quoted is not exactly.
He's a trillionaire.
Dude, on paper, he doesn't have $1 trillion cash, bro. If he tried to sell everything, he might
in
get
his
half.
bank.
You're
Like
retarded, dude.
Mudgrub alluded to.
Do you know what
You know,
Oh
equity
my
is?
god.
Hold on, hamster. Do you even know what equity is? I want to ask you something. Do you know what equity is?
Yes.
What's equity?
I do know what equity is.
We don't think you do.
What's
Tell
equity?
us.
It's like stuff he has.
No. More
Yes, it is.
specifically.
It's like ownership of stuff he has.
Of stuff he has.
Like
More
ownership.
specifically. Ownership
Okay,
of
is equity
stock.
not ownership?
In stock is what I'm talking about, dude. All his money,
No,
most of his money.
it can't be just stock. It can't be stock. It could be other
It's
stuff as
tied
well.
up in, it's
That's
tied
why I
up in
know you
stock,
don't know
dude.
what equity is.
Dude,
That's why I
in
know you
general,
don't
yeah,
know
you
equity.
look, dude, in the
Am I
context
right
that
or
I'm
wrong?
talking about, dude, you're fucking
But
stupid.
was I right or wrong?
Dude, not in the
How are you
context.
gonna
You're
call me
wrong in
stupid
what.
if I got it right?
No, not in what. Okay, you're a fucking dumb dude. In the context that I'm speaking of, when we're talking about rich motherfuckers like that, all their money or a lot of their money is tied up in equity, tied up in the valuation of their companies, and they own stock in these companies. They tried to fucking sell that shit, man. That thing will fucking tank. Oh shit, the richest guy or the guy that owns the most stock, he's selling. Fuck it, I'm selling too. Something's going wrong, and then goes down the stock. Now, he might make
Yeah.
out a little bit. He might make out the best because he sold first and he sold a lot. But
Can I
shit,
put
dude,
it in
someone's got to
perspective?
buy that.
Can I put
Somebody's
it in
got to
But
buy
perspective?
that from him.
Let
Who's got
me say
$500?
one thing.
also got a question about like
Who's got
Tesla
let me finish,
or
dude. Let me finish. Who's got $500 billion in one shot to buy his stock? You need a lot of fucking capital to do that, man. It's not going to look good.
But for also like Tesla or Albert Einstein, those were
Yeah,
not
you muted
rich.
me because you lost the argument.
Fuck you, dude. You're stupid as
Holy.
shit.
I told you, dude,
Christ
he's worse than
almighty.
Epo, dude.
He's
Look,
completely
I just want to put
situationally
this in
unaware.
perspective. Can I say one thing,
Completely,
please? Please.
completely
Can-
situationally unaware. And so are you, dude. Okay?
Okay. So anyways, so like, yeah. If to your point, like, if Elon Musk sold everything he owned in all the companies and everything, it would tank the market. Money, like inflation would skyrocket. He would not be worth. He wouldn't be able to spend $1 trillion worth of money in products. Like immediately, all the money wouldn't like. It wouldn't mean the same fucking thing. It'd be the money that he actually would get from selling everything, all the stocks and everything. He'd probably only have like max 10% of
That's what I
purchasing
mean.
power.
Well, that too. Well, here's the thing, right? Depends on how the transaction goes. Say he wants to sell $1 trillion worth of stock. I know he doesn't have just $1 trillion in stock there, of course, right? Whoever wants to buy that, if people are going to buy it with cash that they have, or are they going to borrow money to make that purchase, right? By borrowing the money, it basically effectively creates more money, right? Because that's where money comes from. It's from credit. So that has inflationary pressure. Yeah, there's all sorts of dynamics involved, dude. Absolutely. But then there's
And we
also the
know
question: if you tried to
we
sell it,
yeah, and
right?
we
So
know every year that goes by, the stock market is more inflated than the previous year. It's just the nature of it. So like, if it all crashed, not everybody's getting the value that they have in there. Someone's going to be left holding the empty bag.
well, yeah.
The
Like
person that you are arguing with left the chat.
if your stock price goes up 10%, but cost of living goes up 10%, you're breaking even in real terms. In nominal terms, yeah, you might be on paper 10% in the green, but you can't buy more than what you could have last year. You made no progress, right?
No.
No? What do you mean, dude?
I mean, when you for example, when he like finished his stock and he gets 10% out of it, even if the cost of living going up 10%, he still have the 10% of the stock. That is quite a high amount of money. So compared to me,
if you have a lot, no, I was speaking in general, dude. If you have $100, if you have $100, you're like, hey, I'm going to invest $100. Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully next year I can make a little bit of money on that, on the yield, and then I can buy more shit when I sell it. Right.
Yeah.
You make 10%, so you buy $100 worth of stock, you sell it, you make $10, right? So you have $110. But shit, all the stuff that you were going to buy at the beginning of last year when you made the investment went up 10% also, so you can buy the same shit. Big deal.
Yeah.
Like, are you really like ahead?
Yeah,
No.
but for example, when you have, you're not ahead, but when you have $100, you're making, for example, an interest rate of 5%, you're making $5. So when you have $1,000, you're making $50, and so on, so on. So yeah, when someone is going to sell his full stock, then 10% is not going to, it's not going to be the same as a usual person.
I know. I'm just saying, just in raw numbers, right? If inflation goes up 10% and your yield your investment yielded you 10%, okay. If you're investing the money that you would have otherwise bought goods with, right? Like, big deal. Like, you're not ahead. I'm not talking about the big motherfuckers who invest $1 trillion and then over a year make $100 billion extra.
Yeah,
On 10% yield. That's different, dude.
Inflation rate.
Yeah, I'm exaggerating the numbers here. I'm rounding them off, right? They're even worse than that because most people only gain like a mediocre fucking like 1% or some shit, and inflation is like 2-3% per year. So they're actually in real terms negative,
Yeah.
right? Just using easy
Yeah.
numbers for
For
quick
who?
chat.
Okay.
For the quick, well, obviously for the dumb fuck hamster who got banned, who couldn't handle the concept behind it. Figured I'd make it easier for anyone else so they don't lose me.
For me, it's just crazy that someone says like Elon Musk is the smartest person on this planet. That's
yeah. Well, did you listen to the guy who actually? Did you listen to him who said that? I mean, like,
yeah.
a fucking fish is smarter than that guy, right?
Don't know, but like
I haven't heard anybody fanboy that hard in a while.
every aspect, he
He's
did
kind of
fanboy
smart.
a lot. Yeah, I do agree.
I don't agree with people when they say he's stupid. I actually think he's smart, but I definitely think they way overvalue.
Yeah, I don't disagree that he's like not dumb. That's like Harrison Ford. Like, you know, Harrison Ford got like there was a call like a jail not jail but court fire that was caught against him, and he won that case because he said like, in every scenario where I need someone, I have an expert. So I'm connected and I know which expert to call. So yeah, he's intelligent, but he's like not a real engineer or something like this. He just knows how to connect people. That's also intelligent. Okay.
Yeah.
But don't tell me that
Yeah,
that motherfucker is the smartest person on the planet though. No, by far not.
Oh, really?
Really?
I wouldn't. I don't think Elon Musk is that. No, might have a high IQ. Might be a good engineer, but lost it because now he's just a salesman. I don't fucking know, but he certainly didn't build those rockets, dude. Probably just connected the right people. In that sense, yeah, okay, good shit.
If he starts a business and hires like a million smart people, he doesn't need to build the rockets, though. That's the entire point of starting a business.
Of course. And therefore, he's not exercising that same type of intelligence that people think he actually has. Because people who look up to Elon Musk, they're like, oh, he's a genius. He's an engineer, blah, blah, blah. Right? He's not exercising those faculties anymore.
I think that the people who look up to him are the people who think that, like, oh, he thinks the same things I do. Like, oh, he believes my politics. That's what I think.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. But then they're conflating like value systems with intelligence, which
For
don't
example,
necessarily.
No. I'm not even talking about intelligence. Forget intelligence. I'm just thinking that like a large majority of people see a very successful person, and then like they hear one thing they agree with, and they're like, I agree with that. He thinks the way I do. That's what I think.
Sure.
For example, what's it called? Super Bowl? The one the lottery that you have in your country?
The Super Bowl?
Yeah, the lottery thing.
Super Bowl.
Powerball.
Oh, Powerball.
So, Powerball. If I win the
It is very easy for me to disregard that and like say like, oh, screw that, like those are idiots, like this is not important.
Yeah,
Like
no. For example, I win
but
this,
like I
and
swear to
then
God,
decide.
if the Cowboys like were actually in place to like actually play the Super Bowl, and like if they actually did, I'd be just as stupid. So
What if I told you the majority of people who think that Elon Musk is a genius, they think he's a genius just because he's got billions of dollars. That's the only reason why they think he's a genius. They think if they keep chanting that he's a genius, that somehow those billions might rub off onto them and they'll make a few $100,000. That's all they're
He's
hoping
a
for.
Satanist, not a genius.
That was my point.
To make his billions. I mean, people forget Elon's dad owns an emerald mine in South Africa. I mean, come on. And real quick, sorry to interrupt, but just because you guys were talking about that,
Elon got started with like $1 million to his name. Like no, like seriously, like when he started investing, he was like gifted $1 million so he could start investing. He didn't start from nothing. He was given. Huh?
Are you sure you're not mixing that up with Trump? Because Trump's dad gave him $1 million loan to buy some buildings, and then
he also was.
Trump did that too.
He also was. He was too.
Another one.
But I got a funny thing about it's like when I put in I popped in a second ago. You guys were talking about the hamster got banned or whatever. And it's ironic and funny because like 5 minutes ago, he messaged me talking about how he beat me the other night and he won the debate. I'm like, okay. And then he goes, I'm not debating you tonight, but I'll debate you tomorrow night, pussy. And I'm
You
like, well, tomorrow night's
just
Friday.
say
I'm alive. Tomorrow, it's, hold on. It's funny. Like tomorrow night's Friday. I'm a line cook. So clearly for Friday and Saturday, I probably will not be on Discord because I work later. And then when I get home, I take a shower and I go to bed because I get shit kicked out of me on
if you
Friday and
get
Saturday
challenged in
dinner
that
stuff.
manner, next time say like, brother, how often do you beat hamsters?
Anyway, he said, you're on Discord right now, stupid. I'm like, today's Thursday, you fucking moron. It was just
That
funny.
hamster has a
Anyway.
real problem, dude. I jumped in here and he was just running his mouth. It's like, god damn. Can't take it.
Like the
You
last
know,
like
the
30
funny
minutes of
thing
being
is,
here
like
this month,
you're a
I
flat
don't
earther,
even.
I'm a glober, but we still do agree that this dude is an idiot.
Yeah, fair enough. A lot of Globers.
Yeah.
I agree. A lot of other Globers are idiots.
Like, I'd rather
Who's
listen
that
to
one?
Okay, I'd rather listen to Ippo than Hamster. Let's put it that way.
Like Hamster keeps telling me. Now, is that his name? Because I just remember his picture with the chubby little tan hamster. Oh yeah, no, Hamster is zero. Okay, yeah. All right.
I think
I
so,
thought you
yeah.
guys just. Yeah, no, it is quite literally his name, the hamster. Okay, never mind. But yeah, he messaged me like 5 minutes ago talking about how he beat me. But to be honest, dude, I got like I don't even remember the fucking last thing I was talking to him about. The last thing I remember was I was like blowing gin and apologizing to him for being rude to him a couple months ago. Because I don't hate gin, I like gin, but so I don't even
Yeah,
remember what the fuck me and him. Dude, I was
Hamster,
drinking.
Hamster was going on about Elon Musk. He's a trillionaire, blah blah blah. And I was just explaining, like, dude, like most of that money's tied up in equity. You know, like he doesn't have that in his bank account. He's like, no, he has in his bank account. I'm like, dude, like you're dumb. Do you know what equity is? He's like, yeah, stuff you own. I'm like, that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, you own stock, but like what? You're gonna count the equity, like the value of your chair because you own the chair in your total, like, personal net worth. Like, come on, that's not what I'm talking about. He's like, I won the debate. You didn't know what you're talking about. I'm like, fuck you.
Somebody is just kind of
Dude,
a moron. So he thinks
it was so
Elon
dumb.
Musk has like $2 trillion and SpaceX and Tesla. So he has all.
Mate,
So his net worth is what's in his bank account, and he owns these companies. He's a moron. Fuck that guy.
well, I like he was just trying to get me on like a fucking word game. I'm like, that's not what I was talking about. And he's misunderstanding too. Like, dude, you have to sell your shares and shit. If you want to like use that money. I mean, you can borrow against it. That's fine. That has its risk. But then your net. If you have $1 trillion in stock, but then you borrow $1 trillion against that stock to go actually have like liquidity and buy shit, you're net zero. And arguably at one point you're going to be net negative unless your valuation goes up because that shit costs money.
And
That
even if you,
like, that costs money
yeah,
to,
even
to,
if
to
you sell
borrow.
it at one, when you want to
Like,
sell it at
let's say
one,
for instance, I own
then it's
I own
lower
20.
price. And if you sell it
Well,
like slowly off, then the price is going to decrease. So yeah, lower and lower and lower.
The world is fucking a globe. It's a fucking globe.
Dude,
Do you
change your name or
understand?
you're getting banned.
Change your name or you're getting banned. Ugh.
All right, not with that attitude. God damn.
That was a quickie though. Yeah.
I almost don't even
people
want to
need to
type
understand how
that name
stocks
out.
work.
All
Yeah,
right, you're done.
stocks, a rough one.
Okay, get wrecked, bitch.
Like if I
Go
own
ahead.
20, if I own 20 shares in or 20 pieces of stock or whatever the fuck. 'Cause I'm not a day trader or anything, so I really don't know the ins and outs either. But if I own 20 shares of stock in the rubber ducky factory, and each share is worth $5 billion, you know,
Good luck
I
selling
don't have.
one.
I mean, yeah, I don't have that money in my bank account.
No, that's the whole
Like
point, right?
value, yeah, but my net worth would still be very, very high because of the
Yeah,
property
yeah,
of the shares that I own.
yeah,
But that doesn't
yeah.
mean I can go buy a house tomorrow with it.
Not right away. No. What you can do, depending on your
I could
connections,
borrow it.
exactly. But that costs
Have you
money,
heard about Have you heard about
right?
this one experiment where this one dude was the richest person on the world for 1 second? He made
It's
he
already not
opened
an
the
experiment.
he opened the stock
I-
share and it had like 1 million or 1 trillion files or shares on it. And he went out to the streets, sold one stock for $50, came back and made the evaluation. So he was the richest person for 1 second because he
Oh,
shut down his stock.
that's the
There
plot
you
to
go.
the movie Blank Check from the 90s.
You got my point, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But anyways, yeah, Vax, I think you missed the broader context. They were just talking about like fucking smart people, and Elon Musk is a smart guy, and then we kind of tailed off from there.
Yeah, I know. I can imagine. He's a cookie
Oh,
cutter globe. It doesn't really change. It's all shit. The only difference is how's everybody's night going?
good.
Fine.
Quiet night. I just got here pretty much 5-10 minutes ago, or whatever.
Dude, I got off of work an hour and a half early, completely randomly, and I was so happy. My like the main chef, like he wasn't able to come in tonight. Like he's there every single day, but I've been working at the same restaurant since March, and today's the first day where he wasn't able to come in because he had to go get an MRI on his knee and stuff. And his little partner, because this place just opened, and they came from one restaurant and then moved over to this one. So the guy that came with them is also his roommate. Now that they're not gay because he's married with a kid, but this guy is it's his friend from college, from culinary college and shit. So they've all so they're they live because because this restaurant just opened. It's a small chain, like there's only like 5 of them, but they're only like in Florida and where I live, and they just opened one in my town, so I started working there. And anyway, well, the guy that came with them, he went on vacation this morning. So he took him to the airport, and then later on he had to get an MRI. So he wasn't in today. So the regional guy right directly above him, he was just kind of like babysitting a little bit. Not that we needed it, but he, just to have somebody there. And he just asked people, he goes, "Who wants to go home early?" And me as a joke, because I'm on my, I'm on station, I raised my hand. I said, "I will." And he's like, "All right, bro, I'll jump on your station." I'm like, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah, man, I'm bored." I'm like, "Oh, I left." I'm like, "Shit, that's
Yeah.
awesome. I just got off work an hour and a half early randomly for no reason." I'm like, "I'm not in
Well,
trouble, right?" He goes,
it'd be great if he was paid too.
Yeah, I almost forgot the fucking clock out.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, because payroll would be like, "Oh, we closed at 10, so just put them there." Yeah, they wouldn't have known. I did clock out though. I can't do it. I'm too honest.
Yeah. Just for all you know, you mention it, and they're like, "Yeah, don't worry about it."
Yeah. Nah, we'll clock you out at 9. Just get 3 hours of work for free. Or, I mean, 10, so whatever. So,
I thought it was
anyway. Okay, so that guy, like, okay, because I just thought it was random that that hamster dude started messaging me talking all this shit. Because to be honest, and I was, inebriated. I don't really remember talking to him too much. I remember talking to some. It was a guy that was like trying to make his voice sound feminine. He was called like the Secret Traveler or some shit.
Yeah,
I remember
yeah,
talking to that. I don't really remember the hamster.
yeah. Yeah, Traveler reached out to me and he said, now that you guys were like talking about like personal shit or whatever, he
Right.
bounced, but he wanted to get into like full cult pendulum and all that. I think that conversation was pretty good, dude. Like it got heated and whatever, but it got deep at the same time. So if he comes, I told him like, come back, like pop in when you have a chance, whatever.
Yeah, the other night I got too actually literally emotional, which is embarrassing, and that's just simply because my mother just passed away on the 18th of June, and then I found out that Indio just passed recently, so it's like it kind of just like real I'm like, because when I started talking about that, then it started making me think about her, and no, like I said, I was drinking already too, so I just I almost feel like at one point I almost start, and then I had to leave.
You gotta take the time to mourn, dude. It's important, that shit.
But now, see, the thing is, and once I say this, I'll shut up and let the conversation flow. But when my mom, she had her first stroke in 2014, and she's gone downhill steadily, extremely steadily ever since then. She lost her ability to talk 10 years ago. I've not been able to have a conversation with her, and she lost her ability to walk 7 years ago. And then she ended up having to go to a nursing home because she needed round the clock care, and she's been in the nursing home since 2020. So when she passed, it sucked. I mean, the thing that I feel the most guilty about is because I was at work. It was a Thursday, and it was the middle of service. And we were fairly busy. All of a sudden, the hostess comes running in. She's looking at me through the window, through the pass, and I'm like, "What's up?" Because she just was looking at me funny, and she's like, your wife just walked into the lobby, and she said that you need to go home now because there's an emergency." And when she said that to me, I didn't say anything, but I got the most devastating panic because I thought something happened to one of my girls. Yeah, because me and her, we got 2 children, a 9-year-old and a 3-year-old. And for some reason, I got this terrible sensation of fuck, one of my kids just died or something. And I walk out there and her hands are shaking, her face is red, and I almost wanted to throw up. I got this weird pit in my stomach that something's really bad. And then she goes, "Your mom just passed." And as soon as she said that, it felt like 1,000 pounds got lifted. I'm like, oh, that okay. My first thought was, I'm like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. Huh.
Yeah.
For
No,
whatever reason,
the relief there, dude.
yeah,
I
I
get
thought
that.
something happened to the girls. And then I was telling my because it
I'm a
took me
boomer.
it
I'm
took
a
me
boomer
4
who
or
just
5
had a heart
days.
attack myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a boomer. I had a heart attack last September. Died 3 times on the table. Not overweight. I
Man.
was a heavy smoker. I'm already back to work 65 hours a week and enjoying life. But you know what? I've been through this. I buried my last 2 wives. It's
Oh Lord.
It's peaceful when we pass. It really is.
Yeah. You sound like
It's very
are you
peaceful.
still?
Yeah, go ahead.
I said, are you still
Please.
smoking cigarettes?
No, I immediately quit. I stopped drinking 40 years ago, and I was I had cut back to 2 packs a day. Now the problem with a heavy smoker is you don't smoke at all. You just light it up, you smoke a few puffs, put it out, then light up another one.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, with what your mom went through, she's at peace. My mom lived to 97. My father was 95. My grandparents were 103 and 100. My grandfather died one day after his wife, and of 102. So we have very long longevity in our family genes. No one has died under the age of 86 in 4 generations.
That's some damn good stock, man. Congratulations.
Yeah. But that being said, when my mom got Alzheimer's and was put away in the nursing home, my father passed away in bed on a Thursday, and my mom didn't know it. And the maids came in on Tuesday, and discovered it. That's
Yeah,
bad.
that's rough. Yeah, that
Yeah.
sucks.
Now, once they get Alzheimer's, there's not a
It's
person
over with.
inside anymore. There's no person inside anymore.
There's a movie.
Yeah,
Who's the
go
guy?
ahead.
Yeah, no. I've never seen the movie. I've only ever seen YouTube shorts of it. But the guy from Silence of the Lambs, Anthony Hopkins. It came out a couple years ago, and clearly he's already old anyway. He's elderly,
Yeah.
but he plays a patient with dementia,
Right.
and like there's scenes where like he's like in the grocery store, then the whole grocery store gets engulfed in flames, and he doesn't know anybody, and people start
Right.
looking like aliens and shit. So it's very clever because it's coming from the perspective of somebody with dementia, and how like
Right.
he'll
Right.
slip in
Understand.
and out of these different,
There is a
almost
big
like
difference
different
between
timelines.
dementia and Alzheimer's. There is a big difference between dementia and Alzheimer's.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. Dementia is just about, to paraphrase, insane. But Alzheimer is, you don't know what you're doing. It's just nerve endings.
Yeah, dementia. Alzheimer's is like dementia on crack.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And I understand that. But that way, I just wanted to bring to light, not a lot of boomers come in the channel or any channel anymore. I don't find any boomers generally. I was born in 58.
She was born in 57.
Okay. Now you can see the difference. I've had the heart attack, and I'm already working Domino's. Oh, by the way, I deliver a lot of flat pizzas.
Wink, wink, nod, nod.
It's
That's
a
good stuff, man.
nighttime. Yeah, it's a nighttime job. It earns me an extra $70,000 a year, which pays half of my taxes.
Does it make you think?
Yeah, I think all the time. But I love delivering pizza because when a person gets a pizza, okay, here's my line at the door, especially a woman. Your husband decided you're not cooking tonight. You have the night off. You deserve it. And they just smile. No cooking for you. Okay? And that's why I get a lot of tips. Yep.
I'm kidding.
80% of our the money we earn
Is
is
this
in
the
tips.
chat where everyone thinks he's smarter than
Yeah.
astrophysicists?
Say again?
I remember this, dude.
I'm both, by the way. I'm both.
I don't care who you
I'm
are. Are you smarter than an astrophysicist?
I am an astrophysicist.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you
I'm
believe
an
the Earth is flat?
No.
Oh,
I have
good
too
job.
many friends. I have too many friends that work at NASA. My father was a founder of the FAA who, you talk about aliens and that. He made a directive to all airline pilots. If you see anything, I want to know. I will fire you if you do not
Are you
report any
actually an
incident.
astrophysicist?
I am an astrophysicist.
And again, just to clarify, you do not believe the Earth is flat.
Correct.
Well, there you have it, guys. Come over. Delete the chat. Delete the channel.
Well, hold on.
You can believe what you're more than welcome to believe what you want.
No,
That's up to you.
I'm a glober, dude. Dude, I know the Earth
Okay.
is a globe. I know the Earth is a globe.
He's also a Satanist.
There you go.
Yeah. You notice how the astrophysicist didn't have any evidence, but he's like, "Oh, I know people. That's how I know it can't be
Hey,
flat."
man, he's smarter than you. That's all that matters.
No, I'm not. If I'm so smart, well, I'm a day trader. Been for almost 6 decades.
So how do you feel about these flat earthers?
I mean, they're wonderful people. They're nice people.
They're terrible people. What are you talking about?
Okay. No, I don't think morality goes into question as far as a person's belief of what they cannot see or prove.
By the way, if any flat earther wants to chime in, go ahead. I'm not trying to take over your room or anything like that.
Absolutely not. I spoke up simply because I can tell you your mom is at rest. She is, I'm not going to say better off, but she is at rest.
Interesting.
Sure.
Okay.
He was saying that to me, not you. Yeah. No, I know. That's and see, that's where like once I met up with her in the lobby and she told me what happened.
Right. Uh-huh.
I'm like, oh my god, because my first thought was like, oh my god, that makes so much more sense. Because I was thinking one of my girls died, and then I told my wife. Hold on, I told my wife a couple days later about that, and then she said something so poignant that I'm an idiot. She goes, "You think if something happened to one of the girls, I'd be the one to come down to your work and tell you?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, true."
Hey, someone
Well,
put in the side chat that Elon is a Satanist. What does that have to do with the shape of the earth? I'm just
it doesn't.
curious.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh,
By the way,
I mean,
one
is
wife
he?
died of COVID, and she would not get the shot. They're just like,
All right.
okay,
So now it's time to change
I'm
the
married.
subject.
all right.
Yeah.
Change the
Hey,
subject. Change the
now
subject.
it's time to change
Okay,
the
no
subject.
problem. Hey, everyone,
And as
have a
far
good
as the
evening.
Elon Musk thing being the Satanist, we were
Yeah.
having a different conversation about finances and things like that. It
Yep,
had
I can
nothing to do
understand
with the shape of the earth.
Oh,
that. No.
I was just
I
curious why
made
that
a
even is
ton of money.
important. Like,
I made a
okay,
ton of
he's a
money
religious
buying.
person.
I made a ton of money buying and shorting his stocks.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, dude, don't take over the room, Clive.
Okay, all good.
It's not
Talk
about
to you
taking
later.
over the room. We're just not going to have any more of a medical conversation. This isn't a medical room.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
Clive. Oh, damn it, he left.
Clive dipped. He said he has some things to do.
Yeah, well, I was about to ask you. At first, I
20K.
thought it was
got a
like.
lot now. And I
Now I'm rethinking his whole pizza comment. I thought maybe that was a little bit of a mocking.
Have any flat
Oh.
earthers changed their minds after hearing Clive or no?
No,
Why
I'm
would
still
I?
a flatty.
What do you mean? Why would you?
Why? What did he say that was of any value?
He says he's an astrophysicist and he believes the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
He knows people that work for NASA.
Unique in that?
He even said he knows people that works for NASA. Like, we've got a
Okay.
credible source inside the chat. Why don't you trust him?
Okay, you
Wait a
say he's
second.
credible because he said all that? Did he provide any evidence for you to you?
Evidence of?
Anything he said?
No, evidence
First,
of what? You have to be specific.
Anything that he said. It sounds like you're lapping up everything that came out of his mouth simply because he prefixed it with "I'm an astrophysicist." Really? Is that how you
I mean, I
think,
don't
dude?
think. I mean, like, just like you guys watch YouTube videos and think people don't have like certain agendas, I think he doesn't have a certain agenda. Why don't you
Who
accept
said
that the
that?
same way you accept like Flat Earth
Who
Dave
said that? What are you
or
talking?
Jaren?
What the fuck, dude? And what the fuck? How do you know what we've done? I'm just going by what actually just happened.
I can help him out. It's
Think all of us
because we
just
don't.
watch YouTube videos. Every
Go
one
ahead,
of us
Boogie.
just watch YouTube videos.
I was just
Of
going to
course.
say that we don't form our concept of reality based off what people think and believe.
But you
That's
spew their same rhetoric in your arguments all the time.
few whose same rhetoric.
Just because we have
Flat Earth
matching
Dave,
rhetoric doesn't mean I'm
Jaren.
spewing their rhetoric. I don't spew Jaren's rhetoric.
I think
What the
so.
fuck?
Jaren converted, by the way. You guys should do yourself a big favor and
What did
convert.
Jarenism say? What did Jarenism say? What was his rhetoric?
I'm not sure exactly because I don't spend time watching that stuff.
Yeah, I know.
I know
Did
he
you
was
know
a flat
Jaren?
earther.
Did you know Jaren was the one that
Don't try to
Jarenism was the one that.
come
Listen,
on.
man, I'm trying to teach you something about Jarenism. He was the one that discovered the prefixed data sets in the Himawari 8 project.
I don't know
Yeah,
what that even means. Sorry.
oh, I know.
yeah, yeah, of course. Jaron did some fine work, but then he fucking sold his soul for 30 shekels of silver. I mean, it is
Why
what it
can't you
is.
just say, hey, Jaren came to a different conclusion? Why does he have to sell his soul? I think Jaren was a
No, Jaron.
genuine flat earther. Do you not believe that?
Oh,
You
never. I
don't?
don't.
He just wasted his time
No,
creating a YouTube channel?
Jaron
I'm
always
just
had a
curious.
pretty comfortable lifestyle with no fucking line of work. So I don't know. I just put two and two together sometimes.
Let's say Flat Earth Judge completely converts to a Glober. Would you guys then say, hey, Flat Earth Judge was never a flat earther?
I would
Who the
ask
fuck is
him
flat
why.
Earth?
That's never
You
going to
know,
happen.
No, it doesn't matter if it's not going to happen. It's an analogy for a reason. That's why I use the word if.
No, I would ask him why. I would ask for his evidence.
Exactly, and we look at it, we
And then
scrutinize
what
it.
would you do with that evidence? Would you dismiss him as a soul seller?
No, dude. Vax, is there a
I
specific?
hope you guys
I'm
would.
curious about this. Vax, is there a specific reason why you mentioned Jaren selling his soul out? Do you know something that he did, or what? Any of the reasons why he might have done that?
Now this is good
Or
faith.
or is it just simply because he changed sides automatically as a soul? Because that's what it sounds like. 23 thinks you think that
Thank
he
you,
just
King.
they only sold his soul simply because he changed sides.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Jaren. Yeah, no. As far as what's today's date? The 23rd. Yes, July 23rd, 2026. Jaren is 100% still a flat earther.
Huh? He
You know,
literally dedicates
but
his
he's
new content to globe.
yeah, but he's masquerading as a Glober now because he is getting paid to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
But
you must have
you know
some
what?
proof to
Well,
prove
not
that.
only that. Yeah, there's plenty of things to prove it. I hate to say it, but
Nothing
Jaren's
is
just kind of boring.
to Antarctica, right?
Well, hold that thought. No, my thing is, Jaren's just not a smart man. Like
Oh,
intellectually, like he's stupid.
but he was genius when he was a flat earther. No,
It wasn't.
I never once
No, he
ever thought
wasn't.
Jaren was genius. I like from the moment because Jaren is probably the fourth flat earther with a platform that I came to know about. Um, I, yeah, I started the whole way I even got into the subject was a complete accident anyway because I would see things in like 2016 and 17 about flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, but I would just
don't make this
I
personal. Just stick to Jaren, please. I'm sorry. I don't really care about your personal anecdotes.
oh yeah, how about you shut your fucking mouth? Stop
Wait,
being
I'm not trying to
disrespectful.
be disrespectful.
Oh,
I'm just
but you're
telling
not
you we
trying to.
don't care.
You told me to shut the fuck up and get to the point. So how about you close your fucking mouth and let me finish what the fuck I'm
I
saying?
already got to him.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Anyway, um,
Did
so
you lose your?
when I got my first exposure to Jaren was simply because of a Dave Weiss video that I was watching, and I heard him talking, and I didn't know who he was, and I'm like, because when I first heard him speak, I'm like, oh, him and Dave Weiss are gonna start arguing, and I'm like, wait, these two are friends. And I'm like, oh wait, this guy Jaren's a flat earther, and then I listened to the show as it went on. I'm like, oh, he's a flat earther too. So I immediately found out who he was, and I subscribed to his channel, and
There you
his channel got nuked like 3 different times, so it was kind of hard to stay subscribed because
Interesting.
this is this was around the same time the likes and dislikes on YouTube got eliminated, where you couldn't see dislikes anymore. So my YouTube channel where I don't have any videos, I don't post anything. All I do is watch it and comment. Like my channel, like my YouTube channel got nuked like 6 times in a year.
You know,
Like
I just
every couple.
thought of something really fast. I don't mean to interrupt you. Flat Earth Judge, are you there? I have a question.
Who is Flat
I'm
Earth
here.
Judge? I don't see that.
You
I'm
used
here,
the
but
word
it's late.
never. You said that you would never, ever be a Glober.
Yeah, never. I was
How,
a global once, and I'm not
so
going to go back to
basically,
that.
so basically, you're closed-minded.
In that regard, absolutely, because I have
So
evidence.
if
So
we literally shot you to Mars in a rocket and you saw the Earth from space, you wouldn't change your mind?
you would have to go several thousand miles out. You couldn't see it. Stop
I didn't ask
interrupting.
you
Dude,
that. I
I'm
didn't ask.
talking to
You
you.
guys see how he's dodging the question? Because he said the
No,
word
I
never.
answered it honestly. Dude, it's late here. We have people here. I cannot talk right now.
Okay, brother, go away. We already understand your point.
Why are you so rude?
He said that he would.
Anyway, ask me. Hey, dude, I'm like my whole house is asleep and I'm outside. So ask me the exact same question you just asked him, because I am a
You
flat
didn't say
earther.
you
And
would
that's
never change your mind. He said he would
that's
never
all.
change his mind under any circumstance. And I think that's
Yeah,
pretty cool because, like, if you're presented with overwhelming evidence that the Earth is a globe, why wouldn't you change your mind? Is it out of insecurity,
no,
identity?
okay, no. Well, my mind will never change. Like, there's nothing you can present to me that's gonna go, oh shit, it is a globe. There's not one single thing.
And you
In
don't think
fact, why
that's
don't
a
you give?
problem? You don't think that's a problem?
No, I don't.
That's a crazy
How do you
thing to
not
admit,
think
dude.
that's a
Well,
problem?
let's put 23. Well, how about that? Let me try something. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to point something out. If you, by you using the phrase "overwhelming evidence," I'd like you to qualify that. What type
Yeah,
of
sure.
evidence are you talking about? Direct evidence, like for example,
Direct
direct
observation.
evidence. Hang on,
You
wait,
literally going into
wait.
space. Okay.
Hold on. Okay, because this is a bit outlandish. Okay, going to space, going to Mars, all this shit. It's not anything that you can really practically do. Let's be honest. We're not Elon Musk, right? So how about this? If you were to show me or provide me a method, right, that someone implemented that I can reproduce, or it's been reproduced over and over and over again, right, that demonstrates actual Earth curvature, I would change my mind, of course, because there's
But
curvature.
20K,
At this
20K, that
point,
wasn't my point.
there is no measured curvature. So how am I
That
supposed to
was
go with no measured curvature?
20K. That was never my point. If I was to do that, would you change your mind? Is the point?
I told you, yeah. If you show me Earth curvature, yeah, it's not flat. Like no shit.
We are waiting for
20K.
globe
That's why I
evidence
asked
so we
Judge.
can shut
I
down
wanted
this server.
But here's the thing, like, yeah, exactly, dude. That's why I come in here, man. I still have hope for you guys, right? That you can actually show, you can actually prove it.
That vein, can I
I just
ask a
wanted to
basic
expose
question?
that there are some good faith flat earthers versus bad faith flat earthers, and Flat Earth
Here's
Judge
the
is
thing,
a
dude, 'cause
bad faith flat earther.
no, dude, listen, because that question that you posed, it can be kind of interpreted in two ways. Okay, the way I did it was completely hypothetical, giving you the benefit of the doubt that what you meant by your question. Okay, some people they interpret it as, I would assume, right? Because I almost did at first, right? Like given like the likelihood of you actually providing any evidence, right? So like, there's no way in hell that you're ever actually going to provide that because it doesn't exist, and they're very confident about that, and I'm very confident about that. But I took it a step further and said, okay, what if I'm wrong about his ability or anybody's ability to actually do it, and maybe I'm wrong that I overlooked something, right? Or maybe something just hasn't been done yet that maybe down the line we discover something and take a look at it. Sure, but you're not going to do it. You've been in here too many times and you demonstrated your incapability of doing so.
Hey, I never claimed I could. I just wanted to see
20
where your
Cubs.
mind was.
20 Cubs. Don't they keep saying 5 more years and we'll be able to go to space on our own and on commercial flights and we'll have hotels on the moon 5 more years?
Yeah, I've heard shit like that. Yeah, keep kicking the can down the road. Yeah.
Can I ask?
That's why I'm playing. That's why I'm playing your game and giving you the rope to hang yourself with. That you're just gonna kick it down the road. It's like, okay,
No,
yeah, sure.
don't go down that.
Can
Don't go
I
down that.
come in and ask a question? Like,
You're
23, I know you're talking
kicking
these
the can
guys.
down the road, dude.
Bro.
You're appealing to the future. That's the problem with your argument.
Well, I'm
and no,
appealing.
I'm
appealing
and
to.
no, and hold on.
I'm
I
not
just want
appealing to
wait. Hold on. I'm not done. And I do want to prefix. Yeah, I use the phraseology. Hang yourself with your own rope and all that shit. I'm not insinuating anything for anyone, fucking weirdos out there. All right, go ahead.
But no, I'm not appealing to anything. I just wanted to see if he was a good faith person or not. Because a good faith person would answer the same way you just answered. If I was presented with direct, overwhelming evidence that the Earth was a globe, I would change my mind. But a person who's attached their entire identity to flat Earth will not change their
Read
mind.
the
We just
chat.
saw that in 4K.
Read the chat. I have made my statement there. Now shut the fuck up.
Hey.
Here's the weird thing, 23. You keep saying good faith, right? Because you know us as good people will always act in good faith, where you will always act in your own personal best interest. And we know that. And so that's why a lot of us aren't willing to play your stupid games.
Dude, the guy with 10,000 followers on Twitter just told you verbatim out of his mouth that he would never change his mind. What does that tell
I got
you?
10,000 followers on Twitter.
No, but he
So what?
literally only talks about flat Earth content. Is the difference?
Wait, who has 10,000 followers on Twitter?
Flat Earth
I do.
Judge.
I do too.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
So clearly he's not believing in the flat Earth theory because of like true reasoning. he's gonna stick by it forever because he's either getting paid to do it or his followers expect him to do it. So
Dude,
therefore, we
shut the
cannot
fuck
trust
up. I
what
made a written
You're such
statement
a
in the
fucking
chat.
scammer.
I'm just
I
showing you.
Yeah,
made
it's a
I
big leap,
made a
dude.
written statement in the chat. Do not
As a matter of fact,
strawman my statement, dumbass.
I'll read it
Read
for
it
you,
out
okay?
loud right now.
The reason I can't change my mind is that as long as water measures flat over distance, you can send me to Mars. It's not going to change the surface property. Now, if you can show me curvature down here, then sure, I'll change my mind.
Dude, you just
From
read Flat
space,
Earth Judge's
if I
comment
grant
and
you,
pretended like it was yours.
from space, if I grant you the Mars trip, Earth's shape cannot even be determined because of Snell's window. So you'd have to know what Snell's window is to understand what's going
Hold
on.
on, are you just like shamelessly saying what Flat Earth Judge said, or is that your opinion as
He's
well?
reading the
I
dude
just
who's
read it
not reading it.
verbatim.
Yeah,
Wow.
dude.
Yeah, well,
He
now
read
he's
it
moving the
verbatim.
goalposts.
Hold on, Torres. Did you just get here, or are you that stupid that you didn't miss the context?
I've been
He's
here for a
reading
minute,
it
dude. I even
before
like
the
said
dumb fuck
something
up
to you
there.
guys.
He
So
doesn't want to read it. Come on, don't be that dumb.
I just find it interesting, man.
yeah, can I
No,
ask
not
you
you.
something, 20K?
What do
We
you
were
want?
talking about the shape of the Earth, and now he's talking about the surface of the Earth. So I'm just
Oh, Oh, all
curious.
you've been talking about is how we're in bad faith, and ever since you've been on this server, like for weeks now, all you've been is a fucking liar and in bad faith. So just shut the fuck up.
Damn.
Yeah. So how about this 23? You asked your question. Are you
Uh-huh.
happy now? You satisfied?
Well,
So
I
that
mean,
your
it's no
entire modus
problem.
operandi has come in here
I
and
just
asked.
thought like you guys wanted a contrarian in the chat, you know?
Look, we're going
Pretty
around in
boring if
circles
it's
here.
an echo chamber.
Can I ask this fucking question?
You didn't answer my question. Are you happy now? You got it out. You got your answers. Now what?
Not really. I'll be honest, not really. Because none of you have agreed with me that Flat Earth Judge is bad faith.
Dude,
He
did you
said he
not
would change
read
his
his
mind if
fucking
you can
text?
measure curvature.
Are you that dumb, dude? Did you not read his text? What the fuck?
Other than you, 20K, other than you.
Hold on. No, don't suck my dick, all right? It's okay. Sheepdog just read to you what Flat Earth Judge just, was telling you. Now, maybe a little, somber and all that. It's quiet.
You
But
completely
why
moved the
you
goalpost.
we be moving the goalpost. What are you talking about? You're
We're talking
attacking
about the
Flat Earth
shape
Judge
of
for
the
what he
Earth. We're
said.
not talking about
Let me finish.
anything else.
You're attacking Judge for what you heard him say. I heard what he said. It was a little somber, but then he clarified in the text. Sheepdog did you a favor and read it for you because you're that fucking lazy, and you're still attacking him as if you didn't even listen to what Sheepdog read.
I literally listened to it in good faith, brother. I read what he said, and it
What did
doesn't
he
sound like
say?
he's addressing the Earth's shape. He's now trying to tell me about experiments done on Earth.
Dude,
So
Wait,
now he's
here,
basically saying he still won't change his mind.
I got
So
a question.
he never changed
I
his
got a
position.
question, okay?
No, he didn't.
What's the one requirement of what's the one requirement of the surface of anything to make it a sphere? What is necessary for that to be on that surface for a sphere to be a thing?
Curvature.
Right. So if I take away the curvature and I tell you it's flat, now what shape is it?
I mean, dude, that's just not what it is, though. I can't even.
See,
I
I
can't
took away
even.
your shape, and I won't give you another shape. I don't need to
Yeah,
give you another shape. It's not necessary. The surface measures flat.
But he just. Yeah, whatever.
I don't get it, dude. Like you're just saying Judge is bad faith. It's like he clarified his position for you, man.
Well, I'm outing Judge as bad faith so that hopefully another flat earther can see that they're also being bad faith. Because if you're willing
I
to
love
say
it.
never,
A Satanist
No,
is
but dude,
talking
I'm
about
asking.
bad faith. I love it.
I
there
just
you
want to
go.
get to the bottom of it. What
He
makes you
just
think
admitted he's
what
bad faith, bro.
23, you know
asking
they
you?
really don't care. You know that, right?
Exactly.
Shut
So
the
you guys
fuck
aren't
up.
truth seekers.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Well, no,
What are
dude,
you
you're just
talking about? I
delivering
don't
it
get
in like
this.
an annoying way.
All right,
Like, yeah.
all right, Taurus. Like, eat shit, dude. All right, we're gonna finish this. 23. How the fuck do you not see what Judge said in the chat as being more or less identical to what I said, to which you were saying was good faith?
Because I'm giving him a perfect experiment, a perfect directional observation
You're not answering my
experiment.
question. You're not answering my question. You're critiquing what he said, okay, which he clarified in the chat, which happens to correlate more or less one-to-one with what I said, but you said what I said was good faith, but his isn't, even though they match almost one-to-one. That doesn't
No,
make sense, dude.
dude, he's saying display curvature from Earth. I will not accept
What
any
do you
curvature
think
from
I
outer
said?
space.
What do you think
You're
I
saying,
said?
you're saying the same thing.
Well, there you go. So why is he bad faith and I'm not?
I mean, do you really want me to call you that and get muted?
Dude, no, I'm just asking you to clarify. You said what I said was not bad faith, but you're saying his is. You're contradicting yourself because
No,
we're
I
saying the
said,
same thing.
okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So let me clarify. You're less bad faith than he is
And
because
now you're
you're willing.
changing your answer.
Why?
Yeah,
Because
I
he
mean,
yelled at you? Hey,
no,
23. Hey,
because he
so
never
on this
used the
rocket
word
ride to
measure.
Mars, are there windows that I can look out of the entire way to Mars? Because on the rocket ships that go to outer space, they don't have windows to look out of. Everything's done remotely from Earth.
That's fine, dude.
I need to be able to see out windows, man. Right?
I mean, I think we just launched the rocket Artemis 2 to the moon, and I think they had windows on there.
That was a cool TV show, dude.
Really? You don't think people actually went in that rocket?
They were probably somewhere.
Oh, they just wasted a bunch of. Okay, makes sense.
Wasted? You mean pocketed it?
Pocketed it. No, they actually had to fake this entire thing, so they wasted a bunch of resources to fake it. No, they wasted things, right?
What resources? Maybe they
Um,
never purchased them.
you would have to use like extreme photography, CGI, artificial intelligence, TV screen
Oh, you mean
time.
all the shit that we have today?
Yeah,
Yeah,
someone made the money though.
that's a waste.
Well, someone made it.
So how did they
Right?
profit from faking space? Can you guys elaborate?
Those who made it, who made the money, profited.
Who?
Whoever made the money. Someone spent the money, and that money went to someone else.
20K, come on, dude. Are you serious?
I'm just saying, dude. Hey, like for all you know, those who are providing the services, like whatever was involved in that shit, is the same people spending the money or donating or funding the money in the first place.
All right, so now I have a question for you. How
I don't
much do
know.
you think it would cost to fake it?
I couldn't put a number there. You're asking the wrong
Would you
person.
say above or
$70
below
million
10
a
million?
day.
Above or below 10 million?
$70 million a day. That's what it would cost to fake it.
All right, well, how much did they profit? We have to do some math here, guys. If they're spending 70 million to fake space, they have to profit more than they spent. So that would be like
Let's put
$100 million.
it this way: 23. Let's put it this way: if you get $70 million in one pocket, and you quote unquote spend the money, and you put that $70 million a day in the other pocket, are you really spending it?
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it does make complete sense, right?
No, this is money thrown in the air, like from the rocket launching and everything, because people actually saw the rocket launch. So they had to fake an entire rocket build, which would cost at least like 60, $50 million.
Yeah, but see, what you don't understand is when you spend money, right?
Mhm.
If that money goes into other people's pockets, but then somehow you make that money back by virtue of whatever you spent that initial money on, right? You're making it back multiple fold. I don't know, by the sale of whatever fucking shit that came out of the event.
But I asked you to identify the profit source. How did they make money from
I
spending
couldn't,
70 million?
dude. I couldn't.
And that's fair.
I couldn't tell
That's
you.
respectable.
I'm not saying I can't. But here's the problem. This entire conversation is very nebulous anyway. We're not really going
It's
to get
fun
to the
though.
bottom of anything anyway.
It's a thought experiment.
Well, exactly, and it goes nowhere. It goes
Exactly.
nowhere because I don't have any evidence.
Because
But
the
neither do
thought
you.
experiment is so brutal and like really clashes with cognitive bias that
No,
you're
there's no
forced to
bias
believe
here,
it
dude.
nowhere. Of course
No.
there
Here's
is.
the thing, right?
Dude
No. The
spent
problem is
70 million faking space and profited what? You can't identify how much they profited. You can't identify where the profit would come from. And if you were to say
No, but
that
here's the problem. You
they
can't.
got
But
people to watch it,
here's the larger issue. The way you're kind of painting it is as if you know that they're at a net loss the entire thing, but you don't have that either. So this is the problem,
dude, I
right?
just identified it. I identified it.
No,
You know
by
what I want to
spending
do?
$70 million a day, dude.
I want to audit
You
NASA.
didn't hear me.
You're an
I said
estimate.
net. I said net loss. Net loss, as in you spend money, but you make money, and what you made is negative. When you subtract what you spent is negative. You don't know that they're in a positive or negative position, and neither do we. So again, this entire thing is speculative and goes nowhere. I don't have
NASA
the
doesn't make
information,
any
and
money.
neither do you.
NASA only
So why are we
spends money.
talking about it?
We both can't identify the net gain. That should tell us something. No one is gaining
No, we
profit
can't.
from
We
this.
can't say shit about it, and that's why we shouldn't talk about it. And that's why we're saying. That's why I'm saying you're basically wasting time here by asking that question.
There are a group of guys out there that do want to audit NASA, and they're trying to get enough signatures and funding to go after NASA and make them produce all the receipts for the last decade.
Interesting.
I think that's a fantastic idea, don't you?
Fantastic, yeah. So until such time, all this stuff about what they're spending it on, did they fake the moon landing because it was more expensive or less expensive? All this shit, like, dude, just produce curvature, dude. Curvature measurements, I should say. Like, come on, man. Everything to avoid direct measurement. It's kind of getting annoying, dude. I've only been here for maybe 2-3 years. Some guys have stuck it out for like a decade. Like, you guys have fucking the balls of steel, dude.
Are
I'm
you
already
on
getting sick.
alcohol right now, 20K?
Am I what?
Are you drinking right now?
I don't drink, dude.
Oh.
I'm fucking tired, though. I'm speaking on speakerphone on a shitty phone.
You're being cooler than normal right now. I like this, 20K.
I'm tired. So I'm a little chill.
I like this.
Okay? But some days, dude, you guys bring shit in here. It's like, what the fuck? Oh, fire me up. But this is easy, man. We've seen this already.
Did you know NASA doesn't generate any money? It only it makes a net loss every year. Like all they do is spend money.
Probably why me or 20K couldn't identify the net profit, because it doesn't exist. So the money argument's out the window.
So the government entity NASA spends $70 million a day. What that money goes to, contractors, that's a different story, right?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know what a contractor is? You know 2023. Do you know what a contractor is?
I'd like to think I do, yeah.
Well, give me your definition of a contractor.
Someone who fulfills job duties.
To an extent, they're given a specific task, and then they're cut a contract, and as long as they perform that specific task, they get paid the amount that the contract states that they're obligated to.
Interesting. So you're saying
Right?
individuals profit. These contractors are profiting.
Yes.
And there's companies
Because
that run those types
NASA,
of contracts.
in order for NASA to get a budget, it has to spend money. And if it doesn't spend the money this year that it spent last year, then next year the budget will be less because obviously they don't need as much money. And so it's in their best interest to spend as much money as they can every single year. So that way they can get the maximum budget that the government will afford them.
So that would mean NASA isn't a agency for profit for their organization. They're an agency for profit for contractors.
It's a government agency. It's just there for spending money.
Makes no sense. But
Just like the military. The military doesn't generate money. It's a government agency that spends money.
No, dude. No.
I know you don't know. All right. If you want to join the military and find out for yourself, go right on ahead. I've done it. You sound like you've never done anything in your life. Maybe you graduated from college, and if you have, I'll commend you for that.
Thanks.
But I don't think you have any real world experience. You still live at home or no?
Of course not. 25 years old.
At least you moved out.
And I have a degree. But this isn't about
some
me.
people.
No, this isn't
live
about
at home
that.
at 30, dude.
I only made the suggestion because you're speaking from a very immature point of view. You don't sound like you have much experience.
I just wanted to see where the profit was coming from so that we could change.
Well, you don't understand how business works.
From this theory that NASA is doing this to make money.
Well, if you understand how business works and how contracts are sent out, then this conversation could go a little bit further. But you don't understand how business works. You don't understand that.
So you're telling me, okay?
They create tasks, and then they assign contracts to those tasks, and then people will have their own companies that receive the money for those tasks, and then they will pay their employees to do the task that they were asked to do.
So let me ask you a question, just one simple question. When a business owner creates a business, are they trying to maximize profit for contractors or for themselves in the business?
Usually it has to do with how they pay taxes. That's usually why people create businesses.
No. People create businesses because they want to become rich themselves and they want to have a successful business. They don't want their employees. They pay their employees minimum wage. What are you talking about? The biggest companies on the planet.
That's how I know you don't know anything, man.
No, like this is logical common sense. Like what? Come on, 20K, help me here.
No, if someday,
you can't.
Someday, if you ever get paid a 1099, you'll understand, dude.
Yeah,
dude.
Or
Phillies is a $1 billion corporation, and they pay people $18 to work there. The owner is raking in all of the money. So when you say that NASA is doing this to make their contractors rich, I have a difficult time understanding that. I own a business. I pay my employees bare minimum. I'm trying.
Yeah, I think he's a liar too.
You have a flower shop.
Well, if that's the case, you're no better off than those rich CEOs who are paying the minimum wage. Like, and you're chastising them. Like shit. Fuck, dude.
Hey guys, I don't want to derail and be rude. So,
you're full of shit. Yeah, we were off the rails like 10 minutes ago.
Ooh, 20K ups. You sound more gayer today. What's going on? You and last sound gay.
Yo, what the fuck? I'm telling you guys, my mic is shit.
Oh no, they don't control your voice.
Hey, lads, tell it. Don't make me get my actual real microphone out.
You can get your real microphone out. You still gonna sound gay. It's the pitch of your tone. It's like your tone of voice. If you sound like a punk, I'm gonna call you a punk.
Yeah, Magic Mike.
You just call everybody gay.
I don't call Flat Earth Judge gay. I don't call Timbo gay. I don't call Matrix gay. Y'all sound gay. I don't call Boogie Woods gay. Sounds like a straight white Southern man.
All right,
something
so
like
if I said you sound big, then what?
Who, me?
Shit.
I know I'm not big. I don't care.
I said, you sound big.
I don't care.
Okay, when did Boogie start sounding white though? What?
Boogie did sound white. He's just Southern. He sounds real white.
No.
Nah, he sounds white to a black girl, but he sounds black to a white guy.
No,
Correct.
Boogie.
Anybody
can tell that Boogie Woods sounds white. What the hell are y'all talking about?
Yeah, Boogie. Boogie sounds black. What are you talking about?
Boogie sounds white. Boogie's
Yo,
not
guys, I
white.
hate to interrupt, yeah, but I've been here for a minute. I just put a question to the room, to the flat earthers specifically, not the globetrotters.
It's not funny. I don't sound fat, but okay.
Oh
What was your
shit!
question to the room?
So like, let's assume the Earth is flat, right? And we see it to be flat. If it were round, what would be different for you and me? What would we notice that would be noticeably different?
There would be curvature over the surface of water.
Yeah, but
I was
like,
just
what does that mean? Like, what would you actually see? Like, give me a situation where you'd see
Well,
that.
like when you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the ocean, the horizon would be 3 miles away, and then as the boat continues to go further and further away, from 3 miles, it would start to sink below the curvature of the Earth as it's going around the Earth.
And that's what would be different. Like,
Yeah,
Things would be more consistent. Sunsets would be more consistent. Your view distance would be consistent. There would be a physical limitation about 3 miles away. It would be, it would, it would be all the time.
all the time, you say.
and y'all say that sound like a black man. Like, come on now.
Well, I'm not at home on my good mic.
You
Relax.
still sound white. It's okay.
God
Everybody
damn.
in here is white. It's not hard to tell. Except 23.
You like the sound of your own voice, don't you?
Pardon me?
You're not white, boy. You heard me.
You guys allow this in here?
What? What am I doing wrong? I said you're not white. I'm making a true statement.
Based on my voice?
Yes, based on your voice, and I would be correct.
This is why you're 16 years old.
Okay, I was born in 2009. Whoa, that's 2016. Yeah, 'cause my mommy and my daddy.
No, because you're
I did.
actually stupid. People have
Yo,
told me
No,
I
gas
sound
station.
Latino, Mexican, white,
you
black,
sound black.
and you think you're right because, duh, trust me, bro. You're a retard.
Yeah,
Hey,
we
Okay,
got
no,
so what
no
Plato and
provolone
retard?
pro
Socrates in
hate.
the chat tonight, bro. We genuinely got Plato and
Oh,
Socrates here battling it out.
oh shit.
Real battle of the wits. Yeah.
Lucky Chan was so fine. Oh my god.
No, Toast. It's Hippotosthenes.
Hippotosthenes. No,
Yeah,
did
man.
y'all
Wish
see
you
my
were
other? Did y'all
Hippocrates.
see my other experiment though? What is that? It's right here. Period. I just posted in chat. It's loading.
An apple with
Philly
two
officer
straws
was
on it.
the best.
Hey, Taurus, did you want to ask something? Because I'm not keen on this conversation with these people.
Oh, I just did actually. Like, I asked. I said, like, what would be the difference if the Earth was around? Like, what would be noticeably different to you and me?
But there's nothing different. The Earth has a
Well, it wouldn't.
curvature.
It
You can
wouldn't.
identify it via direct
It wouldn't.
observation, and you already know the
Wasn't it?
experiment that I'm going to
Sorry,
bring up.
wasn't it directed at the flat earthers?
That was directed at the flat earthers. Yeah, I know what you're gonna say, bro.
So it wouldn't look flat.
So what is that? Yeah, I just meant like, for you and me, like, what would we experience? Like,
They said curvature.
Yeah,
They
in
don't.
every
They
direction.
don't believe in curvature, although they
Yeah,
observe
you
it.
would experience
That's it.
curvature in every direction, right?
This has been a thing in flat Earth for years. They don't
so
believe in
hold on, give me an example of like experiencing curvature, like what that would look like.
like eclipses.
No, hold
Literally,
on, dude.
So
I'm
if
talking to
you
Timbo. I'm
if
asking
you
Timbo.
took a laser test and shot it over a surface of water, then that laser would lift in the air, depending on what distance you are away from your starting point.
No freaking way.
That
So hold on. If
that
I
doesn't happen.
follow what you're trying to say, I might be wrong here, but say someone has a laser, then like 10 miles away to them, the laser would be like way up in the air.
Yeah, 66 feet. Yeah.
66 feet. Okay.
Like I mentioned, we would see very consistent range where things would disappear.
That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
I guess so. because it's just, not what we experience now.
You
We
could
just
also measure diverging plumb lines too. Because vertical is different for everyone on a ball. You would experience
Isn't it the same as laser
gyroscopes. You would experience gyroscopes moving from a horizontal orientation. As you fly around the Earth, you would experience that too. That's not experienced. If the Earth was curving and like we have inferior mirages, then you would see the horizon closer than what it's supposed to be as well. Right? Now we have inferior mirages, but we never see the horizon closer to where it's supposed to be.
You do see
That
the
would be an
sun.
interesting one too. The sun's got nothing to do with the surface.
Yeah, but the sun becoming larger is kind of like it becoming closer,
Why? What distance is it?
Well, that's what things do when they get closer, right? They get larger.
At 93 million miles away, how much of a difference would you expect to see in like a couple thousand miles from the rotation of the Earth?
Well, it's not getting physically closer. It's it's like a trick of the light.
No, I know, but you wouldn't expect it to shrink at all. It should stay the same size. But the fact of the matter is, we actually do measure it to shrink in size as it moves across the sky.
Well, I mean, if
It
you have
grows in
like
size, and then once it goes in zenith, it from zenith to sunset, it shrinks in size.
well, yeah, but that's no. At the sunset, the sun enlarges.
It appears to enlarge because of atmospheric conditions, but if you use a solar filter, you'll actually see that it shrinks as it moves from zenith to sunset.
A solar filter. So what do you mean, like sunglasses?
Well, you got to remove the glare. Like if you're using a welder helmet or like what they use during solar eclipses. But here's another thing too. Specular reflections. That's something like that happens on a perfectly flat mirror. If it was a convex mirror, we would actually expect it to look distorted, kind of like a funhouse mirror when we're looking out like over salt flats and stuff like that. When it rains and you only get like 2 inches of water, it looks like a perfect mirror because of the salt and the water.
What would you expect it to look like, traveller? Traveller? Can you get that right?
If it was round.
Tourist. Yeah, if it was a globe.
Personally, I mean, probably look something similar to what we got right now.
Flat. If the Earth was a globe, it would look flat.
Yeah, from like a human perspective, maybe. You're like a little ant.
Would it measure? Would it measure flat with a laser?
Well, that's the thing. Is I don't want to get into the refraction argument. It's just like every day on this chat. So, like we can agree to disagree. But
can you demonstrate lasers refracting down?
It's less so about
atmosphere.
Like that all light is refracting. It's not just like the laser.
But I know you can say that, but you don't have a demonstration of it.
Mic check. 1, 2.
Well, I mean, the demonstration is actually kind of proven in a lot of the kind of flat Earth videos, I think.
Where?
When they measure the laser to not, in fact, jump like 60 feet in the air.
So wait, can you say that again?
Yeah, I think on a globe, you wouldn't see it jump 60 feet in the air personally. It's
Why not?
just moving.
Why not?
You
Because of
explain why?
refraction, in my opinion.
So because the laser doesn't let me get this straight. So because the laser measures the same height at any distance, then therefore the laser is curving around the curvature of the Earth exactly the same arc.
Okay.
Well, no, you've got to understand, like, this is within the context of you asking, what do you think it would look like in the hypothetical of the Earth definitely being round, right?
No,
And
but
I'm saying, I think the
you were
laser
talking
would.
about. You said did I get it correct? You said because I measure the laser at the same height on the other side of the lake, then that proves the Earth's a sphere.
No, I never said it proved it. Like, I'm not trying to argue, bro. I'm trying to just kind of.
It
No,
proves
that's all right, man.
refraction.
I'm not arguing with you, man.
It proves
I'm trying to
Yeah,
get
refraction.
what I'm trying to say,
trying to
I
understand what
know,
you.
I know I've been a little confused here, right? What I'm trying to say is,
You're saying
in the
that it proves
scenario of the
refraction.
Earth definitely being round, I think you would see the laser just stay at the same level because of refraction. I don't think it
Okay,
would.
can you demonstrate the laser doing that?
Well, it does in all these flat Earth videos. It's like, well, look, the thing doesn't jump 60 feet.
So you're saying because it measures the same height at the other side of the lake, then that's what I would experience on a globe.
That's what I think you'd experience on a globe. Yeah.
Okay, so you would be saying that a laser bends with the curvature of the Earth in all weather conditions.
Yeah. Well, my kind of addition to that would be, I think all the light does. So like the fact that you can see anything is just light.
Okay, so
all light.
so the Earth always looks flat then, right?
Well, yeah, because it's always bending around the
Okay,
horizon.
so how do you know it's curving then? If the laser measures the same height on the other side of the lake, then how do you know that laser's curving?
Because we know what light refraction is, right?
Well, we know what light refraction is, but how do you know it's curving at that rate? How do you know that? Actually, how do you know the laser is refracting at all?
Because it's light. All
Okay,
light
so
refracts.
can you demonstrate that?
Well, I mean, yeah, you can shoot a laser into a bowl of water and see it refract, right? Like.
Yeah, so
Is that
it
what
would
we're
have
looking
to be
for?
a laser. It would have to be a laser bending in atmospheric conditions.
What I'm
And
saying,
the laser doesn't bend when you shoot it through water. It changes direction.
yeah, what I'm saying though is that, like, when you see the tree line or the mountains, like, that's also distorted around it's all light, it's all
Okay, yeah,
refracting.
great. A laser curving around a sphere.
That's what I think's going
Demonstrate
on.
a laser curving down in atmospheric conditions, and then I'll just shut up.
Well, that's what I say. Like, from any perspective, it's just going to appear to be flat. You see, because everything else is
So
also.
so what you're saying is you've got no evidence of it, right? You're just saying because the Earth is a globe, the laser is bending perfectly with the spherical shape of the Earth.
I'm
Light refracts
it's not just the
in
laser
any
though.
right?
Hold on. What I'm trying to say though, actually, like, to hear this out, is that it's not just the laser. It's everything. So because everything is curving the exact same
Well,
rate,
we're talking about a laser.
you don't see the laser like sticking out, and it's not like the laser is only beholden to Snell's law, and then every other thing is not.
Yeah, yeah, but
all
how do you
light.
know that that refraction is
Okay, so
happening?
can you show me light bending around a curve?
Well, yeah, you can see that with, like, if you get like a circular piece of glass and just put it up to the sun, you can see that as it reaches the curve, the light bends, the light, like, abstracts and becomes like.
That's different. That's Snell's law. That's
what I'm talking about.
That's
Snell's
not
law.
atmospheric refraction.
Yeah,
But that's not the
refraction
atmosphere,
isn't
though.
Snell's law.
This dumb dude. Tourist, it's been said multiple times to you, okay? In the same medium, right? You're shining a laser through the air. It's a single medium. There's variances in the pressure, the temperature, and the humidity. Yeah, we get all that. Okay. We're asking you to demonstrate that under these natural conditions that we witness out in the everyday world, right? Those conditions bending the light sufficient enough for it to bend around the ball that you say it's doing, right? Can those conditions be replicated or something in a lab to actually demonstrate that they yield the same type of phenomena that you say they do out in the real world?
Just because the science magazines say refraction happens on Earth and that's why we see too far, that doesn't demonstrate that we see too far. How do you know that it's actually refracting? What conditions must be present in order for the refraction to occur?
Well, I mean, once you take the Earth's size, you can just kind of, through maths, kind of deduce. So if I were like 10 miles away from this point, it should
dude.
actually be invisible
That's
from
not
afar.
deduction. That's not deduction.
Yeah, dude, you're guessing. Okay, because here's one thing that comes somewhat you're talking about. Okay, and still like a mile away, further away than what you actually need to provide. Okay, there's a model out there that I've seen. Okay, that sort of illustrates the theoretical notion that what we witness with the black swan. You're familiar with that argument? These images of these oil rigs at a distance, to be able to actually see them in the way that we do. Okay, there's like a model that was produced by somebody that suggested the necessity of, I think it was a temperature gradient between like 10 and 15 feet in altitude. They would require like a 15 to 20 degrees Celsius shift over that short distance. Like that doesn't happen in reality, dude. We don't witness those types of dramatic temperature changes over such short distances. Okay, but that's just a theoretical model. Okay, fine.
Okay.
If you want to posit that that's actually happening in reality, go show it to us. Now, if that's not all that's necessary, and there are other conditions, please provide them and provide some experimental evidence demonstrating them to perform in the same way. That's what we're asking for, dude. You understand or not?
No, I understand, bro. Yeah, crystal.
Okay. Like there's another great one. Okay, but it's a little crazy also. You ever seen that it's a gif of some dude with a fucking like iron, like a hot iron. He takes a laser, like a little pen laser that you get at the dollar store or something. Right? Takes the hot iron, approaches the path of the beam, right? With the hot iron, I don't know, 300, 400 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that. And as it approaches it, the laser pointer, you see it deviate. But again, that's like what? A fucking 200, 300, 400 degree change in temperature over what? An inch?
I mean, dude, you see that all the time, like even with a radiator. Like if you just look above a radiator, you can see the air above it seems to be like shifting and moving, right?
Is that what we're looking at when we look out over the water?
Yeah, sorry, that's just distortion.
Sometimes,
yeah, and even then,
yeah,
dude,
light
those are single, and even then though, dude, those are single instances, right? For you to say that beam is going to continuously maintain the path that is that is basically radial to the surface. I forget the terminology, but you know what I mean. Like, what conditions would allow it to maintain that perfectly kind of smooth path?
Well, hold
And
on.
who's
Like,
to say that they even exist? This is the problem.
From your perspective, you're seeing the light bend, right? But it's still, you're only seeing that because there's a heat differential in between you and the light.
I'm not saying I see the light bend.
No,
I'm
hold
just
on. I'm
saying
using
I
the
see
royal.
it bending.
Using the royal you. I don't mean like you specifically, right? But like in that experiment, or like in that situation, like with a radiator, like the light isn't actually physically bending, like the wall isn't shifting, right? Like there's just a temperature differential in between your line of sight, like your eye and the light. So you're seeing
An
it to be
object
wobbling
behind it.
around, but obviously the same way
Yeah,
the
yeah,
laser
yeah,
is
yeah.
actually darting around, like, you know,
No,
the
it's not
wall
the same
behind
thing though.
where
Yeah,
he
now
is
relate.
No,
shifting and
it's
moving.
not the same
Yeah, now
thing.
relate that.
It's not the same thing.
Now relate that
It's
to.
just
Now relate that to
sorry,
the
Tom.
Earth, right? So now you have to relate it to the Earth. So that
Yeah, this is the
put that instance of that heat differential into the atmosphere and do that, and then show us that.
yeah. There's a
Sorry, man.
qualitative difference, tourist. The quality is different. Similar phenomena insofar as okay, light seems to be behaving differently or taking different paths under certain conditions, right? Some chaotic conditions. Okay, fine, but you're equating those chaotic conditions as basically in aggregate summing up to basically allow a single path of light to curve around a ball. It's not the same thing. It's deviating, sure, but how, under what conditions make it so that the beam continuously curves downwards over and around a ball? We gotta get
Well,
specific.
yeah. Hold on, I'm trying to answer this, bro. So like, even in this video here that's been linked by Sheepdog in the side chat, what I'm saying is that it's not just the laser. Like this blue background is moving and curving the exact same way the laser is, right? Do you understand that? Like all the light you're seeing
What?
here is curving. Like it's not specific to the laser. Like all light
How do
You
is
you
mean
know
curving?
that?
subject.
You're
Well, I just
begging the
mean all the
question
light
that
is
curving in the
refracting,
first
right? Like all the
instance.
light behaves the same way.
Yeah, dude, you're begging the
How do you know
question
that?
in the first instance. You're asserting that the ground is curving automatically, and I see stuff at a distance. Therefore, that means that the light has to be bending around the ball.
Well, this is within the hypothetical that it is round, right? So this is like, if it was
I'm not
round, this
talking.
is.
No,
I
it's a
know.
fake
Yeah,
story.
exactly. So you're jumping into exactly, dude. You just said it yourself. You're jumping into hypothetical.
Well, no,
And
this is the start of the
I'm pointing
conversation.
out to you that you're begging the question by doing this. But then somehow tying this hypothetical into actually being your argument as it applies to the real world, and therefore no longer hypothetical.
No, it's not my argument. It's just
You
Timbo
wanna
saying
know what's
something
crazy,
you think
tourist?
if it was.
Tourist, you wanna know what's crazy? The refraction argument wasn't even a thing until somebody said, "Oh my God, I can see Chicago from across Lake Michigan," and then they're like, "Oh, that's a mirage. What you're seeing is refraction." That's when the argument came up. It wasn't an argument before. Before that, it was, "Oh, the horizon's 3 miles away."
I mean, maybe, dude.
Like they're making it up as they go.
An argument like, what about Snell? Like, what was he not kind of arguing for refractions
Yeah.
against?
So the argument in the start was that the horizon that we see is the physical curve of the Earth, right? And we questioned it and said, why is it in a different position on different days? Right? They had to agree that there was something happening in the atmosphere.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Right?
yeah,
So,
like what we said earlier, how
yeah.
the sun actually getting larger, like.
Well, that's just atmospheric magnification. That's not the sun getting larger.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like,
that's not the light curving around a curve.
Yeah, we can demonstrate that on a flat surface also.
hold on, with a flat piece of glass, you can make the sun enlarge.
You don't need glass.
I think you
Are
need.
you saying you can't? Are you saying you can't have atmospheric magnification on a flat surface?
No, I'm saying like the sun. The reason we see the sun get larger as it nears the horizon is like the same reason we see anything.
Yeah,
of
because
light,
it's going through more humidity, right?
What from your subjective view?
Yeah, because it's not always that way.
So what if you were in like Antarctica or the North Pole? Would there be
Depends
much humidity?
if the air's humid, if the air's dry. Depends what time of year it is.
Let's say it's not. Let's say it's like
always going to see a different sunset.
So in some cases it would get smaller.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Well, yeah, because you can actually see sundogs in the North Pole. If you know what sundogs are.
Yeah, you can see them. You can see them in a lot of places, actually.
What about the video or the GIF that I just posted where the girl's
But
painting
this,
at the Burj Khalifa?
but what you're claiming, right? What you're claiming is not exclusive to a ball. You're just imagining that these things only happen on a ball because you think you live on a sphere. Like, if you really think about it, what you're claiming has nothing to do with a sphere at all.
Yeah, maybe, dude.
It's just something that you relate to a sphere because you think you live there. Think about it, dude.
No, I thunked about it, dude. You know, there's some serious thunking, but
So did you see
enough.
the GIF? You see the GIF that I posted? The sun getting smaller as it moves away.
I see the GIF,
and,
yeah.
and then it fades. It fades above the horizon.
Yeah, well, I mean, if this is
What
like,
about this one?
yeah,
Here,
no,
hold
I
on.
mean, no, okay, I guess we'll move past this.
Here. Let me point this one to you.
Yeah, I was right. Say something, but
There you go.
Well, I just want to see.
ahead.
I just want to see what you think about some of these things. Look at this lunar eclipse. This lunar eclipse that happened at sunset.
I just want to ask real quick before the topic changes. Do you agree that the different temperature, different weather will affect the way that light refracts in the atmosphere, in the air?
well, yeah, I mean, if you believe in what Snell says, then you kind of have to believe that.
Yet you think, regardless of conditions, that it's always going to look the same, flat.
That's
No,
what he
what
said
I was saying,
before.
that is physically it is the same, right? It's just you subjectively will see it as different depending on like the changes.
You
As
don't
I
see
said,
it bending.
You
So it
You
assuming
don't
does
it's
see
change.
it's
anything.
curving. You think
It
the
does
Earth is a
change if the
ball,
weather changes.
so you think it's curving.
what's curving?
You think because the Earth is a ball that the light must also be curving around.
Well, yeah, I was just saying within the hypothetical of the Earth being round, and I would expect to see the laser
Why?
appear flat from wherever you're standing
Why?
because of refraction, dude. Like said this.
Right, but like
Yeah, that's what he
you're
was saying,
bending.
Sheepdog. He said in
I know.
any weather condition, the light will curve in exactly the same rate around the Earth.
Whether it's hot or
That's what he
cold,
said before.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Doesn't make any
it's so
sense,
odd.
dude.
Like you're saying that it's microscopically breaking because that's what fracture is. It's breaking over the back. It's microscopically breaking in such a way that it's creating a perfect curvature parallel to the surface of water.
Well, no, it's just like whatever the change is, it's just also affecting every other piece of light that isn't the laser, right? So, like, even if the laser is different, so is everything else. Everything is
So,
synced up to, it's
so
all
do you
same
think
temperature, it's all the same
different
light,
wavelengths refract
fucking
at,
eye.
do you think different wavelengths refract under different conditions?
Different wavelengths. Well, yeah, obviously, bro.
Yeah, so green laser and a blue
But
laser
not the
would
same
refract
then.
differently.
So light's not
Yeah, how else
refracting at
you
the
wouldn't be
same
able to
rate.
see color if that weren't the case.
Yeah, exactly. So how is it all light refracting at the same rate around the curvature of the Earth then?
It's not that it refracts
Yeah,
at the same
Toast,
rate.
we don't
It's
need this
it
dramatic
looks the same.
aberration.
It looks from your
Well,
perspective.
dude,
What do you mean from
but
your
dude, it couldn't.
perspective? You wouldn't be able to see colors. You just said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, we would experience chromatic aberration every time we look far enough over the horizon. Because all the various colors of the stuff that we see over the horizon would refract differently. White light would basically bend, how you put it, it would bend the light
Look like a Pink
of
Floyd
all
album.
of the entire spectrum at different rates. Right? We'd see fucking rainbows everywhere, dude. Remember? You're familiar with that shit, right? The prism, the white light, and the little rainbow comes out on the other side.
Hey,
Yeah, you don't.
Right? That's
You can just
refraction.
see it if you see like gasoline on the floor.
Earth, fucking
oh
idiot!
my goodness, RP.
My brother, I do
Here's
not
the goofball.
appreciate your opinion.
Yeah, shut the fuck.
Hey, tourist. Real quick before I move on to my
They're
next gift,
still fighting me.
do you see the sunset? Like, why is the bottom of the sun continue to appear after it goes down. It looks like it's being squished instead
Yeah,
of
yeah,
disappearing
yeah.
bottom up.
Is this in the Burj Khalifa GIF you posted?
No, the one below it.
Yeah. Oh, this one. So this is a sunset that they're like reversing. It's not a sunrise.
It's
Does
well,
it?
they're just moving it back and forth.
I mean, dude,
Sunset.
you can see this thing like start off wider and then like kind of very quickly kind of like
It
stretch.
squishes. It doesn't disappear bottom up.
Well, no, all I was saying though was that it gets bigger than is the horizon, right? Like,
Well,
obviously, it
that's
doesn't
because of
physically get
atmospheric
bigger. It doesn't physically
lensing.
get bigger.
Like here's another demonstration of atmospheric lensing. Check out this GIF that I just posted. Tell me what you think about that. Look at the windmills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the ones
What do you think?
behind are bigger.
I had a Glover present that to me as evidence for globe Earth.
Yeah,
I mean,
because they look lower, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. They look like they're
Yeah.
sunk on.
The
Why are
ones
you explaining them
behind are
sunk
like
on?
4 miles further than the other ones,
You know,
but they're larger, right?
huge. Where's this other video at?
Huge.
Huge. Oh, here. So I don't like using this one as evidence, but sometimes it helps people consider things going on. So atmospheric lensing, right, would be no different, in my opinion, than a fabricated lens. Now, some people disagree and say that an artificial lens is not atmospheric lensing. Fine, I'm
Like a
okay with that.
Fresnel
But
lens or something like that.
the Fresnel lens, yeah. So what you're going to see in this GIF is this person has a sun on a flat table, and as he pulls it away, it appears to sink down to the horizon, and it does not change in angular size, or if it does, not by much, as it moves further away. And if there was refraction going on, which we can actually demonstrate on a flat surface, if there's a deflection upward, anything that moves beyond that deflection upward would appear to sink downward in your vision,
the thing
and then
is,
eventually would disappear bottom up
this
beyond
GIF
the point of refraction.
this GIF here at the bottom isn't what you see in the reverse and this like kind of outline of the sun, because we see this thing warp and stretch as it hits the horizon, right? Whereas like in this GIF
That's what
down
happens
below,
in sunsets too.
extremely linear. It just it doesn't warp or stretch. It just simply reduces in like what seemingly from like the left side it reduces down horizontally, right? But we know it's actually retreating backwards. But you
Well,
don't see.
you wouldn't know if I didn't show it to you.
I mean, you would just because of the shadow of his arm, but I understand what you're saying.
You know, Sheepdog, you know what would be really interesting? If there was somebody out there who would be willing to do what this guy is doing in this last GIF, but instead of a little black and white sun, put a light bulb.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say, like, you can see in this Burj Khalifa video, even in like the way that the low res video has compressed the colors, you can see that this kind of circular arc appears around the sun that then kind of swallows the light around it.
Hang on, Torres, do you have me on mute, dude?
No, you just interrupted me, so I didn't stop talking.
Yeah, I wasn't done. Fuck. I was trying to add something here. You put a light bulb on there, okay, and see what happens from the standpoint of the iPhone. Because consider this, right? You're gonna argue that because you don't see the sun stretching out or warping or whatever, right? Therefore, what's happening here is not necessarily analogous to what's going on. Well, there's a missing piece, dude. The brightness of the thing in question. If you put a light bulb there, I'm sure you would see some wacky phenomena that could be argued to say, hey, you know, it's kind of looking a little bit more similar to what we actually witnessed. Right? So don't discount this though, right, dude? This is actually really interesting.
If you look really closely too with the Fresnel lens,
Forget
as you move
discounting
the
it
sun
outright.
away.
Like,
Hold
if you
on,
go deeper into this,
dude.
what is this? Okay.
If you're moving the sun away, if you look in the Fresnel lens as they're moving it away,
you see it warping a little bit. It does do a warping. So
Hmm.
just pay attention
I
to it.
don't know. I'm looking at the phone. I've got it zoomed in. I really don't know. I feel like it's kind
Oh,
of
come on.
maybe.
It wobbles and waves just like when you're looking at the moon.
Yeah, that's true. It does sort of get a little bit more,
It's
stumpy
too low quality as
also.
well, but like I won't discount it. But like I will say, does this? What are you saying that this on a cosmic scale is saying that like the Earth is moving further away from the sun, or the sun is moving away from the Earth?
Man, the sun's moving, bro. The Earth's not moving at all.
So what does that look like as if you were to kind of plot that as an orbital pattern that every single day actually like
I have no idea.
physically it
I have
physically
no idea.
moves so far backwards that it actually appears from us to dip below the horizon.
Give me a few $100 billion, I'll go map out everything. I'll make that the rest of my life. I'll map it all out to a flat Earth.
Well, it's just like what it would mean is that instead of really an orbit, it would be a linear straight line that the sun moves in. It just basically moves forwards and
No,
backwards in
it
space.
moves in an arc across the sky, man. What that arc is, I have no idea.
Yeah, whether it's a
Um,
circle or a figure eight, whatever.
Yeah, but hold on, but by
whatever
this
it's
logic
doing.
in the bottom GIF, for us to even experience a sunset, it needs to get further away from the Earth, right?
No, it just moves away from over your head, and then as it gets through, you're looking through more and more thicker air, when the light goes away, or when the sun goes away, the light follows with it. It's no different than diving 200 meters down in the ocean. Eventually, the light's not going to be able to penetrate the water. The light's not going to be able to penetrate the air. There's a thickness to the air. Campfire doesn't light up the whole woods, does it?
Sure. I mean, yeah. I
Like
mean, yeah, that's
one street light won't light up a whole neighborhood, right?
true.
Like you gotta get the idea of a massive sun 1,000 times bigger than the Earth, 93 million miles away. The whole, if the Earth is not a ball, the whole thing is wrong. Even if the Earth is a bigger ball, the whole thing is wrong. Everything hinges, all the orbital mechanics hinge on the Earth being 24,900 miles away.
I mean, no, it's a lot more than that.
No.
No, in
No,
circumference,
I don't mean
right?
numbers. I mean like a lot more than that hinges on the, like gravity kind of hinges that the Earth is round, like a lot of
Well, whatever
physics.
gravity is, if the Earth's not a ball, then gravity only works on a flat Earth, whatever that is. You can call it
Right.
9.8 meters per second squared, or you can call it mass attracting mass, which I don't even have a problem with that. It's the other half of the definition that I have a problem with. Pulling inward towards the center of mass. You're going to have to prove that the Earth is a ball to prove that part of the definition.
Well, hold on. If you get mass attracting mass, surely like Katamari style, you eventually end up with like some density closer
We're not
to
we're not a
planet.
disk. Remember, we're not a disk.
Yeah, but let's just say like you agree that gravity could be mass attracting mass, right?
What if I told you the Earth was a trillion miles deep?
Okay. And then what?
Now you have mass.
Okay. Where are you going with this?
I'm saying the top of the Earth is flat. We don't know how deep it is. It's at least 7.7 miles deep, and it could be 10 trillion miles deep. We don't know.
I see. And that would, yeah, generate gravity through mass attracting mass.
Exactly.
So then what
Honestly, I don't think it's mass attracting mass. I think it's electric current and uh, all mass, all electrons seek ground. That's personally what I think it is.
But then wouldn't, like, at the hypothetical edge, if you were to go a little bit kind of off the edge and then down, wouldn't something be kind of mass attracted to the side, as opposed to
I don't
like
know.
straight down?
I don't know. Who says you can go outside?
It's less about can you go, it's more about like is there the outside, like, because you can't really even space, like you can't go to space, like,
So,
even with the globe Earth models, like you can't physically go
my
there.
best guess, we live in a terrarium.
Yeah, a terrarium implies an outside though still.
Maybe. But we're on the inside, and I don't think we can leave.
Like physically or spiritually.
I don't know what is out there spiritually. I'm only living in the physical world, right? I know there's a spiritual world, but I'm only living in the physical. I don't know what it would be like to live in the spiritual.
Well, I think it's pretty spiritual to like kind of say what you're saying, right? No?
I've seen too many things to know that this world has a metaphysical undertone.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example of how I know this is more than just a physical world. You can stare at somebody and not even be in their direct line of sight, and they'll stop what they're doing and look directly at you, knowing that somebody's staring at
Yeah, I know about this.
them. That can't be explained by anything physical.
Yeah, there is that
And
other
it's not
layer.
that they're looking around trying to figure out who's staring at them. They look directly to you because they know what direction the stare is coming from.
Yeah. I think that is something to do with you're essentially vibrating the water in their body with your sight somehow. Or at least that's what's picking up on it.
Like I said, everything's electrical in my opinion. I think there's more evidence for electric string theory than most other things, personally. But even electric string theory is fucking wacko for some reason. Like for some reason, they always gotta throw like the dumbest shit into their fucking theories. Like even Einstein, I agree with what Einstein said about like you can't tell you're moving if you're on the surface of the thing that's moving. Like I understand relativity. I can't say I believe relativity. I understand relativity. It's like being on a conveyor belt. It doesn't feel like you're moving once you're on the conveyor belt. One reason why you know you're moving is because you got on the conveyor belt. But if you were born on the conveyor belt, you lived your entire life on the conveyor belt, you died on the conveyor belt, there would be no reason for you to think that the fucking conveyor belt was moving. So the idea that people go out there and they build entire theories on the idea that the earth is moving, even though you can't prove that you're moving, that's the stupidest thing ever.
I mean, I don't know. What about the Seven Sisters? Because that's like a famous Greek myth, based on the seven stars you can see, and kind of because either the Earth or the stars are moving, it's now the six because one of them has kind of gone behind the other one. But we have accounts from the Mycenaeans that say have drawings of it. It was definitely seven stars at one point, but now from our perspective, it's six.
I don't know. I mean, I know the stars are named after all their little deities and muses.
Yeah, well, it's like how if you're on a train, you can kind of tell you're moving by looking outside the train, seeing everything.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Why would you think that you're the one moving and when you look outside, you see everything else?
I suppose, you could be like, it could be that the train is in fact still and the entire world is moving around me, but
Yeah.
it'd be
Why?
quite.
Why would you think the other way? If you have no proof that you're moving, why would you think you're moving?
That's what I'm saying, though. You do have proof by looking out the
You
window.
don't. Everything else is moving. You hold a unique position.
I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying. It's a little bit solipsistic, though.
You know what else feels like you're not moving?
What?
Not moving.
Yeah. I mean, your heart's still beating, you're still breathing, and if you try to hold your hand out and stay perfectly still, your hand is kind of imperceptibly shaking. It's kind of only when you're unconscious that you really stop.
Yeah.
There's also the fact
Actually,
that,
it lines
like
up
the
a lot
conveyor
with
belt, the
Bible.
Earth is moving in curved path,
The
so it
talk
would
of the
be subject to
firmament.
constant acceleration.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
they call
maybe.
it curvilinear path, right? It's moving in
I
a
mean,
curvilinear.
very, very
It's
similar
linear,
to.
but because of space time, it's curving. Or it's curving, but because of space time, it's linear.
All of them get straightened out, Billy, just like the top of water.
I don't know. For someone to tell me my senses are deceiving me, you're gonna have to show me the magic trick. All of it. You know, it's funny. We'll get satellite engineers in here once in a while, and we'll ask them for like specific information that we know would have the data that we need to prove that the Earth is a globe. Oh, I can't do that. I have a non-disclosure agreement. Oh, that's odd. The globe is classified.
I mean, shit, maybe. That's, to be honest, to me, the most convincing flat Earth argument is the inherent programming that comes with denying your senses. Like the programming from such a young age, being told to deny your senses is very Orwellian, very uh,
Yeah.
spiritually. It makes a lot of sense, as a way to control the population. It's so insidious.
Why would they lie, right? Well, first of all, why do they have to teach it at such a young age? My oldest, when she was in school, in the earlier years, she, I'm always asking her what she's learning in school, so that way I can keep up with whatever BS they're throwing at her. Um, but I asked her what she's learning in school. She, oh, we're playing with magnets, and I already knew the next week what they were going to do. And I was like, what did you learn this week? It's like, oh, we learned about gravity. So it's just programming. Why do they need to do this programming at such an early age? And the only reason why I can think of that is because if they taught the globe at the age of 16, there would be enough logic inside of a child's brain to ask questions that couldn't
And,
be answered.
and also think about what NASA did very specifically, with the Challenger. Basically wheeled a TV into every single school and then traumatized all children about space travel, just like kick the can down the road on space travel for another 20 years with that one, with the Challenger explosion.
So this is the same thing with the first moon mission. The first moon mission, they were going to go up, and I don't remember the astronauts' names, but they died in a training exercise. And right before they died, like a month before, one of the astronauts did an interview where he hung a lemon behind him, signifying that this whole thing was a lemon. right? And said, I don't understand how we're going to go to the moon when we can't even communicate with the building right next to us.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the kind of post game interviews with Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong and the other guy,
They
where
look pissed, don't they?
they seem extremely solemn and melancholic for people who have just walked on the moon. But then you know, it makes a little bit of sense thinking, well, they were friends with the previous team and like they're still processing their friend's death. I mean, even then, I don't know. It could make sense. It's people react to death very strange ways. So
But yeah, man, like just to go back to reiterate what you were saying earlier, like thinking the Earth is a ball and that you would expect it to look flat because of refraction. That's just begging the question, man. You're like, I know it's a ball, but because I know it's a ball and it looks flat, the only explanation is refraction. And the alternative explanation is that the Earth is actually flat, but I can't accept that answer.
I mean, yeah, bro, that's what it comes down to. Not for no reason.
You want me to? Can I read you something that I stole from Leo Tolstoy?
Yeah, go on.
Just a second, let me pull it up real quick. This is like probably the best fucking quote you'll ever fucking hear. And it makes so much sense. Give me a second. Oh, it's not that.
Yeah, if you're a fan of circumstantial evidence, more than that. And I just hope you get the conflict thinking refraction changes due to the weather, then it always looking.
Here you go. The most, let me see. The most difficult subjects can be explained to the most slow-witted man if he has not formed any idea of them already. But the simplest thing cannot be made clear to the most intelligent man if he is firmly persuaded that he knows already without a shadow of a doubt what is laid before him.
Yeah, I mean, true. True. We could go band for band though. I like the quote that says, you know, never argue with a fool because from afar people won't be able to tell the difference.
Oh yeah, no, I got another quote here. Let me see if I can pull that one up too.
How's that one applicable here?
Well, to be
So, do
humble,
y'all like my avatar?
I don't even know what it is.
It's a picture of somebody in the dark with makeup on. Isn't it not funny?
I can't tell.
You gotta like turn up your brightness to see it, but I can see it clearly. It's fine.
Mhm.
So, do you guys really believe that the Earth is flat?
Yep.
Why? Why do you believe in
Because it
such?
because it measures that way.
Measure what? How do you measure?
The surface of water.
How? Tell me the process.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to read this quote that oh, he already left. I'll read it for the audience anyway. The quote: Before you argue with someone, ask yourself, is that person even mentally mature enough to grasp the concept of a different perspective, because if not, there's absolutely no point. So, okay, how does it measure flat over the surface of water? All right, so we're going to start with the globe because I was taught the globe when I was in school, right? I was told the earth is too big to see curvature, that we're little tiny ants on a giant beach ball, and so it looks flat. But the earth is curving, and we have gravity, and we have daytime and nighttime, and we have the seasons, and what else? We got the other planets in the solar system. We were taught all these things, right? And so we go back to
Yep.
gravity, and they say that they show us a picture of the Earth from outer space, and that picture, it has a bunch of blue stuff on there. That blue stuff is water, and so water has to be curving around the ball in order for there to be a planet, a sphere, right? Do you agree with that?
Yep.
Now, what they tell you when they say that the Earth is too big to see curvature, they'll tell you that sunsets and boats going over the curve are proof that the Earth is a ball. What they don't tell you is how far away the horizon is supposed to be when you're looking out over the surface of the water, like a large lake or the ocean or something like that.
Yep. But why the ships disappear when they reach the horizon?
Well, there's something called sinking refraction, which a lot of people don't know about, and it can give the perception that something is sinking behind a false curve.
Oh.
And this is something that we can demonstrate on flat surfaces. But that's besides the point. I want to make this a little bit personable for you, just so that way you can kind of grasp things a little more clearly. You mind if I ask how tall you are?
What? Say that again?
How tall are you? How tall are you?
Maybe 177, something like that.
So you're like 5'10", like me. So when you are standing out at the ocean, how far away do you think the horizon is?
So far.
How far?
Look, I can't count. I don't
5
know, but
kilometers, 10 kilometers, 15, 20,
I don't know. Maybe
30,
200 kilometer.
200 kilometers? That's a huge
Maybe.
Earth, man. If that was the location of the horizon based off of what you like, if you're like, hey, that's exactly where the horizon is, you're looking at
Yeah.
probably 200 kilometers.
No. I think
You're
I
probably looking at a,
exaggerated. I think I
huh?
exaggerated. I think I
Okay.
exaggerated it.
Yeah.
Maybe 50, 30, 20. I don't know.
50 kilometers, you're looking
Yep.
at Earth 10 times bigger than what it currently is.
Yeah. I told you I can't count.
Yeah,
I
no,
don't
no,
know
no.
the.
I just want you to understand what it is that, I mean, surely you've walked 10 or 15 kilometers in your life and known what it's like to walk that far, right?
Yeah.
Or you've seen something 10 or 15 kilometers away and saw how small it looked from that far away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So when you're looking out over the water, the horizon is roughly from your height a little less than 5 kilometers away, like 4.8 kilometers.
I feel
After
like I
that,
can. I feel like I can reach the horizon if I
right,
can swim. So it's
right,
not that far.
right. So
Yep.
after that, anything that goes past that would then begin to start to disappear bottom up as it goes further and further away, right?
Mm-hmm.
So something that is, let's see, I'm going to make this personable for you. 13 miles, kilometers. So something that's 21 kilometers away would be hidden by 20 meters of curvature.
Uh-huh.
So basically a 6-story building would be hidden.
But, so what is your explanation of this? What happened actually? Why the ships disappear?
I told you sinking refraction.
Um,
So already at 21 kilometers, we see too far. I'm certain if you've ever been to the beach, you've probably seen things 30 or 40 kilometers away and didn't even think about it. But 21
uh-huh.
kilometers is already a killer.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, it's not just your vision and what you can see. We've also, in our community, people have shot lasers over the surface of the water, and the laser would run parallel with the surface of the water. It would be at the height that the laser starts at, and then it would hit the target at the same height on the other side of the lake.
So this video and such at it is what are you saying now? It shows the laser test or what?
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah. On this laser
Okay.
test, I think he starts out at 7 feet and he lowers it down to 15 centimeters,
Let me watch.
parallel with the surface of water.
Let me watch the video, the introduction of the video.
Sure. Just so you know, this person, he's a PhD in optics. He specialized in spectrophotometry, and he understands refraction and lasers and light and things like that very well. And he set out one day. He heard someone say the Earth was flat, and he thought it was the stupidest thing in the world. And he went out to prove them wrong. And then when he went out, he found out that what he was seeing was impossible if the Earth was a ball. And so he changed his mind after that and became a flat earther. And now he
So
does videos.
are you saying what we did learn when we were children that all was wrong? You say that
Um,
they li they lied to us.
I wouldn't say they lied to us. They just taught us what they believed, right? Whoever lied, if I had to say that anybody was lying, um, the people that were lying, that was over 100 years ago and longer. Like I don't think the people that were lying are alive anymore. I think everybody just believes it, like Santa Claus for adults.
So what about the pictures that comes from the satellites?
So the pictures
Are
that come from the satellite, they take telemetry data from the Earth, and then they use computer graphic artists um, to make the image look the way they interpret the data that they're given. And they use CGI. They admit they use CGI when they create it. They say there's artistry in creating the Earth.
so do you think the satellite cannot show the whole Earth?
No, it shows it in portions, and they stitch it all together. And for the areas that um, don't make sense, they just cut it out and they stitch it in a way so that way it comes together to look like a ball.
Oh my God.
Hey,
Uh,
Boogie Woods, do you have access to that interview of that NASA Robert Simmons, that NASA guy? When the first iPhone came out, when you started up the screen, it showed a picture of the Earth from outer space, but it wasn't from outer space. It was just satellite data that he then took into Photoshop and created what he thought was uh, the best representation of the Earth.
Sorry, sheepdog. I'm at work. I don't have much on my phone here.
I'll see if I can
Most of it's
find it.
on the PC.
See if I can find it. I don't know.
He dipped out.
I know it freaks people out, man.
It can. I think what you said. I think what you said earlier, like you said to that one guy, you said, "I've seen too much to know that like the supernatural isn't real." Or excuse me, you've seen so much that you know the supernatural is real. I don't know what my words did there.
Yeah.
And I think having that knowledge is something that like I talked to my wife and my sister-in-law about when it came to this whole flat earth thing. And it just, I don't know, it brings you an understanding that's different from a lot of people that just, I mean, people want to say, you say supernatural, people want to think like, oh God, or, something like that, go right to what they think they know or think they
Yeah.
believe or what they've heard. And especially for somebody who's atheistic, that can be a troublesome thing, you know? But I don't know. You have to, it's way more broad than that. Just like you just have to have an understanding that there's more that we can't see. And there's a lot of explanations that we don't have for what that means. And and if you have an understanding of that, it makes it a lot easier. And if you don't, it makes it a lot harder, I think.
I laugh at atheists, by the way. Atheists crack me up because they're not really atheists. They just hate religion and they think religion is control, which they're mostly right. But then because they don't know which religion to follow, then they're lost and confused, and they don't
They don't
realize
know
that
they're already following one.
there's no you don't need to be in a religion, man. Just seek the Creator. It's not that hard.
I mean, I grew up in the church. I actually visited Tacoma Falls Christian College to become like a youth pastor, and stuff like that. So like, I grew up on that, but like life experience led me to an understanding of myself that like this isn't real. It's kind of like almost this, what I'm sitting here thinking about, it's almost like flat earth, like at the globe. We look at the globe and we're like, well, this isn't happening. It was kind of that way with me with like the Christian religion when I was there. I was like, well, this isn't right. Like just this isn't right to me. So for a long time I didn't shun God. I just shunned like that organized religion and all that kind of stuff. I was like, this isn't right. We aren't even treating people right. Like, how can this be right? Um, and so I never became atheistic. I just became a wanderer, I guess, just trying to find myself. And I found myself a lot when it came to this flat earth thing because it really brought knowledge into belief. But then also, I still have a lot of muddiness surrounding that. So that's my own personal journey. But knowing that there's a creator did bring me a lot of comfort personally. So that can bring a lot of people, no matter what you believe, that can bring you a lot of comfort and power and peace. And I think so, at least. A lot of people like you said, the atheistic people, it tends to bring chaos instead. It's kind of weird.
I'll be right with y'all. All right, where were we?
We're talking about how atheism doesn't make sense.
Oh no, not
Hello,
that
guys.
it doesn't make sense. I just laugh at atheists because they're not really atheists.
Yeah, that's where you were. Yeah.
They're not. You talk to any atheist and you remove religion, right? Forget about Jesus, forget about Muhammad, forget about Moses, and just talk about, is there a creator? Anyway, I think so. And even if they say no, right? The best evidence for a creator, right? Because you're not going to convince somebody based off of scripture, right? Like some people might, because they'll see the history in the scripture, right? But for some people, they don't, and so scripture's not going to sway them. They're going to be like, "Oh, I trust the science. I follow science." The fact that there are laws in nature proves that there is a creator, because the laws are intelligently in place to create structure. Without them, we wouldn't. There wouldn't be anything.
I think that could be kind of what we were talking about earlier, like where when you kick somebody off their pedestal, or when somebody gets knocked off their pedestal, I should say. I should say we kick them or anybody kicks them, but when you get knocked off your pedestal, you get knocked off your globe, you kind of everybody wants to land on that flat map, everybody wants to be like, oh, I have a place. And I think a lot of atheism, and some people I've talked to, I mean, could be just a possibility that just a rejection of, kind of like I said, kind of rejection of the just religion of itself, but they feel like they have to go somewhere. So instead of being like, well, I don't know, they have to be like, well, there is no God. They almost have to go the opposite just to be safe. Even though, like you said, once you question it, they're kind of like in the middle somewhere in reality. They don't want to say that. They don't want to say they don't know. They want to say they're still looking, you know. I guess
Well, that's
that
it.
could
That's
that could be it.
pretty much what it is. They're followers. They're not. They're not. They're not true thinkers. A real thinker, like the guy that we just had in here, tourist. Um, you could tell his wheels were spinning a little bit when I was talking to him. 20 Cups and Timbo. He wasn't completely shut down on the idea. He just couldn't wrap his mind around the idea that what he was taught was wrong, right? Like, why is
Yeah.
he? It's not. It you have to be okay with the idea that, like, the person that was teaching you also believed the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, my parents were like, I was homeschooled because my parents were hyper religious, and they literally out of their mouths was, you'll go to public school where you'll get a secular education, and they'll teach you about evolution, and they'll teach you about dinosaurs and stuff like that, and there's millions of years old, and there's gonna be all kinds of bad influences there and all that stuff. And yet they still were purely heliocentric. And so it's kinda like, I don't know. Maybe they just missed that part of it, I don't know.
And that's fine, but, like, everybody was raised around the idea that the Earth was a ball when we went to outer space. You know, most people don't even think about this, right? But, like, when they were up in space, right, the astronauts read Genesis, but they only read the first day. They didn't even read the rest of Genesis chapter 1. Had they done that, like, people would have been like, "What the fuck were we revolving around if there was no sun and moon?" You know what I mean? Like, people would actually critically think, but they were just so mesmerized by the idea that we were actually advancing in society, right? And then what happens a few years later, right? They start removing God from the classroom. What happens a few years after that? They start teaching evolution and dinosaurs, right? Slowly but surely, they just, like, started changing the curriculum. Again, I tend to side with Jin on this one, man. That, like, if there's a conspiracy, why does this have to be the curriculum? Who's making this the curriculum?
Right, that's how our homeschool curriculum was. We had a curriculum that was approved by the state, and we had to pick like of approved curriculums, um, and they were, I don't, they were like Becca Bob Jones. I don't know who exactly controlled all of that, but uh, they were written and handed down to us. They had to be from the approved curriculum, and we had to follow it. We had to prove that we were actually doing it, and all kinds of stuff. So even within homeschooling, they were kind of, you know, pulling all the strings.
Exactly. So that's where the conspiracy, in my opinion, is. Like, I don't understand why that has to be the curriculum. Personally, they should be teaching everybody how to balance their bank accounts and pay their bills, and how to grow food. And
I mean, I'm not sure about the growing food part, but the balancing your bank account and paying bills, like they do teach that at schools now. I don't know how long ago you went to school because you are probably older than me, but
Did they actually start doing that now? Because that's awesome. Because they weren't.
yeah, well, they do now. Like they've been for like the last 20 years, I want to say.
Is that a where do you live at, if you don't mind me asking? Because is that a regional thing? Because I have heard
No,
from
I live
people
in the
where I live at where
US.
they don't.
I live in
Well,
the
me too.
US,
I'm just
and I
saying
know
it's
it's
like,
pretty. Well, maybe last 20 years in exaggeration. It's definitely been the last case for the last 15 though, at least since like 2010, I want to say.
well,
But
I don't know who all controls that, but whoever's doing that for you, good, because they should be. That's for
well,
sure.
that's I
They
mean, I
should do
live
it
in the
to us.
US.
That's for
This
sure.
is and this is
Yeah.
like this is common across the US.
Well, that's good. Good. They should be. Yeah. If that's something that changed, good. I'm glad for it. Because I actually had to learn how to actually balance a checkbook.
The other thing I was going to say that they should be teaching is federal, state, and local laws as well, like in high school.
I mean,
Oh man.
we have like a civics and government course, but it doesn't generally teach
And
specific
they don't.
laws
Civics
beyond.
and government is bullshit, and you know it. There's two sides to civics and government. One's marketing and sales, and the other side is engineering. And they don't teach either one of them. They just gloss over a few basic concepts and give you some key terminology, which the definitions don't even make sense unless you're actually involved in those concepts.
I don't know. It sounds like a very different government class than the one I had when I was in high school.
Is that controlled like locally? That you may have gotten just a better off thing there?
Well, I know the last government class I took was AP government. That's standardized across the nation.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking the way the government's taught. I don't even care about the government portion of it. What they need to teach is how, like, they should have students by their junior years writing a bill that they think should go into local, state, or federal law. That's what they should be doing, so that way they can understand what they're reading when they read these bills. I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, I'm not saying I should be the president, but fuck, man, if I ever became president, man, I would do things that would shake up this country. And I don't know, man. I wouldn't be doing what they're doing. I'd probably reinstate the Monroe Doctrine, focus on America first, get rid of national chains, let local people do their own shit again.
Local is where it's at, man. I shop at all my local businesses and farms, man.
I live in the city. It's hard to shop local.
Yeah, it
especially
can be. That's for sure. Yeah.
like time is my worst enemy right now because all I do is work.
Yeah.
So I don't have time. My wife doesn't have time.
Yeah.
We're basically making large sacrifices now to try to get ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there.
But what's up, just another traveler?
What's up?
Oh, nothing much. Just getting everything together so I can go to sleep. Got one more day tomorrow. No, I got 2 more days.
I should also probably go to sleep soon. It's almost like 1 a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, where did that Indio guy go? I haven't seen him
He died.
in a
He
while.
died of cancer.
What? Are you being
Last week.
serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I
I'm
know
really
he
sorry to hear
died.
that.
I did not know what of.
He died on Sunday afternoon, midday.
Holy hell. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we are too, man. But we were very blessed because 3 years ago he was told he had 6 months to live, and he made it 3 years for us. So we're very lucky.
Yeah, that is cool.
And he had metastatic cancer that was in the brain and in the lungs. And if you ever had a conversation with him, he never missed a fucking beat. So whatever the cancer was doing to him, he's 100% there.
May I ask, I don't mean to bring down the mood. This is the last thing I'll ask him. How'd you guys find out?
Well, we know him. And some people went to go visit him that knew him personally, kept us informed.
Okay. Fair enough.
His last tweet was June 30th. So somewhere around July 1st, July 2nd, he went into the hospital, and then a week after that, he went to the ICU. And then a week after that, he passed. But yeah, throughout the day, like right now, we're not playing his replays. Matter of fact, here, I'll put it in the side chat for y'all. We have a playlist of not all his greatest hits, some of his greatest hits over the last year and the last year and a half. And I know some people are making more videos of him going back and finding some of the older stuff.
Videos
But
about what?
they did pretty good. They found 90 audios of his conversations.
Oh, like his conversations here?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Was he like a flat earther?
Yeah, if you look in the side chat, these are all excerpts from conversations that he's had over the last year and a half.
Oh, cool. All right.
And then, like I said, some people are making like other playlists. They're going back and finding the old audios from over the last 5 or 10 years that he's been doing this, and pulling them out and putting them into playlists so that way we can enjoy more of his conversations.
I see.
But yeah, save the playlist, man. If you ever want good background noise, some of the best conversations you're going to hear.
Maybe I'll check it out.
He was a walking encyclopedia, man.
Pretty cool. Pretty. I don't mean to sound mean, but pretty rare to find flat earthers.
Well, I challenge you to find anything wrong in anything that he says when you listen to him.
All right.
And we can have a discussion about that. Because I'm sure he would want that. He was
Yeah, I'd
always.
be down. I like debating flat earthers. Honestly, it's fun. I like debating. It's fun. You.
Well, if you like debating, then you understand the difference between a steel man and a straw man.
Yes, I do.
What's a straw man?
Strawman is when you make your opponent's position look weaker than it actually is for the purpose of attacking it. You misconstrue it to be weaker than it actually is. And Steelman is when you construe it to be strong, to be as strong as possible, given the interpretive constraints.
Okay. What's the steel man for flat Earth?
I have not discussed enough with flat earthers to say that yet. Well,
It means you're
hey,
not listening.
what do you want me to do?
Listen.
Okay, sure.
You know, like whenever you're having these discussions, you know, one of the things people forget to do when they're set in their ways about something is to listen and put themselves in the other person's point of view. You don't want to argue with them. You just want to like understand it from their point of view, right?
Yeah.
So like if I drew a circle on a piece of paper, right? We would know that that circle has a circumference, right?
Yep.
And then that circle, even though it's 2D, it could represent a sphere, correct?
You could use it as a drawing of a sphere, sure.
You can just say this circle represents uh, the dimensions of a sphere,
Sure, yeah.
and then knowing that it's the representation of a sphere, you know you have a circumference, you know you have a radius, and you know you have a diameter, right?
Yep.
And then that circumference would have a rate of curvature around it based off of its size, right?
Yes.
And that can be expressed in a parabolic function, even though a parabola doesn't completely go around a circle. It's only a portion of the circle.
You can match
Um,
the parabola to second order. Yeah, I
right.
get.
Over an arc segment, right? Over a
Yeah.
large enough segment.
Over a small enough segment, an infinitesimally small segment.
No, over a large enough arc segment. I'm not saying like it has to be like super huge, but I mean, shit, maybe like 1/8, 1/9 the circumference. That's significant, wouldn't you say?
Well, yeah, 1/8, 1/9 circumference is pretty big.
Yeah. But anyway, so I mean, even 125th is still pretty darn big for you know a good
Yep.
portion of it. But yeah, so uh, knowing these aspects of geometry and understanding the equations that surround them, you can also get chords. You can get um,
Yep. Yep. I'm
uh,
familiar.
let's see, chords. You can get tangents. You can measure the distance from the tangent based off the elevation above the circumference.
Yep.
And
And so by doing that, like, we can actually go out into the real world and do geometry, or at least attempt to see if, you know, if it's really true what they say that we're ants on a beach ball, or can we actually, you know, measure some drop over distance over a large enough object.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
So,
I'm familiar with
you
some of
know,
those experiments.
I'll give you the steel man just so you know in the future,
Okay.
but I'm going to hold you to it
All right.
because, like, whenever I see you and you're having a conversation and you're debating, I might just randomly say, "Hey, steel man, the flat Earth," just to see if you're paying attention.
Okay.
So, in order to steel man the flat Earth, first we have to understand what it is that flat Earth is disagreeing with on the globe. So, we in school we're taught that the Earth is a sphere, spheroid, oblate spheroid, but it's close enough to a perfect sphere as possible. Not that far off. Um, we know that gravity is pulling everything down towards the center of the Earth. That water is sea level all the way across the Earth, and so we would see water being pulled down equidistantly from the surface to the center of the Earth. In probably 90% or more of the water that's on the Earth, and 70% of the Earth is made up of water. And, you know, because of these things, we then know also the moon is orbiting the Earth and the Earth is orbiting the sun and the planets are also orbiting the sun. And because of all these things and the way that the Earth is spinning, we understand day and night cycles and we understand the seasons based off of the trajectory of the orbit around the sun and which side of or which latitude of the Earth would be facing towards the sun at that time of the year. We understand all these things that we were taught in school, and then when when they show us pictures of Earth from outer space, and we see all that blue stuff on the Earth, it's water, and we see water curving around the surface of the Earth. And then when we go out and measure for the curvature, right? Because you
Yeah.
think you're an ant on the beach ball, but then from a 6 foot observer, you find out that the horizon's only 3 miles away. That's not that big, right? We can measure something from that.
Yeah.
Um, and so what we end up doing is not only with long distance observations, but with um, lasers and also with radio wave communication, um, we are experiencing a flat Earth because everything seems to be running parallel with the surface of water. Now, you could beg the question and say that the Earth is a ball, and because we know refraction exists, that the light and everything, the light, the sound, and everything is all bending around the Earth, making it look flat. But then now you're begging the question, it has to be a refraction because the Earth has to be a ball.
Well, I think the point is that it doesn't disprove the globe Earth model because you're saying the globe Earth model makes a specific prediction here, and that about which things you can see, which how far you can measure with a straight laser beam. And so the point is that we know refraction exists. So how are you controlling for that? Like, how are you ensuring that your light beam is actually straight?
Right. So weather conditions help to dictate what type of refraction is going to be occurring.
Of course.
Right. And so what we observe in nature is that um, lasers either go straight or they bend up through the air. We've never seen a laser bend down through the air. We've only
You've
ever seen
never
it bend
seen a
up.
laser bend down? I doubt that.
No, no, no. Listen to
Oh,
me. We've
Okay.
never seen a laser bend down through the air. We've seen lasers bend down through sugar water, but sugar water has different refractive properties than air.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So we've never seen lasers bend down through air using natural conditions. But we can demonstrate bottom up obstruction over a flat surface using air and natural conditions. And we can also demonstrate lasers bending upwards as well.
Well, take a look at natural laser refraction experiments through the air, but I just
Mhm.
doubt the premise that like we've only ever observed laser experiments through the air refracting upwards and never downwards.
Well,
And
that's
also, there's a lot of methodology that doesn't require using light beams. Like for example, like are you familiar with the Foucault pendulum?
yeah,
Well, yeah, the type of um what is it? The type of like phase accumulation that happens in the Foucault pendulum is quite literally impossible in a flat geometry unless that flat geometry is itself varying in the plane that it's embedded in.
how do you know that?
It's an easy mathematical calculation. Well, I would not say easy, but it's a relatively straightforward one. The point is that you can only like do if you believe in F equals ma, you can only get a change in the plane that the pendulum is oscillating if the plane if the natural plane of like the equilibrium plane of oscillation itself changes.
Right, but you're begging the question again because
Well, flat
when
geometries are
when
defined by the fact that the like the normal vector to the surface does not change from point to
when
point.
have when have you ever compared measurements of a Foucault pendulum over a flat Earth versus a round Earth?
Well, again, it's a calculation you can do if you believe in F equals ma. So either you deny F equals ma, or you don't, um, or the flat plane, which is or the plane in which the flat Earth is in itself varies. So the flat Earth is kind of rotating and rotating about, or you accept the globe Earth.
Or it could be something else that you're just not accounting
I mean, we have Foucault pendulums in relatively isolated areas where we're without other forces on it, and the thing is like random forces would not give a result that exactly equals the globe Earth predictions at every point of latitude.
It's just the sign of the latitude, right?
Hmm?
It's just the sign of the latitude is all it's doing.
I believe so. Yeah, accumulates the
Right.
sign of latitude.
So the latitude is just something that you observe in the sky. And it just so happens coincidentally that there's an effect that occurs under that position in the sky.
Okay, well, once again, that
Kind of
effect that
begging the
occurs
question.
at that latitude is only possible because of a curving geometry. Like a normal vector that's perpendicular to the surface combined with F equals to ma means that any movement on a flat surface does not produce a phase accumulation. It literally does not matter the cause of that movement as long as it's restricted to a plane so that the normal vector is constant throughout.
Okay, did you put this in a vacuum to eliminate any kind of wind variables?
I mean, the Foucault pendulums are usually in indoor buildings without wind. But if you, and once
What
again,
about air
wind
conditioning?
variables would not produce a consistent sine phase accumulation every time. It would
What about
be random. It
what
would be
about air
different.
conditioning? What about air conditioning?
I mean,
I'm only
you
going to
can
be
measure
hyper
the effect of
specific
air.
because like we don't get any credit or any slack when we do our observations. We have to account for everything.
Okay, well, air conditioning is fairly simple to answer. The Foucault pendulum accumulation is as it goes across the well, it eventually, what is it? Foucault pendulums eventually go all the way around. So if the air conditioning is all in one constant direction coming from, an air conditioner, unless this air conditioner is moving around, then its net effect would cancel throughout the entire path of the pendulum. And
Air just swirls
also the
all the way.
magnitude of air conditioning in the buildings where Foucault pendulums are hosted at the point of the Foucault pendulum itself is simply not enough to change the path of the Foucault pendulum. I mean, the you can measure the amount of wind at these points for yourselves if you want, if you ever try and visit such a thing. It's not too difficult to measure the force or to upper bound the force exerted by wind by simply placing an object and placing a relatively lighter weight objects and seeing which ones move.
Well, the Foucault pendulum works in such a way that a certain length cable with a certain amount of weight correlating to the length of the cable is done, and it has to be a certain weight attached to it because otherwise it doesn't spin at the sign of at the same degrees as the sign of the latitude, or it doesn't. What's the word that I'm thinking of? It'll
I don't
spin.
believe it needs to be a certain, what is it? Like a certain specific weight. It just needs to be a large enough weight as to so that forces that don't scale with respect to mass have much less of an effect.
Right. I think the if I'm not mistaken, I think that the minimum length to make it work has to be like 3.5 feet or something like that, or 1.5 meters. I can't remember. It's a weird correlation. I always found that to be interesting. And then it scales up from there. So like the longer the cable, the more weight has to be attached to it in order for it to work.
Okay,
But
well
it has
again,
this balance. But
there's no
anyway,
way.
there's magnets involved in order to keep it in motion. There's a lot of things that are going on with the thing to that doesn't make any of it natural.
I mean, so what if it isn't natural? The point is that it's not a prediction that would be the case in a flat Earth model unless this flat Earth itself was changing which planes it's in through time, um, or there's some external third force acting on this thing that produces exactly that sine phase accumulation that's
What if
predicted.
there is? What if it's an electromagnetic ley line? Right? Like there could be something you're not accounting for
What if it's an
because you
electromagnetic
just
light line? The Foucault pendulums are made of things that don't interact with electromagnetism like that. I mean, you can
everything
bring
everything everything interacts with electrostatics.
everything interacts with electrostatics.
Anything that
That's
has an electron
true, but
has electricity in it.
that does not mean everything is interacted upon by whatever ambient mysterious force you want to use to explain the motion
I've
of this
seen
thing.
people
You have
levitate.
to.
I've seen people levitate paper with magnetism.
Okay, I'm failing to see the relevance.
Do you think the Foucault
Everything.
pendulum is relevant to measuring for distance compared to using a laser for form a tangent, testing for deviation? Which do you think would be more accurate if you want the nature of the surface of water?
I did
Yeah, but
not catch much of what you were saying. So the word.
what about the nature of air and light through dense air over water?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about
What
before you
about it?
came in earlier. We were talking about how we can demonstrate light bending upward. We just can't demonstrate light bending downward through air.
You mean when you say you can't demonstrate it, you mean when you shoot a laser out over water, you don't see the laser drop compared to what you see behind the laser?
Correct.
Well, wouldn't do you not understand that the reason the laser is bending down is because would be bending down is because light is bending down, and so therefore everything else around the laser also goes down, which is why the laser looks like it's straight.
Yeah, that's what I was
all
explaining
weather
to.
condition.
That's what I was.
Like
Nice, you
if
bet.
the lasers, like you're
Hold on,
saying,
dude.
we don't see
Hold
the
on,
laser.
hold on,
Yeah.
Donald. Hold on. That's what I was explaining to just another traveler earlier. You're begging the question because you're saying we know it has to be refraction because we know refraction exists and the Earth has to be a ball. So
No.
therefore,
I'm
we're going
saying
to say refraction.
no. I'm saying that the way that you're looking for downwards bending would be impossible because the light would be bending with it.
Well, if
So
this was
it literally wouldn't look like if you're looking over water. That's
right,
not how you would spot deviation in light bending because
right,
it's not like one part of light bends and none of the other light bends.
right. So create a hill, right, a little dirt hill, and then make some light bend over the hill.
No, but again, I don't think you understand this. If you are using observations where you're just looking out and seeing whether or not the light goes down compared to things around the light, that's all light.
I got you. I got you. And
Like
even if it's over, I got you.
your evidence of we can't demonstrate light bending down is like saying we can't demonstrate light going off. It's
I
like
got you.
it's a misunderstanding of light.
So your claim is even if it's over
Actually,
a
the
frozen
problem is,
lake,
Boogie,
even if it's over.
this is the problem. Our good friend Donald J. Stupid here can't comprehend that he's arguing that we disagree with refraction. Donald, we accept refraction. We have no problem with refraction. You've got two components to this argument. Number one, the lasers are bending downwards. Number two, they are bending downwards due to refraction. So this is what you're going to do. I'm going to stick with part A. The laser's bending down. I personally don't give a rat's ass what your causational mechanism of lasers bending down, but you will demonstrate it or kick rocks.
Well, the issue is that if you're
No, the issue is you haven't demonstrated it yet. You've come in here. Yeah, that's great. You're not pointing shit out. You come in here on a regular basis and complain how we don't accept refraction and how it's all light. This is what you're going to do. I don't give a shit what your causational mechanism is. You're claiming lasers bend down? You demonstrate the bastard. Cold and clear. I can't make it any simpler for you. If you want to attribute the lasers bending down due to refraction or due to garden gnomes that are invisible with cowboy hats and lassos, that's totally up to you. But demonstrate the lasers bending down as a laser test to start off with. That would be fantastic. The side chat's open.
Jesus Christ, you people.
Did you hear what I just said?
No. What was that, Just?
No, I don't know what happened with Just. Yeah, he wanted to stick to Foucault's pendulum, and I'm sorry, it's just a parlor trick. Until you can prove that. I don't know, man. It doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. You're just correlating a fucking phenomenon with fucking spin.
That was
Oh, it
Traveller.
matches the
Yeah.
sign and latitude. So what? It matches the sign and latitude. So that's a
Well, this other
fucking.
one, Sheepdog, he's got to show lasers bending downwards. Whatever he claims his causational mechanism, that's up to him. I don't really give a shit what he's blaming as the lasers causing down. I would just like a laser test demonstrating these lasers bending down in the first place. I'd be happy with that. He's been coming in here for 9 months now. Lasers being down due to refraction. Refraction. Donald, I don't care what your claim of downward bending lasers is. I want you to produce the downward bending laser in the first place. Then we can look and see what the causational mechanism is. Till then, you're nothing but dust in the wind.
I missed him the other night when we were doing that Steelman debate. He was the one that was supposed to be Steelman.
He would have made a dog's breakfast of it.
Oh.
So, Donald, in the side
to be
chat, laser test. As per one of our laser tests, I don't give a shit which one, laser bending downwards. Whether film or photo, I'm good.
This is supposed to be a 3-part thing too, by the way. Like the first one was the Steelman, and then the second one, I get to actually Steelman the flat Earth. and then I don't even know what the third one's supposed to be.
Right. Well, so they're going to have like the best of the best type thing where they chip away at. So the Flat Earther won the first round, so they knock the other guys out, and say it's vegans versus Flat Earth or some shit like that. I don't know. Are they going to do that, or are they just going to keep going FE versus?
I don't know. I don't know, man.
Be interesting.
I was gonna put something, and I forgot what I was gonna put now.
Yep. Talks cheap. Bang. Gone. Donald. I don't care what your claim. Oh, he's run away because he realised he's got nothing. So that's how to sort that little problem out, everyone. You've just heard it. Smash him, ask him for his evidence. So he's conflating two things. Number one, lasers bending downwards. Okay? Number two, he's attributing the lasers bending downwards due to refraction. So me personally, I don't give a shit what he's attributing it to, what the causational mechanism is. I just want to see either photographic or film evidence of this laser bending downwards. So until he provides that, I don't even have to listen to his argument. When he does provide it, then we go to stage two and we have a look at what the causational mechanism is. Till then, Donald, have a lovely weekend.
That's such a begging the question, man. Like, the Earth has to be a ball.
It's an excuse, bro. He's using it as an excuse because he doesn't. It's when you listen to him, we'll say lasers prove it, and then he'll say, "But you disagree with refraction." No, we're not arguing refraction. We're arguing that the lasers are being used as a straight edge. If lasers are getting bent due to refraction and all these other mystical, magical, wonderful things, why do they use them in science labs as dead straight beams of light?
No, refraction wasn't even a fucking argument until they fucking found out we could see Chicago from across Lake Michigan.
I'll tell you what I'd love to do. Next time I do a US run, I'm going up there just to sit on one side and I'll wait till I've got the sun on me back and then I'm going to infrared straight across that little pond you've got there.
You can do that. I've got a few other places to check out. I want to do the Gulf of Mexico across Texas. Yeah. That would be a pretty cool.
That'd be a nice one.
And then Key West going to Cuba at night. It's 93 miles away. And so
the hardest bit with IR is you've got to have the sun at your back.
That's
if you've got the sun in your face, because the IR is what illuminates the items. So if you've got the sun in your face, you just get flares and all sorts of other weird shit. But if you've got it behind you, everything is lit up and the light's reflecting back off of those things. So facing west in the morning, facing east in the afternoon. For you guys in your winter time, northerly shots are good.
Yeah.
And for me, it's the opposite.
So Cuba is southeast of Key West, and the sun will set roughly around between 90 and 100 degrees from.
So that's an afternoon shot.
Yeah. You could do like a 3 p.m. or 5 p.m. shot. I would want to do it closer to 7.
The other one is good with infrared. Normal.
You know, it's flat. Palestine. That's right. Yes, Palestine.
That's great. Yes. Yeah, silence, clown. When the sun's directly above you, like the brightest part of the day is shit for taking photos. But when you're using IR, that's the best time. So yeah, if you get it directly above you, as long as you're not looking into it, pretty good.
So here's the thing. Here's the funny thing, right? Cuba at night lights up. When I was in Key West at nighttime, I could see Cuba out in the ocean, like the light. I could see the bubble of the light.
Yeah.
So
I bet he doesn't do that again.
Yeah. So that's one observation I'm looking forward to making someday. I think I'm going to do it at some point. It's just so expensive to visit Key West, man, unnecessarily.
So let's have a look here. Where am I looking on the map? I'll get Google Cylinder.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something I've noticed lately that Google Maps is doing. Oh no, it didn't do it this time. It's going to make a liar out of me. For the last couple of weeks, whenever I click on Google Maps, it's automatically in ball-tard mode. And then I've got to click on it, put it in ball mode, then click it out so it unlocks and it drops out. But today it actually did the right thing.
That's funny.
Okay, so where are we going? Key West, where the hell's that? In
Florida.
East Cuba. Florida, down there. Miami. Oh yeah, Key West, right down the bottom. Holy, I didn't go that far when I was over there.
Yeah.
I went down to Miami.
It's like a 3-hour drive from Miami.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it looks about right. Yeah, I went right down as far as Miami, and then I went west across to, was it Naples? And I stayed there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
What was the other one? Was it Tampa, Florida? I think it was. I went to Naples and then to Tampa. I think that sounds right. It was up a fair way. Good little drive. Yeah, I stayed at Tampa. So I went across and then drove up.
Tampa's nice. It's way better than the Atlantic side. That's for sure.
Oh, look. It doesn't matter where you go. Most places are decent. If you go there looking for trouble, you'll find it. But if you go there and you're just heaps chill, yeah, man, everywhere's awesome fun. You go to anywhere in the United States with an Australian accent, g'day, mate, how's it going? Oh my God, you're from Australia? And yeah, here's another free beer.
Do you have a knife?
Nah, mate. It was funny. The very last day, I was at the airport catching the little bus to the plane, and there was this older couple, and we always wanted to go to Australia, but we couldn't do it because of all the wild animals that can bite you. And I said, look, I'll be honest with you, don't tell anyone, but that's just a secret. We keep that to keep tourists away, so we don't get too many. Oh my God, I can't believe that. Oh, it was funny. I had great fun over in the States, visiting friends and doing the little scenic tour drive that I did. But yeah, there's a few places I'd like to go back and revisit and take a camera with me and have a decent crack at it this time.
Oh, I'm telling you, brother, if you ever get an extra couple days, you got to do the Appalachian Trail.
That sounds like walking.
No, you're not going to walk 1,300 miles.
Oh shit!
Yeah, the Appalachian Trail is a series of highways that they go through the mountains and up and down the mountains of the Appalachians, and so you're basically sitting at the edge of the world, and then going through these beautifully cut tunnels that cut through the mountains.
Oh wow!
It's
cool.
amazing, dude. I can't say enough about it. I don't think you'd see anything like it throughout the entirety of the world. Maybe in China.
I wouldn't mind doing Route 66, but that's just an old school thing. Most of it's all other shit highways now. But
there's nothing there anymore, man.
I know. That's what I was on bits of it last time, and that's what I thought. Oh, that would have been a great little trip to do. And that's what I was talking to a few of my friends, and they said, "Look, 30 years ago, yes, but now it's just wasting your time.
It's dead. It's dead.
It's
There's
just
nothing.
A nostalgia thing. Hey, I've done it. That's about all.
Yeah, maybe like a biker trip or something like that. But
yeah. There's plenty of other cool stuff. So,
like now that there's Airbnbs, you could do an Airbnb out in Montana. There's beautiful scenery out there.
Yeah, it was Montana. Where do I stay at? I think it was Spokane. I drove across from Seattle. I stayed somewhere, and then the next day, I went over the top of this hill, and then you can see across this massive, massive plain, and there's hills up the other side, and it is just spectacular views. It's absolutely brilliant. That was in Montana.
Yeah, yeah. You know, being out in Seattle, you were close to Orion, man. I'm surprised you didn't hit him up.
I didn't know him back then.
Oh, yeah.
So when I was in the States, that was 2014.
Oh, okay. I thought it was recently. I thought you recently.
No, that was ages ago.
Was that Timbo that went recently? One of y'all went.
Yeah, I think it was Timbo or AJ.
You really can't go wrong with Appalachia. That's where I live, and I used to deliver to one of the hostels on the Appalachian Trail, and it's beautiful out here, man. If you don't have to go on the trail, if you can just get up here in the valley, man, you get some great shots with your camera matrix. It's beautiful out here.
Yeah, the Appalachian Trail is probably the coolest thing. Did you go see the Mount Rushmore?
No. So it was just little things. I just sort of I went over to the States because I was playing a lot of online games, and I just wanted to catch up with all the voices that I've heard for the previous 5, 6, 10 years. Because that's what you get to know is voices. You don't know what people look like or anything. And so you hear these voices, and it's just like, you know what, stuff it. I'm going over there, have some beers with the boys, and just get away from my own box. Anyways, so that's what happened. And it was really interesting because I'd be driving along. I didn't set out to go and visit anything in particular. And it was like driving up the West Coast, cruising along, and then there was the sign, Laguna Seca Raceway, which is now Mazda Raceway or something else. And it was like, holy shit, I got to check that out. And just pull a mad handbrakey, go into that place and check it out. The day I went there, they weren't racing. So I got to drive around the outside of the whole track and check it out. And the corkscrew is massive. Like, holy.
There you go. That's pretty cool, man.
So just things like that. The other one, I was down south cruising along.
Mm-hmm.
Where was that? That was Tombstone, Arizona. Driving along, minding my own business, and then there's this bloody great big street sign, Tombstone, quarter of a mile, right-hand turn. And my brain wasn't thinking, and all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, Tombstone! That's off the movies. I'm going to check this one out. And nearly ran off the friggin' road trying to turn because it took me a while for my brain to click in. But at least I knew what a quarter mile was. Drag racing experience.
Yeah, and that's what it sucks because Tombstone's kind of a cool place, but it's all tourism and everything, so it's all like it's weird. It feels like a commercial. It feels like you're walking into a commercial.
Yes. For me, the best part about Tombstone was I went down in one of the caves and checked it out, and I went to one of the pubs and had quite a few grogs, and then I went to another pub. So I went and took my camera. No, I must have still had my camera because I took photos whilst I was there. I was absolutely blotto, and there was two fellas there. One of them was probably about 6 months older than me, and it turns out that he was had just auditioned as an actor for one of the up-and-coming TV series, which was Legends and Lies, and he was in that, and he got the job, and he was real down that day, like he was sitting there at the end of the bar, a bit depressed, and there was another fellow, Vietnam vet, that was there, and I had having a chat with the young fella, and it's like, what are you so down for, bro? Oh, I don't think I'm going to get my job. And I said, you're not going to get it if you're negative like that. I'll show you how we're going to fix this problem. What do you drink? Next thing, about 8 JDs later, like I really needed them, but anyways, absolutely trash. Got photos, and yeah, he's actually jumped onto our home base, and yeah, he's one of the members in there.
Okay.
So yeah, later on Facebook, I chucked him on Facebook, and yeah, he said something about FE one day. I said, oh, go and check this place out if you wanna learn stuff. This is pretty solid. So,
Yeah.
But yeah, just little things like that, you know, just cruise along. It's like, oh wow, I got to check that shit out. Off we go.
Yep. Yep.
Give me a little Chevy Equinox. Not that there's much going on with those things. It's a gutless bus bucket.
Yeah, like I can name a few places to visit. Like in California, you got to go to the hills, and then you got to go up Pacific Coast Highway. Those are just things that you got to go experience.
See, California, on the last day, second last day, I drove south all the way like down to Long Beach, just for a drive. Like I got up early one morning and said, you know what, stuff this. Just started driving, went all the way down Long Beach, down along Oceanside. I didn't cross the border. I didn't get that far down. I just
went to San Diego
so far and just went. Yeah, I didn't make it to San Diego. I didn't get that far.
Okay.
San
Diego's only just about 5 miles from the border.
Oh,
the
right.
bottom of San Diego.
I should have done it just to go in there, get a stamp, and then come back out and say, yeah, I've crossed it.
It's a pain in the ass to get back over, man. Like,
is it?
It is. The lines are just long as shit.
Oh, I'm glad I didn't do that then. But yeah, I just went for a drive that on my last couple of days and just went, you know, let's stuff it. I'll just go for a cruise and see where we go.
Niagara Falls, you got to go to Niagara Falls.
Yep, I went on the other side. I was up, took
even though it's not even America. The view is in America, but Niagara Falls is in Canada.
The better views in Canada side. Like America's got that stupid glass bridge that you walk out on, which is a joke. If you want to see a good shot, Skyline Tower.
Yeah. Let's see what else.
Actually, if I click on that button there, let's see.
If you ever want a real fun experience, a real American fun experience, find out when they're doing the Kentucky Derby and go out there to Lexington when they do the Kentucky Derby while you're doing your trip. During the Kentucky Derby, the men and the women, they wear hats and they wear old outfits like tuxedo and dress. So I would, if you want a cool experience to do something that you probably wouldn't be able to do somewhere else, and just it's its own unique adventure, I would say do that.
There you go. There's the view from Skyline Tower. I'll give you a close up.
Oh yeah.
Better than that Poxy Bridge.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And the other one, what's the other one? Goat Falls, I think it was called. Let's just down a little bit. And presto, there it is.
It was beautiful, man. I'm glad you had fun.
Yeah, just stopping and having a beer with people. You know, like a lot of my trip was I'd drive to the next town. Like one day I drove quite a few hours and put a fair few miles on. But other days it was sort of like drive for 2 hours. You know, I'm over this already. And whatever the next town was, I'd just pull up there and that's where I'd stay for the night. So I'd go and check out their local stuff. Some towns had tourist stuff, some didn't. And then probably about lunchtime, just after lunch, I'd go to one of the local bars, sit down, just have a chat with the locals, see what the town's all about. And yeah, you get to meet some very interesting people.
No, for sure. Find out everybody's just like you. That's the funny thing.
Exactly. That's the bit that a lot of people don't get. They're just like me, except they talk funny.
I always said 90% of the world, 90% of the world's problems would go away if everybody spoke the same language.
Yeah, probably.
I gotta head off to bed, man.
All right, not a problem, mate.
I gotta head to bed too. I love you guys.
I love you too, man. Y'all have a good night.
Catches. Green jet boat from Canada launching a huge waterfall. What the?
Yeah, dude. The boat's name is Dent, and he just goes around and like launches huge waterfalls. I'll try to find the video for you, but it's insane. I think it was like 40 feet or 50 feet or something. He jumped.
Holy.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like he's a Canadian legend now. I'll find it for you.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a video too. I'll try to find it and send it to you.
And there's some moron in that.
Yeah. Dusty Dozer's his name. He's like an instant Canadian legend now.
Wow. That's crazy. Okay, so that's not that far. I was just looking for that Appalachian Trail. How far away I was. So I was only about 300 miles.
Yeah, if
So
you
I
went to
actually went
Logan, you
through.
weren't too far away.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking up how far it is. It's like 315 miles, something about that. Interesting.
Maine to Georgia. Crazy.
Here we go. He's lucky he didn't hit that too hard and wear them rocks.
You should see the boat up close. It's fucked. It earns its name, honestly. He just like travels around and finds these waterfalls, and he breaks his boat every time, so he posts like at the local in the Facebook groups, and like guys just show up in their welding trucks and fix it for him, and it's hilarious.
That's crazy. Alright, now that I've looked at stuff in the United States, let's get back to Australia. Now, where is that town? The town of Orange, where are you? Right there. Mount Canobolas Lookout. That's what I want to see. Oh, you can drive right up there. Shit, yeah, boy. Okay, Mount Canobolas, what do we got? 4,579 feet above sea level. Pretty sure I can get some good views off that. so I need some hills or shit that I can measure distance. How far away? I am 100. Oh no, that's 78 miles. All right, that's my new goal, is to hit that big bastard. So about 78 mile away from where I live, there's a place called Mount Canobolas, which is near another, just southwest of a town called Orange. So I need to find some little hills or something that I can park my freckle on and see. Now that's interesting. I should have been able to nearly see Mount Canobolas from the top of Kaluma Lookout. Welcome.
Hello?
Hello. How are you today?
How are you?
Your microphone's a bit scratchy, dude.
I said, how are you, man? How are you?
I'm pretty good. You don't have to yell at it. It's not going to fix it. It's just scratchy. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
You sounded good there. Whatever you're doing there, just keep doing that. That's awesome.
All right.
So what brings you
here?
hit? What do I do? Destroy people's hopes and dreams.
Oh. I'm like a kind guy, man.
Just point out the obvious, mate, that some people don't want to accept. But anyways, what brings you here today?
I don't know. I just want to see what's up, man. It's a little bit like everyone's muted in here, you know.
They normally just sit here nice and quiet, so when people are talking, we can hear them nice and clearly. We don't need to have chaos. Good controlled environment. Nice. Excellent. So tell me something. Are you a flat earther or are you a ball believer?
No, I don't believe. I think it's oblate spheroid. It's not a ball.
Well, you think it's an oblate spheroid, so you believe it's an oblate spheroid. That's fair enough.
I don't think I believe it. I think it's just the common consensus, man. It's been proven.
It's consensus. Check it out. You're in a flat Earth room. If we go on consensus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 versus 1. It's flat, man.
Right, but we don't live in a flat Earth room, so we're taking the general consensus here.
You're in the flat Earth room now, so the general consensus is it's flat.
Right, but that's in this little echo chamber.
So using your claim of consensus is just a matter of perspective. Have you ever heard someone say where you stand on an issue is based upon where you sit?
Right.
Well, you've heard it now. And it's true. So at the moment, when you're claiming consensus, just have a look around before you say that first, because if we go on consensus of where we are now, well, consensus, if I ask them all, they're going to say flat, 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 and you're the only one that's going to say different.
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
You know how they wanted to make like commercially available flights to like the outer stratosphere?
Yeah, I've heard all this stuff. Doesn't really mean much.
Another question, like if that goes out commercially to the market, and let's say you had the money to afford it stably, like not at a big cost, would you?
I don't see the point of it. It won't show any curvature. That's what you're intending of the purpose. Your intention of the purpose of us going on one of these stratospheric flights is that we'll see the curvature. The sad part is there was a astronaut, that lady, and I can't remember her name off the top of my head, actually took one of those flights in, not SpaceX, the other one, the Blue Origin one, and she was disappointed that she didn't see the curvature at the elevation that it went to.
That's hearsay, no?
No,
It's
that's
just
actually
that's just
recorded on
anecdotal.
television. That's
But it's still
recorded.
anecdotal. It's
That's
still
not
anecdotal.
hearsay. That
Okay, it's
is
not hearsay.
her. That is her
Okay,
direct
it's not hearsay.
quoted. Yeah.
It's anecdotal.
Okay, so at the moment we've got you appealing to future fallacy, and we've got anecdotal from someone that's an alleged astronaut who was disappointed because she didn't see the curvature of the Earth. She didn't go high enough to see it. Your stratospheric flights are going to go to the same elevation that she went to.
Maybe. You want to hear some? You want to hear some? What do you call it? Anecdotal?
Not particularly. You're not interested in mine, so why should I even bother?
No, I was interested. I asked some questions, just try to hear it out. But I don't even know what astronaut you're talking about. You know what I mean?
You believe you live on a oblate spheroid. Why do you believe that? Outside of consensus.
Because I did like a little math project on it.
So you've done a math project. So
that's not why. That's not why.
Also, the math project is not why you believe you live on a ball.
No, I just kind of like confirmed it, I guess.
So you reified something. You haven't confirmed anything.
No, I confirmed it. Like,
how did you? Okay, let's step by step. What did you do?
Okay, so I took measurements from my apartment window, which is like 50 something meters above the ground. It's 52.3.
Yep.
Got the planning and everything, blah 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 blah. And then during clear weather, I took a camera and I used my eyes. I saw what buildings are really far away, and from a distance, it looks like this building is really small. Right?
That's called perspective. Yep.
I know, yeah. But then I factored in the curvature of the Earth, and I tried to find the hidden.
Hold on, stop. What? Stop. Why are you factoring in something you haven't proven yet?
It's been proven.
The purpose of doing this test was to prove either flat or curved, and you are factoring in something that you haven't proven. So what you're doing is called affirming the consequent. It's a form of logical fallacy.
But there's no other explanation for it, for the hidden height.
No, I don't need an explanation. You're factoring in something.
I didn't want to fail.
So you don't need to factor anything in. You could have just done your measurement.
I didn't want to fail the project, so I kind of had to.
You didn't want to fail a project. So you've got measurements from the ground level up to your window of 50 odd meters. You've got measurements from your position to another building that's a long way away. How far away was it?
Some were 2 kilometers, some were like 8. There was a lot.
Okay, so you've
and
got
then
a
I
distance
also used,
let's just pick a 5 kilometer one. Nice easy number, 5 kilometers away. So 5 kilometers away, you're 50 meters high. How does that prove curvature?
Do you know Ricky?
Do I know Ricky?
Yeah.
No, I don't know Ricky. Who's Ricky? What's a Ricky?
He's like some guy. He's kind of active. Like he used to be, at least, in like this debating flirts community. He's a geometrical surveyor, I think.
You think?
I also use. No, yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a surveyor. I'm confident.
So
tell
me how. So at the moment, what we've got a distance of 5 kilometers. We've got an elevation of 50 meters. And we've got someone who you think is a surveyor. So tell me how that proves curvature.
Well, because from like the building is 5 kilometers, it should be like a couple meters drop due to the curvature of the Earth. Well, which okay, it doesn't exist, but you can still record a hidden height building from different buildings in different places all across the world, which cannot be explained by refraction.
Perspective? Did you take into consideration your optics?
Yeah.
Why didn't you mention that?
I just thought it was irrelevant, man, because it doesn't really add much.
Yeah, it does. It makes a hell of a difference. See how with perspective, things get smaller as they get further away?
Right, but this is like...
now, don't say right, but I haven't finished. You do understand. You do understand perspective. Yeah, that's rude, bro. You do understand perspective. Things get smaller as they get further away, correct?
Yeah.
Excellent. So what happens is we see in angles, okay? So your angular view is what the issue is. Now, as that angle decreases in size, perspective, things get smaller as it gets further away. Now, as things get smaller, your angular view reduces. And once that angle reduces down to 0.02, you, with your eyes, can't resolve that image. Now, this has got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. This is just purely optics. That's all it is, dude. And because you're slightly elevated, you're now looking down, which gives you a wider angle to allow you to see that little bit further. So as you become more elevated, you will see further due to that angle being widened and thus giving you a bigger image to resolve. That's all it is. It's just the angles and the optic you're using. If you really want to test it out, go and have a look at your building and go, oh yeah, that one looks like XYZ, and then pick up a set of binoculars and have a look at the same building. And you'll be like, oh wow, that's clear. Or if you really want to kick it up a notch, go and get your camera converted to infrared and have a look at the same building again and see what happens.
Doesn't prove anything so far.
You haven't proven anything so far, I know.
No, you haven't disproven anything so far.
You've given me nothing to disprove. You haven't put anything on the table. You've affirmed the consequent. That's a form of logical fallacy. Once we get to there, the brakes go on and there's no need to go any further. I don't have to disprove anything. There's nothing to disprove.
I have a question.
Please.
So, what would it like? Are you 100% sure that the Earth is flat?
Yep.
Flat. And do you know? And what do you not know? Like, do you know what
I
is
don't know
like?
what I don't know. Nobody doesn't know what they don't know.
Oh, right, but that's like I'm asking. Like, for example, do you understand how the moon works, or why the ISS can be viewed from a
Why would I
telescope?
understand how the moon works?
Okay,
Moon
do you
passes over
understand?
my head.
Okay, fine. But do you understand how the ISS is propelled?
Why would that necessitate the shape of the ground to be a ball tard?
It
So
doesn't.
you're asking
But
non-related questions. It'd be like
no, I'm not
asking
saying
me
that.
what my favourite coloured Ferrari is whilst talking about your favourite food. You know, it's non-related.
Well, it is related because the ISS
No, it's
doesn't
not.
exist. So the ISS doesn't exist?
It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground, whether it
Yes, it
exists
does.
or not. No, it
No,
doesn't.
but you didn't ask my question. I asked, do you understand how it,
No, listen, bro.
it appears to be
I'll make
levitating?
it easy for you. Things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the ground. So, whether you want me to understand the ISS, whether you care personally how it's propelled, what holds it up there, this has nothing to do with me, and it's pretty low on my care factor. I do apologise for sounding ultra rude about it, but it really doesn't prove anything. You're only wasting your own time.
It's okay, man. I have a question then. If you don't want to answer that one, my question is, what do you think is the best argument that what do you call it, globe parts? What is the best argument that globe parts brings to the table?
What's the best argument they can bring to the table? Measured drop over distance.
Or that they have brought to the table?
That they have, mate, they haven't. That's the problem. If it's a globe, if it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, this should be ever so simple to go out and measure. You go and measure it, you show drop over distance, you bring it in here, you drop it on the table, you don't even have to say anything. Here's my measurements, here's the data. Unless someone doesn't know how to read and they need you to explain it, that's it, bro.
What about
Where
like
you did
24-hour sun?
Where you did it, when you did it. Obviously, you missed the bit about things in the sky don't have anything to do with the shape of the ground.
What about the 24-hour sun?
Obviously, you missed the bit with things in the sky don't have anything to do with the shape of the ground.
Well, then why would you navigate the?
Yeah, come back down to earth, buddy.
What about the horizon?
What about the horizon? Horizontal, level, flat. I still don't have a problem with that.
It's all about perspective.
What about perspective? Things get smaller as they get further away. That's not an issue. Actually, I'll rephrase that. Things appear to get smaller as they get further away. They don't actually get smaller. They stay the same size.
Man, I still understand, like, do you guys have a model or like a map which you guys consensually agree on?
I don't need a model because I can go out and measure reality directly.
Yeah, but you know what it looks like? You know, like, how are you going to teach this
Not
the
yet,
future
but
generation?
I don't need a model because I can just sneak outside, measure it directly. This is not an issue.
I understand that, man. I'm not saying that. Like, I'm saying when you want to, like, show this to people, like, for example, your children or
When I want to
future
show what?
generations. Like, if you want to,
People
like,
like you.
geography. No, geography. If you want to, like, teach them geography, how are you going to do that?
Local maps, I can just use them. They're not an issue.
Are we not going to have, like, one big map showing the whole world?
They can't even line up basic, real close countries now. Australia and Papua New Guinea. We know
Yeah,
they
you
don't
cannot.
line up because we've got military guys that have been across there and said it was an absolute friggin' nightmare because none of the maps lined up.
Yeah, it's true that, like, you cannot project a circle onto a flat surface naturally.
So what? The maps you use are based off the sky anyways. That's how they tie all the countries together. A big sky map. They get local maps, they use the sky map and roughly put them where they think they should be nearly be.
Mm. Okay. Next question. Everyone was like, I remember before they did that like Antarctica trip to the 24-hour sun. The people were saying that it was impossible, right? Unlike the flat Earth model.
No, they said it was impossible on a azimuthal equidistant map. They're trying to reify a map, make some people believe that a map is reality. And when they discovered that they couldn't put the what was witnessed in Antarctica on the map, a few people had a meltdown over it. Me personally, I don't give a shit what the sun does in the sky. It can do figure eights, it can do loop-de-loops, it can spin backwards. It's still the same result. It's doing it over a flat ground.
Hmm. And then I commonly hear the argument that like old ancient societies used to believe the Earth was flat, but I don't think those like not the Egyptians and shit, right? Or like not the ancient Buddhists, because
Really?
they had like you know, the Earth in a fishbowl, and then they had some fucking elephant carrying it and the turtles and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You
I'm
know
just
what
trying to
else?
find a image. What's it under? Old. No. That's the one I want. Yoink. In the side chat, mate. Loading, loading, loading. Oh, there you go. Is that what you wanted to know?
But these are all new pictures, man.
They are all old pictures out of religious texts.
They've been picturized like in the last century, you know what I mean? Before they were just in text. These are just interpretations, man. Bad argument.
It sounds like you're making excuses.
Sounds like I'm saying
Because
that
you
these are
made
just
it sounds
interpretations.
like you're making excuses. You made a claim, and that picture there, multiple
Yeah,
pictures
no,
stitched together, absolutely breaks what you're trying to do. And now you're making excuses to dig your way out of it.
that's not true.
Well, it's quite evident. So, yes, it is true.
Oh, okay. You just misinterpreted my point, but okay.
Next question.
Next question. Yeah. Oh shit.
Can't have run out of questions. Come on.
No, I'm playing a game of Fortnite, bruv, and I just died.
That means now you can ask your questions.
Yeah, yeah. But see, I like what Cinderella Pie posted because that's actually like what the Egyptians drew, not like whatever this is, and like it's kind of hard to, like, what the fuck did you just post? Like there was some whatever. I'm gonna just not even go over that because whatever. But the Egyptians like showing constellations and shit, like it doesn't prove anything, man. It just reconfirms like the Egyptians were tripping on fucking Starville all day, smoking like smoking DMT. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, the Egyptians they knew more than us, but only in some things.
Alright, what do you boys know about the ice wall?
The ice wall, like behind the ice wall is like Mars and giants and the Nephilim
Yeah,
and shit.
that's
retard.
great. Yeah, that's
Actually.
just retard. Okay, so Flip Master, are you talking about my freezer? Because I apologise, I haven't cleaned it out in a while. Oh, that was quick.
The sun inside the firmament. Well, the sun is closer to us than the stars are. That's a fact. There's nothing necessarily here saying there's a firmament. I mean, like, I don't know. I know about my country. They have a rocket which
Where are you
flies
getting firmament from, dude? Where are you getting that from?
the side chat. The side chat. It's like I've even heard that dinosaurs are not real and shit.
I have a question for you. How do you know? How do you know the sun is closer than the stars when you can only ever see the sun and the stars like at opposite times? You can't see them at the same time.
Because the sun's heat waves, the radar solar waves, absolutely fry me, whereas the stars don't. And when you take
stars are all so much smaller too.
When you take a radio, yeah, because they're really far away. When you take a radio telescope,
they might just be small and the same distance.
No, because we can take a telescope and we can measure how long it takes for us to see the stars in the telescope. How does this work? Yeah, it's the James Webb Telescope. There are parts of space which we have never even looked at on a camera, right? Or
That's a cool story.
How do they start this light coming? How do they start the measure?
So they get a massive like radio wave dish, kind of like a satellite dish, but it's massive and it's super expensive. And they target it at a specific constellation which they want to look at, and they wait long time for all of the light waves to kind of bounce off this dish and focus. And from there they create an image.
Wait 1 second, bro. How are they targeting the constellation if they can't see it already because the light hasn't entered their telescope?
Because they hold it there for years at a time, like 20 years.
This is the most retarded thing I've heard in a long time.
It's like the universe is expanding, right? So we can always see more and more.
More claim
stacking. For what you're saying to make sense, for instance, let's say we're on Earth, it's daytime, the stars aren't showing, right? I set up my telescope at where I think a star's going to be, okay? And then night happens, and the atmosphere allows for the light to come. You're saying that there should be a delay with the stars relative to the sun in terms of how long it takes the light to hit my lens.
No, I'm not talking about the main stars. I'm talking about the ones that really far away. The ones you can only probably see in like Murmansk and shit. Or from the James Webb Telescope, which is in the middle of fucking nowhere.
You know they're really
no,
far
if the
away?
light is coming Sorry, go ahead, Matrix. I don't want to.
No, because like the thing is, like.
No, that wasn't your turn, bro.
Light
I'm giving the floor to Matrix if he was trying to get in because we're going.
Oh,
at the same
you're
time.
giving the floor
So
to
the
him.
problem
but
is, Araski, the problem you've got, there's this thing called angular size. Okay? You can't tell the difference between something that's really, really small and close and something that's really, really big and far away because they have the exact same angular size. So unless you've got some way of determining
No,
this...
that's not true. We know that the sun's close objectively, man. You know how?
Matrix is trying to get around that by saying that they're measuring the time that it takes the light to come and hit the lens. But the thing is, the light is constantly
How they validate it then?
Yeah, exactly. There's a constant stream of light, and they can't start and stop when it's happening. So it's all the same for all the lights in the sky. It's all constantly shining, and that's why we can see them. You know, to say that it took one longer than the other, you'd have to somehow stop the star from propagating its light, turn off the twinkle, and then turn it on again and see how long it takes.
I was just talking about other stars first of all. No, I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about distant constellations.
Sure, take the most distant one. How are you turning off the star and then turning it on again?
You're not turning it off. You're not turning it off.
Then how do you know when the light's coming?
How do you know when the light's coming from it? What is the start sequence and stop sequence for you to validate, verify, and prove the timing of it?
Listen, if you did not understand my point, I'd rather just move on.
Okay, you're not listening. Just hold on. What you need to understand. I'll give you an example. Slow down.
Don't get mad, baby.
I'll give you an example. If I get a flashlight and I'm 2 miles from you or 2 kilometers from you, I turn the light on, I turn the light off. You can time that sequence. You can time how long it takes from light being off to light getting turned on. Now, how do you do that with the stars?
That's illogical, man. You won't be able to measure that.
It's perfectly logical. You just couldn't track. Another way is if I'm on the phone with Matrix and he has the flashlight and it's turned off, and then he tells me on the phone, "All right, I turned it off. I turned it on now." And then that time from when he said it to when I see it is the discrepancy. You understand?
The delay on that phone call is longer. It's slower than the speed of light.
Fair enough. That's a good critique to make.
But whatever. Like, we don't even need to talk about that. How about we know, for example, that Mars.
Actually, it's not a good critique because it is the speed.
No, listen. We know that the moon is closer than the sun. Do we know that?
I'd say so.
Angular size, they look about the same to me.
I'd say in an eclipse, yes, the sun gets blocked by the moon.
Thank you. And the sun and the moon, they follow almost like perfect what do you call it? Rotation. You know,
Yeah, they're like counterparts.
They're on an axis, right?
The moon's rotation. The moon's I would say circuit.
Yeah, they're on an axis.
It's moving a little bit quicker than the sun's, but it's very similar.
They're on an axis relative to our planet, correct?
Sure.
Incorrect. You're claiming a planet, you're begging the question. You've still not proven any curvature in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the word planet,
you guys don't want to, accept any curvature, no matter what. Even like if we.
The problem is, you saying the word planet doesn't prove curvature. Have a go at this. Planet. Did me saying planet before you have a nervous breakdown? Before you have a little nervous breakdown, you saying the word planet doesn't prove curvature. In your mindset, it's you. You fucking well did, so don't give me your bullshit. You just saying the word planet does not prove curvature. In your mindset, you already have a preloaded idea of what you're trying to say. You haven't proven it in the first place, mate. So do I what?
Why are you getting mad? Fucking take a chill.
I'm not getting mad because you won't shut the fuck up because you keep reporting the same thing. You haven't proven curvature, so stop assuming it.
I'm not trying to talk to you anymore, man. I'm trying to talk to this.
But Ruski, you did imply it when you said planet, and then you said, "Oh, you guys won't will always deny curvature or whatever." You made that implication right there. But in any case, I'm with you. You have a moon and the sun doing circuits above the Earth, right? What's next?
Okay, we also know that Venus and Mars are closer to us than the sun. Correct?
Sure. I'm not positive, but I think I recall Venus transiting the sun before.
Yeah, because what we can do is at certain times of the year, the Mars or the other planets or whatever you want to call them, are closer to Earth than other times of the year. Obviously, they follow like an orbit, like flying around axis around the Earth. How do we know that? Well, because we've measured these planets for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and so we know that they've always been there.
They haven't been measured.
They haven't been measured, so to
Come on,
speak,
man.
because not until quite recently, right? But that's another debate because they're always moving closer or further away depending on their axis.
Okay, so without making unnecessary conclusions, so far we have the Earth is like above the Earth. You have the sun and the moon, which have very similar, circuits, and Venus transits. Venus is sometimes closer than them, right?
It's not above or below.
What?
It's neither. It's not above and it's not below.
It's above the Earth. But anyways, regardless, whether you consider down the center of the Earth or just down, doesn't matter.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Sure, let's say it doesn't matter. So we can we can see that certain planets are further or certain planets are closer. Not even planets. Let's just call them fucking, I don't know, because planets obviously pisses off some
luminaries.
Special.
Sure, luminaries. Let's go.
Luminaries.
Celestial bodies.
I don't think the moon is a luminary because the reason why we can see the moon in the nighttime is because the sun is reflecting off it. It is if we follow a heliocentric model, right? If we don't follow a heliocentric model, then I don't know how we can see the moon.
Celestial bodies. Next.
All right, but the question, how can we see the moon in the nighttime? That's a good question. The moon is cold. It's freezing.
Bro, why are you jumping, man? We're talking about the sun and the moon being above the Earth, Venus transiting in front of it. You're going on the side rail.
Right. I just wanted to see how accepting you guys are. But listen, question is can we see the moon because of the sun? Yes or no? Or I don't know.
I don't truly know, but I believe so. It's likely. It's reasonable. It's reasonable.
Yeah. And another question. Oh no, I can't even ask the question. It's bullshit. So you think the stars that we see in the nighttime is I don't know, galaxy lights in a Rolls Royce?
What?
In fancy cars.
They have this, I know what you're saying.
The inside of the roof, they have little lights. Saying,
but are you jumping from what you were trying to build up to now just asking me speculative questions?
What was I trying to build up, man? I was trying to
I don't know. You're talking about how.
Listen, I'm trying to prove to you guys that the stars are real things, man. That
you believe stars are real, bro.
Well, someone says, "How do you know that? How do you know that they're far away? How do you know this? How do you know that?" And I was trying to explain it, and I got shut down.
Real. That's saying they're
so
balls of gas that are super far away.
Flat Earthers saying stars are not real. That's just next level retarded. I go outside at night time. I look up. There's fucking zillions of them up there.
But maybe it's man-made by the fucking Nephilim, mate. You know
what
I mean? How do you know they're real?
No.
Just because you can see it doesn't make it real.
You're conflating two separate things. Us viewing the stars is different to us speculating of what they're manufactured of. We see stars at night time. What they're made of, what they do, who put them there, that's a whole different kettle of fish. But yes, I agree with you. There's stars in the sky. What they
You're
are,
lucky, Matrix.
Fucked if I know.
You can step outside and see a zillion stars. You are lucky, man. I got light pollution out the wazoo. I can't see barely any stars when I go outside.
That means the stars don't exist where you're at, mate.
Yeah, something like that.
Do you believe there's two suns that orbit the Earth?
No.
Okay. And how do you explain, what is gravity called in your world?
Gravity.
So it exists?
Yes.
Okay. What about like satellites? Because they don't have any like, you know, like
I don't
once.
think you know what gravity means, though.
I think I do, but how does satellites work, man? Because like Elon Musk, he's launched like 20,000 odd, like a little bit
How
less
about you tell us
satellites.
about your gravity? Because I think you two just spoke clean past each other.
He didn't want to address it.
Yeah, you see that? Can you see my camera?
No, I can't see your
Yes,
camera.
bruh.
That's a
So
gift.
let me get this straight. You've got a photograph of the ISS. Now, I want you to use logic, and I'm going to ask you a very basic question. Who took the photo?
I don't think that's the ISS, man. I think that's just the Russian, like, maybe it is the ISS. But it's something Russian, man. It was just a gift to me from the Russian
I
Academy.
don't care what it is. Who took the photo?
I don't know. But it's signed. It's signed by a bunch of Russian.
Don't you know, Matrix? They do flybys.
Awesome.
Up in the ISS, they do flybys. They have the other satellite. They do
So
tricks.
it's validated because it's signed by some random Russian. That's great.
No, it's not random, man. These are like all people who've been to space. It was a gift to my granddad because he was a genius.
No comment.
I love that guy.
No comment.
No need to comment, man. I mean, like, I'm not here to convince you guys otherwise, because quite frankly, it doesn't affect me what you think.
You never.
Right?
The only way you're going to convince us is to show us measured drop over distance, observable, measurable, testable, repeatable, and of course he's going to talk the fuck straight through me because he doesn't want to know how to prove his stupid ball-type religion.
I'm not trying to.
For someone who's not trying to prove anything, you've got a habit of talking over other people. You obviously don't want to listen. How are you going to prove your ball-tard if you don't even know what to do in the first place?
I'm not trying to. I'm just here for conversation, man. I don't really. It's not about convincing each other's parties. You know what I mean? Get it out of your head that like you're gonna convince me otherwise, because
We know we're not going to convince you. You're an indoctrinated sheeple. You've made that abundantly clear. You've got a picture from your granddad that shows Earth and a satellite, and you don't even know who took the freaking picture. It's constructed, it's manufactured, and your justification of its reality is signatures upon a piece of glass that cover said image. You are that brainwashed. That is your proof of curvature, is signatures on an image that you don't even know how that image where it came from.
It came from the Russian Academy of Sciences.
So who took the photo?
I don't know.
You know.
Nah. I wish I did though.
Well, obviously not that satellite, because it's in the photo.
I don't know. It could have been the ISS or something taking that picture. Could have been quite anything.
That's how gullible you are. You'll believe anything.
It might be another satellite taking that picture. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's somewhat anticlimactic. I thought you were going somewhere with the whole sun, moon over the Earth, Venus transiting. I thought there was like a conclusion to it.
He was going somewhere. His point was to not talk about the Earth and talk about everything else, because everything else is what proves the Earth being a ball-tard.
Listen, so the conclusion is, if I had to like round it up to like a point, right, it would be that so we can accurately measure the distance of the sun or the distance of the moon 24/7 every day of the year. Every day of the year.
How?
How? Because we can have different measuring stations in all these different parts of the Earth, which would allow us to monitor the moon's movement across the Earth at all times. Same goes with the sun. It's always visible by someone, right? It doesn't ever.
How are you measuring the distance though?
We can do it through fucking, what do you call it, like lasers and shit, right? Obviously, I'm not doing that, but that's not the point. It's not about the distance, right? So the thing is,
like that.
The thing is, if we can accurately see these things at all times, we can accurately measure where they are relative to the Earth. Okay. And if we can do that, we can draw.
How are you measuring? That's what we want to know.
That part's true, Matrix. They can measure relative to the Earth.
How?
They can basically
how
plot
are you measuring relative? Okay, here's Matrix with his big fuck off telescope. He looks at the moon for the next 9 hours straight because that's how much viewing time I've got. So how does that measure the moon? Me staring at it. I want to know how far it is from me to the moon. How are we going to do that?
Measure might be the wrong word. He means we can observe it and basically know where it is relative to the Earth.
It's above us.
The GP of the sun, we know it's over this city and then this city, like these kind of latitudes or whatever.
So it's above us. Excellent.
Yeah, basically. We know it's like where in the sky it is.
Well, that's not measuring.
It's observing basically. But anyways, Ruski, what's next?
I think, how about this? Like, if we could make like some Tower of Babylon that goes like 10 kilometers up in the sky, even 50 kilometers up in the sky, we would still see the moon coming up from the horizon. It would not just like come into viewing distance from nothing. It still comes up from like what looks like from the bottom of the Earth.
You're appealing to future fallacy of some kind of hypothetical shit that you've never done. How do you know?
Because I believe in the scientific consensus.
Excellent, you said it. I believe.
I believe in the scientific consensus, yes.
So you've got no knowledge, no measurements, it's just pure belief. That's all we want to know, mate.
Argument
if you'd have said that right from the start.
No, I told you from the start, man. I believe in the common consensus. What are we talking about? I believe in the common consensus.
You've got to be careful. Prior to you dropping in percentage, he said that he believes in the consensus. And as I pointed out to him, he was in a flat Earth room and it was 7v1. Consensus is it's flat. And he didn't like that.
But these aren't scientists, man. I'm talking about a scientific consensus.
I'm a scientist.
Okay, so which field of science deals with shapes?
Fucking geometry, man.
That's not a field of science. But anyway, at least you got the right thing. It's still not science. So you keep telling us about scientific consensus. Shapes are not science. So why the hell should I listen to these so-called scientists if they've got stuff all to do with shapes? Because that's what the discussion is. Is it a sphere or is it not?
It's an oblate sphere.
Okay, so
actually, it's
that's
impossible
a cool story.
for it to be an oblate sphere. Spheres are perfectly
sorry,
every dimension.
Spheroid. I'm sorry, spheroid. You want me to be specific?
Yeah, I want you to pair the stuff well.
Thank
you. Bot?
I'm not a bot. I have a life. I go
Wait,
out.
you don't think for yourself. You just take the consensus
I think for myself. I think for myself. One time, I really thought that maybe you guys have a point, and then I decided like,
yeah, we do. There's no measured curvature.
Have
you ever wondered to yourself how many of your thoughts are organic?
Nigga, my thoughts ain't inorganic. What are you talking about?
All of them are organic.
All of them are organic.
Are they really if they receive them from other people? The ideology?
Do you know what organic means?
She doesn't.
Yeah.
She meant original, but she confused it with organic.
But here's another thing. Like, I don't know. There's so many things which kind of like, in my dilemma, kind of complement my theory of thought. For example, like, I used to go out on a boat a lot, and you would see a lot of boats in the distance, whether they be tankers or just private commercial yachts or whatever. And they, like, the farther they go, you start, first of all, you start seeing the hull of the boat, less until it's just the sail, right, or just the top of the boat. It goes past like further than we can see under the conditions.
Okay.
And I think that this not anomaly, maybe you will call it anomaly, but this phenomena can be witnessed from all parts of the world during all types of weather conditions, except if you have no visibility, obviously. But I think it kind of goes to say that, like, the boat isn't going below waves. It's not going, like, wherever. But I think that if it was flat, then we would actually see that the boat doesn't disappear. It would just fade into, like, what we can't see. But we can accurately see that the boat is less and less visible.
What you're saying is that if it was flat, there wouldn't be bottom-up obstruction. Is that what you're trying to put down?
Yeah.
And you're wrong.
What about, like, okay, let's move on from that, because I think it's a boring conversation, and I don't want to get into
the reason we're actually going to point this out to you.
We're going to move
just
on.
Listen before you have a meltdown. The reason why I'm interjecting is because we can demonstrate to you bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface.
Go ahead.
So you're claiming the causational mechanism is the curvature. If we could show you bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, wouldn't that point out that the curvature is not the causational mechanism? That something else must be the cause?
And also at distances shorter than the globe bath would allow. You'd have obstruction in distances shorter than 8 inches per mile squared.
That would be like, that's the sun if it was above us, obviously. But whatever. How about we move on? How about we talk about how different elements, in the atmosphere or wherever in the world, heavier elements tend to be lower physically than the lighter elements. For example, gold. Gold is always at the bottom of the creek, and that's not even speaking about that. For example, when we put in blood into a centrifuge, right? It's a fucking device which spins really quick, right?
Yes, different materials, different elements have different weight. What's your point?
And so when we put blood into a centrifuge, it always splits into distinctive layers. It effectively, what do you call it, stratifies, right? It splits into different layers, heavier being on the bottom and lighter being on the top. And I commonly hear the fact saying, oh, well, if you can demonstrate stratification in a vacuum, it will be perfect and it will prove it. But the thing is, you can only demonstrate that in a vacuum, which is like 10 kilometers high. Like, it's got to be massive for you to actually have a distinct amount of elements, a distinct amount of molar mass, of volume, of pressure in this container to be able to accurately
Hey, what's poppin', fam?
Okay, what's your point?
The point is that this just does not work on a flat Earth. Like, if we look at the atmosphere, right, where we can measure air levels, quantity of what elements in what level of vertical height. So, like, at the beginning, you're gonna have like 16% oxygen, however much argon, helium, nitrogen, blah blah blah. As you go higher and higher, everything kind of dissipates, and you have much more hydrogen at the top. Why? Because obviously hydrogen is the lightest element. It's got 1 molar mass of 1.
But you mentioned earlier that you need like a really high, vacuum chamber, right, to show this in a lab setting, right?
But it's impossible. Like, given our current technology, it's impossible.
Yeah, but you still need a chamber, right?
Well, if you were to do it in an experiment, for sure.
Like, if I was in the lab and there was no roof to the chamber, then it would all just kind of equalize, right?
What do you mean? You're still gonna
I mean,
have
that would
like
be
more.
How are you
antithetical to
containing
science,
the
right?
gas?
We don't live in a closed system or isolated system.
What are you talking about, man?
Earth, every single second, is exchanging energy and mass with space.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, like for example, comets, mate, like asteroids. Yeah.
So lights in the
Hitting them.
sky means gas exchange.
So there is gas exchange. There's helium coming in and out. We have the ozone layer. We have the fucking clouds. We have the fucking
Okay,
planes.
can we just go back about 3 steps? Lights in sky equals gas exchange. How the hell did you attribute those two with each other? Like, what the?
Yeah, you've gone back not 3 steps. You've gone back 2 years, man. I don't know what you're on.
Yeah, you're
I
the
don't know
one
what
that
you're
said that.
Comets in the sky are gas exchange, basically.
Yeah, gas is being exchanged. Yeah. Like yeah. But like,
He still hasn't addressed it.
Is like a light. Where's your make it connect the dots?
Comets aren't just a light. What are you talking about? Comets have
make it make sense, dude. Holy.
Look, when a comet is flying towards Earth while it's still in space, sometimes it breaks off, and then when it enters our atmosphere, it can also split up and break off more and more. That's why you can see multiple like burn streaks happening, right? And there's obviously an exchange.
No, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong. You don't know your model as well as you should. A comet does not hit
it doesn't matter,
bro. You're confusing a comet with like a meteorite.
Mate, maybe I don't know it as well as I should, but I will have to say that this shit is.
What's the difference between a comet and a meteorite?
It's not about knowing, like, you don't.
One's crashing down.
There are billionaires, right? Well, it doesn't matter how much money you have, right? But just for the example, there are extremely successful people who never gave a fuck about the shape of the Earth, and yeah, simple as. So it doesn't actually matter what.
Extremely rich people that don't give a fuck, therefore globetard.
Seriously, this is so bad, bro.
The point is, it's that it doesn't matter what you believe. It's not important. It's really not important. It doesn't like awaken the fucking.
That's a different argument altogether, though, because you're making the claim that it's a globe.
This is
you have a burden of proof.
Listen, I'm not here to give you the evidence because I don't give a shit.
Then don't make the claim.
Okay, let's not make the claim. My claim now.
I'll tell you something now before you do flame out on everyone. I know that you do care because you've spent nearly 50 minutes in here. If you didn't care, you would have popped in here and went, "You flat earthers are next level. Catch us later, guys. Have a good one." And you would have left.
No, Matrix. It matters to him to
listen.
It matters to him to tell us that it doesn't matter at all.
Listen, you flat earthers are next level.
Now that's a flame out. Oh man, poor little child.
Where'd he go?
He just realised how much of his time is wasted. After making a claim it doesn't matter, he's just realised that it does.
You shouldn't have reminded him of 50 minutes.
We need a little
share, right?
You know those bells that you have on the counter where you go in there, ping, when you want to grab someone's attention? We need one of those to go off every half an hour, like when we get a new person in, ping, that's the 30-minute warning. And then when they go, but it doesn't really matter.
What's the new thing for flat Earth lately? What's the newest stuff?
What's the new thing? Nothing new under the sun, bro. She's still flat.
Do you think there's any new storylines or nothing?
Storylines? It's still measured flat.
Do you think you have a perfect model right now?
What do I need a model? I can just go outside and measure reality.
That's not what I asked.
Well, I don't need a model. There's no necessity for a model when I can just nick outside and measure it direct. Like, if you had a Ferrari...
The idea of a model helps you live a better life. What are you talking about?
If you had a Ferrari...
There's no necessity.
If you had a Ferrari
necessity
out in your driveway... Calm, just hold on. If you had a Ferrari out in your driveway, would you be taking measurements off the little toy model inside? Or would you be going outside pointing to the real deal and showing everyone, look, it's red. Look, Ferrari badge. Look, V12. Why would you be pointing to the model when the real deal is in your driveway?
Because being able to predict the future is what gives humans their advantage in society, in the world. What are you talking about?
No, Matrix.
Non sequitur.
If you have a Ferrari,
You
you're
think
probably
about the
dating a model.
future. You understand what's going to happen in the future, and so you do certain things so you can be the
Non
leaders of that
sequitur.
future.
Non-related.
That's not a non sequitur. You insane?
Yes, it
That's
is.
the entire point of humanity.
You've jumped from one conversation. It's like as if you're talking to someone else and you've left your microphone
Did
on.
I not answer some question, or what was the big
No.
jump? What are you talking about?
You answered a question that wasn't asked.
what was the big jump? I don't understand what the big jump was.
What was the question he asked you? Calm down.
I'm not sure.
Exactly.
He asked you, why would he look at a model when he has the real thing?
Well, a model helps predict the future. That's the whole point of a model.
So if I've got a model of a Ferrari and I've got a real one out in the driveway, if I go and stroke the model, I can predict the future.
If it's an actual model. If it's not a model, no.
How does a model Ferrari predict the future whilst there's a real Ferrari parked in the driveway?
You look at a Ferrari, you see how it's built, you see how it's going to be built in the future, or like you look at a certain animal.
How
you see
does
how
looking at a model? Okay.
Oi, can I finish?
Driveway?
Holy shit!
Yeah, you're jumping all over the place, dude.
Did you hear anything that I just said? What the fuck?
Yeah, one step at a time. We've got
This
a
guy's
real
hitting me over
Ferrari
there
in
with
the
a
driveway.
pipe. Jesus Christ!
We've got a real Ferrari in the driveway. I've got a Model 1 in my hand. Exactly the same as the real one outside. Same colour, same everything, just little. Now, what's going to happen here is that's going to get put on mute. What's going to happen now is I've got the little one. How is the little one going to predict a new Ferrari that's coming out in next year? Why is it they never want to talk when they're asked a sensible question, but when you're trying to ask a question, they want to run through you?
Oh, this dude is like talking to himself for half a second and then talking to me the next second. What the fuck?
Okay. Obviously, you don't want to listen, or you're too busy playing frickin' games to not listen.
I thought I was speaking to you, and then you just completely stopped talking to me for like
Bro,
20 seconds.
No one stopped talking to you. This is just... Yeah, you're a clown. Get out of here, dude. You're in the wrong room.
Jesus, okay.
It's kind of a false analogy a little bit.
I did want to hear how he was going to tie future prediction shit into this model Ferrari. I think this is going to be interesting, but he failed.
Yeah. Would you agree that's kind of a... Well, yeah, you wouldn't have a Ferrari in the first place with...
I don't know if it's a false analogy.
No, I'm just saying you couldn't have a Ferrari in the first place without a model first, though. You don't just make a Ferrari, so...
Yeah, it would be very unlikely to make a Ferrari without a model.
That's not why it's a false analogy. But
my point is, in order to make a Ferrari in the first place, you need to model it first. Then you make a
the
Ferrari.
model is taken from the real one.
You don't need to model the whole Ferrari, though, right? You can model like a concept of it, like a feeling of the way you live your life, and putting that in towards the look of a car.
Yeah, you have to have a concept before you make something in this world. So
absolutely, a
you don't
concept.
just make
Absolutely.
a Ferrari.
But a concept isn't a model.
Yeah.
Well, those words are interchangeable. So you don't just make a
No,
Ferrari.
I don't think they are. No, I don't think they
conceive
are.
it first. Yeah. You don't just make a Ferrari. You have to conceive it first. So.
Yeah, I think those are two different points. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But you don't have to conceive the whole thing.
Yeah.
You do it like piecemeal, and
you make a model.
Put a tire to the axle, and then like you think about what the next thing is going to be. You don't have to have a full model or whatever. You could just have, one piece after the next, and just conceiving something, visualizing what you're going to do does not a model make.
Yeah. Well, if people didn't make models, then they would put architects out of business. So.
Okay, that's something different though. Like a blueprint for a building is different.
That's a model.
Sure, but even with building a building, you don't have to have a blueprint.
Okay, well, if you can build a World Trade Center without making model first, I would love to see that.
It could be done. It's probably going to be a lot harder because without a model, there's without
blueprints are not models.
A reduction of shared ideas and stuff like that, and be like a lack of communication and stuff like that. So it'd be more apt to have the project handled by one individual or what have you. But It's still possible, and you can just refer to any YouTube video where you have like people in the bush making bushcraft homes and stuff like that. There's no model; they're just going with the next step. They're visualizing it in their mind, and that's it.
A lot of the time, they make mini models, Raiden, for the purpose of some people can't visualize or see off of drawings, off of blueprints. Some people just look at it and go, blue ink means nothing. So they make miniature scale models of buildings and shit that are going up in cities and whatnot. Even when I was working at BHP years ago, they had a scale model of one of the sections of BHP because on the drawings it looked nothing like what the actual scale model was. And they do that for the function of some people just can't visualize 3D off a 2D drawing.
Sure. But nonetheless,
That's
it's
what
a
it's
model,
for.
right? Well, yeah, I know what
There's no
models are for,
necessity.
sure.
You don't need the model. The drawing's there. The guys that use the drawings can build whatever it is off of those drawings. They don't need a model. There's no necessity to manufacture
No,
a
that's
model
not true. That's not
in
true.
order
That's not
to.
true. That's not true.
If
There
they
is
don't need them,
absolutely
why
no
are they probably doing
necessity
it?
to manufacture a model prior to building something.
Okay. Well, if you can build a Ferrari without a model, I would love to see that.
If you've got the drawings and the blueprints, there's nothing stopping you. You don't need a model. You know what a car looks like. You just follow the instructions on the blueprints, produce what you want to produce, and that's it.
Okay, like I said, if you could build a Ferrari without a model, I would love to see that.
All you have to do is give someone the blueprints, mate. Did you not listen to what I just said?
I did.
Excellent. So if you get given the blueprints and you've got the tools and equipment to manufacture the item, whether it's a Ferrari, whether it's a Ford Ka, or whatever, it doesn't matter. As long as you've got the blueprints for it, you can manufacture it. You don't need a model.
Okay. I believe you.
You don't even need blueprints, Matrix.
Yeah, you just use your head,
You
right?
go step by step, trial and error. You could build the thing without blueprints.
Probably do that too, but it'd probably take you a while.
Yep.
You just got all in your head, all these specs, huh?
Well, you've just got this idea in your head that things have to be done a certain way. No. There's plenty of ways to skin a cat. You just seem to think that your one methodology is the be-all and end-all. No, it's not.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Matrix, let me ask you this. Can you build a 6th generation fighter jet without a model?
Give me the blueprints.
Okay.
And the money. Give me the money.
Hey, Raiden, you're probably talking to the wrong person. I'm a fucking engineer.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. So you failed there. That's
you
why
can
I keep saying all you need is the blueprints. The purpose of the scale model is for numpties that can't read blueprints. Hey, this is what the end result is supposed to look like. Make it just big, the big version of this.
Okay. Fair enough. So you do agree that the Earth is a sphere, right?
Fuck no.
No?
Not a chance.
Why would I agree that it's a sphere, Todd, when there's no curvature?
No? You don't enjoy satellite images?
Obviously you do. Probably a little too much.
Do you think satellites need blueprints or no?
Well, they're manufactured off of blueprints.
Yeah?
No, they don't need blueprints.
No? Do you think they work?
What, blueprints? I've got no problem with them. They work
No, I'm
all
talking
right.
about satellites. Do you think those are a real thing? You think they work or?
Yep.
I've got no issues with mechanical devices flying above my head.
Oh, okay. You think they can take
What I
pictures,
do have
or?
issues with is your claims of where they actually are. That's what I do have issues with, and you haven't
Well, I
said
don't
it
know where
yet,
they
so
are.
you know
You
where
don't
they
know
are.
where they
Ooh,
are
this
either,
is
right?
great.
Well, they could be anywhere. There's thousands of them up there,
So
right?
you've got no measured curvature, but your belief system is, I believe satellites take really good photos. Well, they don't actually take photos.
You said something interesting earlier. You said you measured the Earth, right? What does that mean? Did you measure the entire Earth, or what are you talking about? 12 inches in front of you, or what do you mean by that?
When did I say this? I've measured the Earth.
I don't know. Maybe about 10 minutes ago, you were talking to someone else. You said something to the effect that the Earth's been measured. What does that mean?
Correct, it has been.
So the entirety of the Earth is measured?
No.
Well, how much of it?
quite a few large expanses of water. And we know that water is flat, level, horizontal whilst it's at rest. Okay. So if we can measure and confirm that one component is flat, level, horizontal whilst at rest, it would stand to reason that all of the components of water that are across Earth are flat, level, horizontal whilst at rest. So now you've got a conundrum. If we know that water is flat, level, horizontal, and we also, according to your side's claim of 72% of the known world is water, how are you going to validate a sphere with 72% of it being flat, level, and horizontal?
Yeah, okay. So when you say the Earth's been measured, that's like an extrapolation. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to see you extrapolate a curvature out of 72%, extrapolate a sphere out of 72% flat. This is going to be great.
Oh, okay. So if you extrapolate that the Earth is flat, what's the extent of it? Or do you have dimensions, or
don't need to?
Well, do you
All
have
I need to do is break your curvature claims, and that's been done so quite comfortably.
So you don't know.
Remember, the claim on the table is that it's a spheretard. We show that there's no curvature, no spheretard. So it's you that's got to go back to the drawing board. I'm happy with saying that it's flat.
No, that's fine. Let's say it's no sphere. What are the dimensions of this thing we live on? Do you know, or?
I've made no claim to the dimensions.
Okay. I know you didn't claim it. I was just wondering if you knew.
No, I've made no claim.
Right. Do you know?
If I knew, I'd make a claim. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. That's fast. So, I guess obviously then you must think this is part of some conspiracy, right? This whole globe thing.
No, I think it's just been a stuff up from the get-go. Someone's mistaken the celestial sphere and assumed that the terrestrial must be the same, and they've passed on misinformation. I don't think there's a collection of people rubbing their filthy little hands together and going, we're going to lie to Raiden today so he'll grow up and be a ball believer. No, I don't think there's a group of people conspiring. I think it's just a stuff up from the get-go. Yes, I agree there's people making money off of this. And yes, I agree there's been a lot of stupids in between, but I don't think there's some grand conspiracy.
What about the mechanism of the satellites that are created? Artificial satellites.
What about them?
How are they staying up there?
Fuck if I know. Some of them are on balloons. They've got video and photo footage of those.
I don't know.
I find it interesting that there's certain companies that have a lot to do with satellites, and they're one of the highest consumers of helium known to man. It's very interesting.
But therein would be like some sort of conspiracy, right? If it's actually satelloons or superconductivity or whatever, they're claiming that it's orbiting because of gravity.
Their claims came after. So whatever they're doing is up to them. So the whole ball bullshit was projected before that. So there's no grand conspiracy of people rubbing their hands together. These guys are just abusing a stuff up that's been pushed out. I don't think that it was malicious intent to start off with. I think it was just a stuff up from the get-go. Yes, people are abusing it now, the likes of NASA. But I don't think there was any ill intent from the get-go. See, what I find interesting is you ask people about proofs of curvature, and they'll go, Eratosthenes! Now, I don't want to be rude, but I've always been of the understanding that the Greeks were exceptional with their logic. If they were so freaking good, how did Eratosthenes stuff that up?
What do you mean?
With his affirming the consequent. Like the Greeks they pride themselves on their logic. So how did they stuff that up? That's why I call bullshit on that story. So is it just an excuse to go, oh, look, we fucked up, we've just got to make a story? But no, I don't think there was any ill intent from the get-go. I think it's just been a stuff-up. I don't think there's a grand conspiracy. I think that, like I said earlier, there's a few people abusing the fact, but they're not conspiring. Most of the people that work at those places honestly believe they live on a ballsard. They work in their happy little office. They make the triangles. They pass them on to the guy that drills the holes in the triangles. He passes them to the guy that sticks them to the side of the cylinder. Everyone's got their own little job to do.
Oh, but isn't every hypothesis kind of like affirming the consequent? Like if I said, if water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and I turn up my heat, and the water boils, then I can presume that the water was at 100 degrees Celsius. But it's possible that
so you haven't confirmed it. It could have boiled at 92 degrees. So how did you confirm that it did boil at 100?
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. Like whenever you have,
so you haven't. So
yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Until
so
you
if you have a conditional
validate
statement,
that claim, yeah,
what's
until
that?
you do validate that and go, oh look, we had it at 98 degrees and it hasn't boiled. We had it at 99, it hasn't boiled. 100, insta steam.
I'll make it even simpler. Let's say my hypothesis is, water boils with heat. I think water boils with heat. I turn up the heat, and the water boils. It's possible that the water boiled for a different reason. It's possible it boiled because
you remove all the other factors.
Exactly.
So heat on, heat off. Have all other factors been removed? Yes or no?
Not necessarily. Like if
you
don't isolate the other factors first,
until you isolate everything else, correct?
Yeah, you'd be affirming the consequent because it could be just like the container that I have allowed it for a pressure differential that made a boil at an earlier heat.
It might be in a vacuum chamber. It starts boiling at a lower temperature.
Exactly.
Yeah, so until you can remove all that's the purpose of the scientific method, is to slowly chip away all external factors until you're down to one cause and effect relationship.
Now the question is,
that's what it is. What if adjudicating cause and effect relationships?
What if you can't isolate variables?
If you can't isolate variables,
they're
then try another test.
Like for instance, and the reason I say this is Eratosthenes. He assumed that the light was coming in parallel or almost parallel or what have you, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's possible that it wasn't, but like he can't really. I mean, he can't really isolate for that. He can't differentiate between whether it's.
But that's what I'm saying. These guys are supposed to pride themselves in their logic. Surely the shit they would have went, oh look, we can't actually validate that, so this will be affirming the consequent. You're gonna have to try something else.
I think they would have just accepted it and be like, that is the best that we can do.
But that's what I'm getting to. That's what I don't think you understand what I mean. These people prided themselves in their logic abilities. So why would they fail over something so simple when they pride themselves in their logic?
I don't think they failed. I think that's they probably would have recognized that's the best they could do because they can't actually.
But that's what they should have.
Variables.
If these guys were so good with their logic, they should have recognized that it was a fail, and they would have went, "Nah, bro, the consequent, you failed. You can't do that." They should have known.
Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, it would have been simple to say no. It could happen like that. The light's diverging, and so it's flat. But
well, just say we don't know. Light in sky makes things illuminated. Ta-da! How far away it is? Don't know, mate. You want a beer instead? That's what should have happened. How big is it? Don't know, mate. How about we go to the pub? What holds it up in the sky? Dunno, mate. Sounds like a good reason to crack another tinny.
You're just looking for any reason to drink now.
Oh, shit, yeah. But that's the whole, that's what just, it gets me because, you know, like, we hear stories that these guys are supposed to be the whiz-bang duck's guts of logic, and they failed on multiple accounts in this one. It's like, look at all the assumptions. In logic, you don't make assumptions. It's about eliminating them. Oh, look, Donald J has got both of his stupid accounts in here. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Donald, since you're listening. I'm going to unhush your Donald J. Epstein account, and in the side chat, you're going to post up a laser test that's been done outside where the laser is bending downwards, where it can be witnessed, bending downwards. When you show that, whether it's a photograph or video, I'm good either way. When you show that, then we can discuss whatever causational mechanism you choose. I don't really care what you think is the cause of them bending down, but you need to show it bending down in the first place. So I'm going to unhush you, and you can post it up. There you go. You're unlocked. You can post things in the side chat. I'd suggest it's a laser test where you can see that it's bending down. And I'm not talking a fish tank full of frickin' sugar water either. Well, if it's happening all the time, he should be just referencing one of our tests. Pick one. There's heaps of them. Oh yeah, in this test it shows it bending down at this timestamp. Because that's the levels I'm at now. Nice, JJ Todd. I'm not interested in the causational mechanism of your laser, what you believe is causing it to bend. I just want to see it happening. You're making the claim, show it happening first, then we can discuss what you think is the causational mechanism afterwards. But flaccid lasers are real lasers too.
Matrix, even though you don't support the government, you do believe that the global Earth is plausible, right?
Not a snowball's chance in hell.
No?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's no curvature, mate. You can't have a sphere or an oblate spheroid or whatever you want to call it. You can't have that without any curvature. You need curvature. Even you can agree with that. You must have curvature for any spheroid style.
Sure,
Yes?
I agree.
Excellent.
Yes.
If there's no curvature, there's no sphere time. That simple.
You don't support the government?
Okay, check this out. So, Donald J. Dumbass, you can't use light to demonstrate the bending of light. The surrounding light is also bending, so it wouldn't deviate with the rest of the light. So how are you making the claim that it is bending? So you've just shot yourself in the foot. Here's a 12 gauge, click, click, fucking bang. You've removed your own feet, you dumbass. It's you that's claiming that the lasers are bending. So if you can't see it, how the shit do you know it's bending? You numpty. You are getting dumber by the day. You are so obsessed with flat earthers that you are absolutely frying your own brain cells looking for the most stupid shit just to make your existence justified in this room. This discussion is not about light bending. This discussion is about dumbass Ice JJ fuckwit Donald J. Epstein validating his claim of lasers bending downwards. And don't give us any of this horse shit about us not being able to see it, because lasers bending upwards has been demonstrated. It has been videoed. This is not an issue. The guys went out looking for very specific conditions to make it happen. They found it, they did it, they proved it. You are yet to show lasers bending downwards out in the open via a laser test. Until you do, your hollow words are falling on deaf ears. What do you got? I'm pointing out your method of testing / validating light bending is based on a lie that lasers don't bend with the light around it. If the fucking lasers are bending, show it. Demonstrate them bending downwards. That's all you have to do. See, JJ, you're still hung up on flat earthers disagreeing with refraction. I personally don't give a rat's ass about your refraction. All you have to do is demonstrate the laser bending downwards. The causational mechanism we can discuss at a later date. So get your video out, film the lasers bending downwards via a laser test, and get back to us. Because at the moment, you're just talking shit.
I can't see any bending. I'm doing the laser test right now, and I don't see any bending happening.
Well, according to Donald J.J. Icefish, lasers naturally conform to an 8-inch per mile squared curvature rate, and it's just because it's such a slow rate that we don't actually see it bending.
What?
Yeah,
Hold on a second.
That's the level of stupid you got to deal with in here. Or mainly from this
Hold
idiot,
on.
anyways. But this is the bit I want to know. If you've got a laser pointer, let's just say it's got a button on the top on one side of it. You've got your laser pointer. It's button up, so your thumb's pressed on the button. Now your laser is flaccid. It's following the curvature rate of the Earth. Now what I want to know is, if you turn the laser upside down, does it magically scoot up into the sky?
But the laser's going to be straight, whether the world is whether you're a glober or a real worlder. It's still going to be straight.
Not according to these numpties.
Like why is he? That doesn't make any sense at all. Like in either
read the side chat.
Either
read the side chat. It's at 7 minutes past the hour. Read it for yourself, bro. It's right there. Have a read of the stupid that he's put in there. He keeps putting the argument back on us disagreeing with refraction. Now, I'm going to remove refraction clean out of the argument. All I want him to do is to demonstrate to us via one of these laser tests that get done where they shoot lasers over 10 or 20 miles. I want him to demonstrate to us a laser bending downwards. That's all. I don't care what his causational mechanism is. I just want it demonstrated that it's bending downwards. If he wants to claim refraction or whatever, hey, he can. All good to him. I just want it demonstrated. Video or photo evidence, and we'll go from there.
Perhaps he's like thinking like.
He's not thinking. That's the problem.
How laser is stronger than gravity or something, or how it's theorized. But but even in his world, the Earth's gravity would never be powerful enough to curve anything like that. That's just ridiculous. Even if you were in a Glober's world, like according to their theories, the Earth's gravitational field would not be powerful enough to curve anything. It's like light. So anyway.
Well, he's not claiming gravity. He's claiming that it's refraction. And because refraction is light, therefore we use light to see light. So when you think laser test, the laser is going through light already. And if the light's refracting, we won't see the laser actually bending. So the question put forward now is, if light is going through light and you can't actually see it bending, how are you putting forward a claim that it's bending?
I don't know where he's getting this bending from. He's like,
I'll tell you where he's coming from, mate.
He doesn't understand his own.
Just so you know, this clown is an obsessed anti-FER. So he's anti-flat Earth. So it doesn't matter what we say, what we do, what evidence we put forward. He is going to go out of his way to go and look for the most obscure, dumbest shit that he could possibly find just to argue and try to keep his happy little ball tard. And at the moment, refraction's his thing. He's claiming that the reason we see flat is because of refraction. We do a laser test, the laser runs straight and true. It's actually refraction, and what's happening is, when we set up a laser and it goes for 20 miles and there's an 8-foot target at the other end and it hits the target clean and clear, he's claiming that the refraction is causing the laser to bend around the surface of the Earth, and it hits the target clean and clear due to refraction. Now, that's a great claim, but the issue we've got is one of the guys actually went out there and took a camera and had it to the side of the test so that the laser was running in front of him, so he could see it horizontally in front of him. Now, the image taken with a rectilinear lens shows zero curvature. So not only is refraction working in a forwards-backwards method, it's also operating left to right. because they've got video footage of it running from where it was launched, where it was received, and to the side. Yeah, it's absolutely mental, isn't it, Boogie? We've got video footage of the lasers bending upwards, but yet we can't see it bending upwards because the light's bending at the same time. It's like there's video footage. You can see it for yourself. It looks like a freaking hockey stick. It looks awesome.
The cope's getting more desperate, man.
Yeah, claiming you can't see it because the light's bending with it is just a massive shoot yourself in the foot. Like he's just removed his foot. He's hit it that hard. Because if you can't see it, how can you make the claim in the first place?
I think he managed to get both of his feet. Bullet probably refracted.
It refracted, that's why I hit the other one. It's just a whole new level of stupid. That's why I'm just going to remove the refraction from the argument to give him a sporting chance. He can use whatever excuses he wants. I just want to see footage of this laser bending downwards. We've seen it bending up. We know the cameras can video it. This is not an issue. All he's got to do is provide it.
It's just a shame because most of these guys probably aren't as retarded as they come across. It's just their devotion to the position just will always render them to do really dumb and say really dumb things.
Yeah, it's sad. I'm just waiting to see what the next stupid thing that he puts up is. He's probably that brainwashed that he'll continue on his light bending. You can't see it because it's in amongst the rest of the light. He'll continue on his same stupid path. He's that brainwashed. And the sad part is, he's got an account sitting in here listening to us. And he's still too stupid to use it and listen.
I mean, say he's just speculating, and if he can't be honest enough to say, well, damn, we can see it bend upwards, so that can't be the case. You know,
And it was bending up due to refraction.
He could never be honest enough. Yeah, he could never be honest enough to say it all. What you're saying, he can't even tell him to be honest enough to himself and drop it.
Yeah.
They're like rabid anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, it's just crazy coke first. I can't see it, but I know it's there. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? Well, it has to be there.
I'll be back here shortly. Switch to my PC.
Cool.
Is that Mr. Batman?
Turn your
Say it
camera
ain't
off,
so.
bro. Well, you can do this the easy way or the hard way. Turn
I'm
your
sorry,
camera
what'd you
off,
say?
and you can turn
I'm
your
sorry, hang on.
camera off.
Well, turn my camera off? Why would I turn my camera off?
Because we don't need to see you.
Okay.
And it limits the
Sound,
room.
it sounds like a personal problem.
It was going to be. That clown will be back in about 20 minutes, Boogie. When his mute wears off.
Open and seething.
Oh, look, he's hopeless. He posted up, I've provided heaps of lasers bending down. He's a lying sack of crap. We know this because there aren't any to provide. Like, if he'd have just dropped in and went, you know what, I've spent the last 2 weeks looking for this shit and I cannot find one, I think most of the panel would give him a round of applause for actually having a go and being honest. If he wasn't such a lying sack of crap, I probably wouldn't care so much. But just the fact that he's lying through his teeth, that's the bit that annoys me.
Understandably.
Found it.
Other dishonest troll before him trying to fuss at somebody for being dishonest, which they weren't even being. Who was that guy? Not the Traveler, but it was a name almost like Traveler.
Yeah, there was one at lunchtime that was a bit of a sook.
Yeah,
I was just about to jump on the train. He was coping hard.
A lot of them for you to keep up with. Cool just to see, because even that's not super common.
Yeah, they went out looking for very specific conditions to get that to happen.
Hmm.
I still think it looks pretty cool.
Definitely.
That's what amazes me about this dumb kid. He's still trying to prove that refraction is a thing to us. That's what he's thinking. These guys don't get refraction. These guys don't understand refraction. I must explain and demonstrate refraction at all costs. I need refraction to keep my globe tard. That is his broken, stupid in the head thinking. I don't care what he thinks is the causational mechanism. That's a later on story. I just want to see a demonstration of the laser bending down. He claims we can't see it because it would be bending with the rest of the light. But yet here's one bending upwards.
Also, the fact it's always consistent would discredit that as well.
It's actually on our home base that he's got an IOU against him.
Mm.
I should have a look and see what the date of it was. See how long he's been yapping on it. Actually, I'm going to do it now. Where's IOUs? Up the top somewhere, isn't it?
Funny, pretty awesome that y'all have that.
Yeah, I know.
It's dated and logged, man.
Actually, we're a bit. Globe Det's outstanding. Here we go. Right. Direct measurement of the surface of is curving from a satellite, and the satellite is rotating around a sphere. Evidence that spheres in the sky are formed by gravity, and that is from 2025, 30th of the 11th, 25. Let's see what else we got. Mage. Oh, holy for people posting the wrong shit in the wrong channel. No, just that other one that hasn't been put in there. I know he owes T-Dub. T-Dub posted it in one of the back chats. He owes T-Dub a citation for something. I can't remember what it was for, but yeah, I remember him saying that he owes him a citation. I'm just amazed these dumbasses keep coming back in here. Like, I would have just gone, you know what, you guys just, no, stuff this shit on me up. And I'll just, yep, go on. But they just keep coming back.
Like, they have no meaning or no concept of shame. It's crazy.
No. Oh, a new name. Welcome. Hello, Hogsley.
Huh.
How's it going?
You know, normal. What's up?
Expectations?
Really? I'm looking at a whole bunch of people who seem to be at least injured.
People seem to be at least injured. Okay. What are you watching on TV, dude? Yeah, stop doing that.
Yo, mama.
So tell me, Hogsley, do you
Yeah.
believe
Go ahead.
that you live on a ball 72% covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography, also known as flat?
No, I believe in the spinning ball.
Why is that?
I am not stupid.
Okay, so you believe in a spinning ball because you am not stupid. Okay.
Yes.
So how does your mental capabilities convince you that you live on a ball?
Well, I saw the math equation from what's his face from Egypt. I can't remember his name. About that hypotenuse and all that.
Not really helpful.
Really? Look up
No.
hypotenuse guy Egypt.
Hypotenuse guy
I can't
Egypt.
remember his name.
For someone who's not stupid, you're not doing yourselves a solid, bro.
I mean, look it up, man. I can't remember a name, all right? Look it up.
But you said you weren't stupid.
Just
I'm
explain to
not
us what he
stupid.
did then. If you can't remember his name, just explain
Yeah,
what he did.
what did he do? That might be enough. Yeah, if you can nut that out, that'd be good. What did he do?
He measured the what's it called? The area. Not the volume. He measured the length of the world, I'm pretty sure.
The length of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you look up what I told you to look up?
Well, for someone who's not stupid, you're not very good at giving us directions, and you're not very good at explaining how this was done.
Okay.
So, from what you've given us,
Oh, so you're just
you
stupid.
think you live on a
Okay.
ball,
So
and you're not
dumb.
sure.
So
how'd you come to
hang
that
on.
conclusion? You're the one that can't remember this guy in Egypt and what he did, how he measured the length of the earth. So I've got to go chase your shit down? Like, what the?
Who found the length
At least you're laughing, so that's a good sign.
of the earth?
Length of the earth, that's a new one.
Why would I mean, the length of the earth was found by Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes found the length.
Oh, it's crazy you don't know that.
Hiding in Egypt.
Weird.
So what did he do?
Honestly.
He lifted up a
What do you
rock and
mean?
there it was? How did he find the length?
Yes. Quite literally. Yeah. He lifted up a rock on a sundial and he's like, these shadows. Well, these shadows seem pretty coherent.
Shadows. So he's got some shadows. Yep, alright, we're getting closer. We're gonna get something out of you eventually. So shadows. What did he do with these shadows?
He monitored the shadows for a good year or so.
Yeah. And then what did he do with
And
them?
then as soon as spring came around, he's like, these shadows, they move and enter
They move
different
every day,
spots.
bro. Like at 6 o'clock in the morning, then at 9 o'clock, then at
Yeah,
1 o'clock,
motherfucker.
and then at
He
4
took
o'clock.
note.
The shadow's going to be different.
Are you gonna be like this the whole time, or do you want actual like?
Yeah, you don't have to yell at me.
I think I might have to.
I wouldn't do that.
You sound a little bit retarded, so.
Well, coming from the person who is telling us how he's not stupid,
yeah.
and then he couldn't remember the name of the person that is proof of curvature, of fucking measured curvature, and why he believes he lives on a
Hey,
ball.
hey,
I'm
who
not
was
stupid.
the first? Who was the first caveman who made fire? Great. No one knows.
Why
Wow,
would
you feel like
why
a
would
fucking
what I
retard,
need to
don't you?
know who's some caveman that fucking
Oh, that's crazy,
picked
isn't
up a
it?
bit of a burning stick and took it back to his cave just to go,
Isn't
holy
that
fuck,
nuts?
we've got fire. So why do you what is the necessity of that? How is that proving your curvature?
There is no necessity.
So it's not proving your curvature. Excellent. So totally non sequitur, also known as a red herring. So yeah,
Well,
great.
no, it was just a non
So
sequitur.
Eratosthenes, he's got shadows. What's he doing with his shadows? Yeah, Eratosthenes, back to the story. Shadows. What's he doing with his shadows? He's just looking at them so far. He's having a great time.
Pardon? Shadows?
Yeah, your man Eratosthenes, looking at shadows.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. That guy,
Holy.
he was really cool. Aristophanes? Hang on, let me say it right. Eratosthenes. Yeah, literally. Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. Here, I'll send it to you. Oh shit! I sent the whole fucking thing. Okay.
You can just put it in the
Where
side
the
chat,
fuck
bro.
are you?
In the side chat, just jump it in the side chat. It's good.
Where's that?
Are you on a mobile phone or a PC?
I'm on a PC.
Excellent. See the title of the room, 24/7 Flat Earth? Just to the right of that a little bit is a little speech bubble. If you click on said speech bubble, it will open the side chat for your convenience. If your mouse is not on that, it'll show a clock instead. It's where the clock is. If you're on a mobile phone and you're not sure if you're on a PC or a mobile phone, top right hand corner.
I posted a video. I don't know if that worked.
At the moment it says you're typing stuff. And nothing's popped
No,
up yet. You might be a low level. Hold on a minute.
on the right.
Where's your profile?
I think it appeared.
You're a level 2, so you won't be able to post videos. Sorry.
Ah.
You got to get to level 3 or something. Yeah, it's server rules. It's quite annoying, actually.
Are you Australian?
Yes, I am.
Were you the one arguing about Catholicism or not?
No.
Yeah,
I very rarely leave this channel.
That makes sense.
Actually, to think about it now, I've only ever left this channel and gone to other channels probably 3 times in the entirety of my politics existence.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
One of them was by mistake. I went to click on this one, and all the channels moved up, and I clicked on another one.
All right. That's my duty to get you out of here.
I'll tell you how you're going to get me out of here. Measured drop over distance. Observable, measurable, testable, repeatable. And I'm out of here, dude. Simple as that.
I don't know about that. You'd probably come back in and argue with the flat earthers then.
Yeah, there'd be a whole heap of role reversal. A few of us would just go, yeah, no, I'm out. Another excuse to have a drink.
Oh, I don't need excuses for that. I've had about 6 porn star martinis so far.
Oh, shit. I was just thinking about going to pour myself a drink too. I don't have one.
Yeah, I've had a few today. It's been one of those days. I'm just sitting here doing some schedules and drinking martinis.
Shaken, not stirred.
Exactly.
Oh, yes. I love it.
I went to the boxing last week. I snuck a bottle of tequila under the table and polished that one off.
Holy. So it's a good night?
Yeah, it was a good night, actually. It's my mate that runs it all. So my mate has a boxing gym. That's where she was training. And that's where she met her boyfriend. And then he puts on these shows. He does 4 a year. So, but I helped him set the ring up, all the lighting, took the cold rooms out, chairs, tables, so yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I went to a police boys get up years ago, and a couple of lads. I was living down Newcastle. A couple of boys come down from Dubbo, and we met up, and they went in and sorted a few problems out, and it was actually a pretty good night. Like we were sitting probably midway back, but there was only one bout that was one of the guys was about 15 kilos overweight, and a few of the sooks, oh, we can't do that. He's too far out. They're too far separate. He should be in a separate category. And the fellow that was up there just went, no, she's good. And the fellow that was lighter absolutely ripped the shit out of the big fella. So it was actually quite entertaining. Dosed him proper.
Yeah, right.
Normally it's the other way. Normally they can take a good pounding before it something happens. But yeah, little fellow was just too fast. Like they were
yeah, righto.
Heavies and super heavies, so but yeah, the lighter fitter fella just absolutely slaughtered him. So Hogsley, you got any more questions, or are you just sort of trying to think about your Eratosthenes chap and his shadows?
I'm good.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I thought you might have asked why we think it's flat.
No, I'm good.
Oh, fair enough then.
It's just the Eastern Orthodox is technically Catholic now.
That's great. Still doesn't prove the Earth's curve, but I'll let you go with it.
Well, I mean, it does kind of prove it. I mean, they are
no, it doesn't.
very much so Catholic.
Yep. Religion has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
With the shape of the what?
Ground. Earth.
I mean, you're correct, but I mean,
excellent. So we agree.
The fuck do you mean the Earth?
The thing that you live upon.
Pretty sure the Earth is not Catholic.
So we agree then. Religion does not prove the shape of the ground. Most excellent.
Yes, you are. You are correct. Yes, faith does not. The Earth does not change what ground it's on. You're right.
So there's no need to bring up the religion stuff because it's not going to help you.
I'm confused what you mean by help.
Well, majority of people that come into this room are either flat earthers or they're globe believers. And the globe believers come in here and try to prove how they live on a globe by demonstrating this, that, and the other to convince us that, or try to convince us that we still live on a ball tard.
Bro, they changed this fucking. They changed the goddamn words.
Change the words of what?
This chat, I joined and it said everyone but Catholics. Or
Nope.
everyone.
I think you joined the wrong room. You're in the 24/7 flat Earth room. You joined the wrong room.
No,
you might have been looking at the other channel, but
Actually,
you.
AJ, I've got an alternate theory on this one. I'm thinking he did click the right room, but they've just gone, nah, bro, you're too smashed, eject, and they've ejected him into here.
What's the topic? Please, I just joined. Sorry.
Topic is: do you have any evidence that we're living on a spinning space ball?
No.
Yes. My eyes.
Oh, your eyes.
Yes.
Yes.
So what do you see?
I mean, your eyes technically see. There's different stars every time you look up in the sky, right?
This is true, but it's an supposedly according to science, we are an elliptical shape, like an ellipse shape as a Earth.
Yeah.
So it's on an axis, right?
Yeah, we are.
Even
on
if a
axis.
flat square was on an axis, which majority it would be, you still would see different stars.
Yeah. So my question is then.
Yes.
Who ever measured the curvature of the Earth? Like if we went to school, they tell us we're on this globe, but who actually measured it to be measuring a drop over distance from horizontal? And what did they do to measure it?
Pythagoras.
Pugsley, just call me.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But Pythagoras figured it out like 1,500 years ago.
No, that wasn't the question. Not who figured it out. Who directly measured a drop over distance from horizontal to show that the Earth is curved?
Pythagorean theorem? Yes. All of the geometric shapes are in order, like the sphere.
Well, no, I mean, he literally did the math, like the shadows and shit.
How old was this man? 200? That's a pretty old guy.
He was.
So
it was a long time ago. It was a long time ago.
Oh my god! I just want some garlic bread, chat. Ow! I want some garlic bread. Is garlic bread gonna help me figure out the world's flat? The world is flat. I'm just gonna.
So what did Pythagoras do to measure that drop over distance?
Is the world, even the world of atoms, don't even connect?
The
world is separated. Nothing.
That's the crazy shit about atoms. I hate atoms.
And I hate everyone that's named Adam. Fuck you, Adam.
To be fair, yes.
Can we have one meltdown at a time?
Adam's
Zip. One meltdown at a time, please.
Well, no one answered my questions before, so I don't know if anyone's interested.
Obviously,
if
they're
not,
they want to talk
I'm
about
going
everything,
to cook.
But...
Yeah, they want to talk about atoms, something that was created.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't discovered.
Feed too.
They weren't discovered, were they?
Atoms.
Oh, I'm going to cook dinner.
Me too. I'm making some garlic bread right now with Adams. Oh. I'm gonna cook dinner on my flat top in the flat Earth, in the flat world.
Well, looking for a Dom? I think you're in luck. I actually know a guy named Dom.
No, I don't want that Dom. That's not him. He is not him. He may be him, but I don't need him. Ow. Genuinely, I'm just looking for someone to talk to.
The Dom she's probably talking about is the Jimmy that we know, AJ.
Australian. Australian people. What did Hogsley do?
Well, you were about to have a conversation with AJ, and Hogsley was talking in between, and it was just making a mess. So we just cleaned the mess up, and you decided to, I don't know what you're doing, but yeah.
I don't know. I was gonna do something. I don't know. I didn't even know he was talking over me.
That's why he got muted.
Oh.
But anyways, since there's not much happening, we can let him back off the leash.
Oink, oink, buddy. You're back. Thank God he's alive. Breathe. Can you speak, boy? Damn it, what are you eating for dinner?
What did I do?
You've been a bad boy. You were put on timeout.
Anything.
He was talking. I don't know. You were talking when I was talking, and this
Everyone in this
happened.
call is muted except me and you.
No, because also Dr. Whatever is talking. This other dude.
No, literally every single other person is muted.
Are you cute?
Except, look.
If you're a fat child, I'll still love you.
Okay. I might be a fat chud.
Are you?
But.
How big?
I know.
But there's so much more of him to love.
I'm wondering, are you at least 300 pounds?
Damn. That's a big bitch.
No, I'm not that fucking big.
Are you 260 at least?
No, I think I'm under that.
What? Not enough. Obviously, we can't talk.
But
I thought you were a big man and you're not. I thought we were gonna go meet Adam at the club. You lied to me.
I mean, I'm like.
Yeah, you're 260, buddy. You're lying. Liar.
Bro,
I'm 210.
Look, I'm like 250 on a good day.
250, perfect.
On a
Now,
good
great.
day.
It's dating channel now.
I gotta lose weight, man.
Why did I mute and not say anything, guys? Open up conversations about
great.
flat Earth. It's fine.
I didn't lie at all. I was
It's
being
a dating
honest.
channel.
Calm down.
This is not a dating channel. I'm not trying to date him.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So
No,
we're
duh.
not interested in
I
you,
ain't trying to
stupid.
date you.
Yeah, that's great. So have either of you two got any proof of curvature? Maybe you're here to tell us that you're a flat earther and you love it.
My spine is fine.
His body.
My body is rocking. Does that help?
You're both about to get
No,
muted.
it doesn't. Gonna get muted.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. You know fully what you're doing.
Yeah, I do.
I don't. I'm a girl.
Nah, a male's got a female's attention and he thinks he's hot to trot.
Okay, everybody relax.
So come on, what do you have for evidence, brother? Do you have anything?
For what?
Pictures from space? What it is? What it is you think we're upon?
We have a patient from space?
Oh, what's your evidence? You think this place is a ball? You think this place is a stationary topographical plane? What do you think, brother? Or are you just a leaf blowing in the wind?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, let's do a reset. You're in a room called 24/7 Flat Earth. So my question to you is, do you believe that the Earth is flat, or do you believe that we're on a
No,
rotating
no.
space ball?
The Earth is definitely on a rotating space ball.
Okay, and what is your evidence of your claim?
Yeah, I don't care to elaborate.
So you just want to park the car at, you think it's this, and that's a wrap. Okay.
But
I believe Applebee's has a curvature. Therefore, the Earth is not flat.
honestly,
You're gonna hang your entire world belief upon a restaurant? You said Applebee's?
no. It's not Applebee's.
Applebee's.
It's not Applebee's. It's Carl's Jr., dude. Carl's Jr. is a fake ass.
My eyes are made convex, I believe. So when our eyes, because so my eyes are convex, right? Okay, idiocracy is here, but please listen, Boogie Woods, hear me out, okay? I believe the Earth is not flat because if my eyes are able to flip images and they still have like they're tangible in ways that are not that are 3D, I believe that nothing can be flat if everything is 3D. Therefore, everything would be 2D. Are we living in a 2D world? Or are we living in a 3D world that we're seeing, but it's actually 2D, therefore it's flat? You know what I'm saying? Let's forget about
Just
the
not a
horizon
sphere.
thing.
Not really. You lost me when you
Yeah,
started speaking.
Damn it.
So,
Sorry.
all right,
Apologize.
let's walk it out. You've got 3 dimensions. We can confirm X, Y, and Z. X generally, if you're looking at a piece of paper, goes from left to right. Y goes up
I'm
and
big on
down.
I'm big on Zed. I
Okay, this
like
guy just
Zed.
wants to cut it. You be good, brother.
Continue, please.
Right on. So we've got 3 confirmed axes. We've got X, Y, and Z, right? We take a cube as an example, length, width, height. This gives us the volume of said cube. But we're actually looking for, as Brother AJ said earlier, a confirmed drop over distance in order for us to sustain a spheroid claim. And this is the issue that we don't actually see. So we're actually asking y'all, because you're here, we want to know, do you have any evidence of this actual drop over distance that would be necessary in order for us to be upon a sphere that people think we're upon? And this is where we arrive at silence, because nobody knows, right? Like if I said drop over distance for you to believe in a spheroid, those that believe in a spheroid, what do you think about that claim, that idea, drop over distance?
When you drop something though, does it curve?
Oh my. I'm not talking about you locally dropping something. I'm talking about the Earth actually dropping at a rate that would sustain a spheroid. Because if I'm on top of a basketball and I want to, sorry about that, got a phone call. Like if I'm on a basket, sorry about that. So if I'm on a basketball and I want to move to say the 3 o'clock position from the 12 o'clock position, I'm going to drop over a distance, right? Approximately a quarter of distance around the basketball in order to prop up a spheroid of the basketball. So we're just looking for a real life observation that actually props that spheroid claim up. Does anybody have anything of that?
Did he just leave after he made that?
Didn't see one on the road, so I
Hello. Beautiful.
Critty.
Yep. What's doing?
Much just living life in this round earth. You know what I mean? Crit, would you say you and Effie Batman devoted your guys' life to flat Earth for the past 5 years? Oh, 10 years?
No.
Because you guys been in flat Earth for a while.
How about maybe would you define it? What does devoting your life to it mean?
And for a while, it's like I'm pretty sure Batman has been in flat Earth for at least 2018, 19.
Okay,
Like
what do you
7 years.
can you define what you're talking about? What do you mean by devoted your life to it?
I mean, that was an exaggeration. I was just meaning as in like you guys spent time on the Discord.
So about the same as you then too, or what?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but is there like a criticism or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what
I-
you're talking about because your words you're using them are so subjective and so personal definitions that there really could be any answer that would fit.
No, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right. It was a broad question. Would you agree that you guys have well, I mean, I don't know how to word it otherwise. My whole point is you guys been really committed to the flat Earth for the past 6, 7 years.
Yeah, I still don't know what that means. What can you quantify it, or quantify or qualify what your statement is?
So you guys been talking to multiple people, either flat earthers or not, about flat Earth.
There's someone hot micing there.
I was just asking, bro, because like,
hold on.
I've been.
Yeah, Diamond, you're hot micing, dude. Diamond.
I just think it's pretty cool. You guys still, there, you know. Were you ever in MK Ultra server in the Flat Earth channel there?
Yeah.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it like? 7, 8 years ago?
Oh, geez, longer than that. 10.
Yeah, something like that. That was a fun server, man. I mean, it was like only conspiracies, but it was fun.
You know what's interesting about that is that they would come to a server called MK Ultra, an exposed conspiracy theory, like documented. People went to jail, like were convicted of crimes committed by the government, and they would sit there and argue against MK Ultra.
Oh yeah.
That's incredible. Like how'd you do that? How they're so dead set. There's no such thing as a conspiracy theory. That when you have a documented conspiracy theory right in front of their face, they have to like argue against it.
Yeah. Well, nice saying hi, man. I'll catch you guys maybe next year.
Yeah,
Or
take care,
actually,
man.
no. Yeah. All right.
See you next fall, right?
Show.
Why is nobody talking?
You got anything to say?
I joined this server to hear your thoughts before I say a word. Before I say a word, I'm here to hear your arguments.
All right, well, sit back and listen.
I joined this 20 seconds ago. If I have not heard your arguments, forgive me. If I have, go on. Apparently there are none. Guess what? All of your best argumentators are people who have argued with gravity people, and guess what? They all hit Earth. That was supposed to be funny. Apparently it was not. I assume if you're not going to respond to anything, then you recognize that the Earth is round, it is spherical. I assume you believe this.
Bro's sitting here arguing with himself.
So,
Yeah,
okay.
it's a,
If I'm not, then who am I arguing with?
it's impressive. Yeah.
Nothing. No comment. If I ask you, Boyd. Grit. Bye. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Why have you not said a word?
You've walked yourself into multiple back-to-back deep-seated contradictions.
Friggin' globe earthers. Friggin' globe minder.
There you go.
I
There's
did
something for
not.
the to talk to you.
Multiple back-to-back conversations about the friggin' globers.
Before he hit 10 to 10
Before he the friggin' globers.
10 times, multiple thoughts.
Literally all a bunch of retards.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's going on, man?
Not much, just
Yeah,
tapping
I'm
away,
looking
doing
to
a bit of
learn.
work.
I'm looking to learn, man. What can you teach me?
You're looking into flat Earth at the moment.
I wouldn't say I'm looking into it, but I'd like to learn more about it, man. I walked outside and realized that I'm walking on a flat plane. You know what I'm saying? So it must be flat, you know.
I've been around the block enough to know that was sarcasm. But very
No,
much
no, I'm being genuine. Why do you think that?
because you said I go out, walk outside, it seems flat, so must be flat. That's not usually
That's like dumbing it
common.
down, though, man.
Yeah,
Like
fair enough.
that's a gist of it.
That was harsh. That was harsh for me to say that was sarcasm. I must admit, I jumped to conclusions a bit there. So forgive me for my assessment there. But no, so basically the purpose of this room and what we do is we're not trying to push any ideas or ideology of what the shape of the world is. Which sounds weird because obviously, flat Earth does imply we're making a claim here about the shape of the Earth, but flat's not a shape. So what are we talking about? We're talking about that any measurement you take from the Earth, you're actually establishing the Earth as flat. And any long distance measurements or observations, we're not able to detect any curvature. Now, the Earth's supposed to be a ball with a 8-inch per mile squared drop over distance rate, but that's undetectable. We're able to see things and hit targets. 20 miles, 30 miles. There's certain instruments in the world that can do up to 100 miles line of sight. So we're just here to kind of highlight that most people who believe in the ball believe in it, but actually don't have any evidence for it. The mainstream doesn't have any direct evidence for it, and that we've been tricked into thinking it's a ball because the way that they've built the model is very similar to the way in which our, how we observe the world. We observe limitations of perspective, and we observe things, like a horizon where things will drop on your horizon. So although it can give the appearance we're on a ball, we only believe that because we've been told we're on a ball. But actually there's no evidence for that. So my question to you, Nacho, is why, do you believe we live on a ball? Yeah, no worries. I'm going to go back to work, dude, if you're not engaging. You trying to say something, Knowledge?
My friend Nathan here proved that Earth was a globe yesterday.
How?
Easy. Look at the side chat. What do you see? Tell me what that graph says.
Okay, he's talking about how you take measurements from the Earth, yeah? So what does that prove to you?
The Earth's polar circumference in nautical miles is 21. I think it's 2100, 600. Hold on.
No, the circumference of the 25,000 miles.
In nautical miles?
No. not nautical. So what does this prove?
What does it prove? Okay.
To
so,
you?
what does it prove to me?
Yeah, because all you're showing here is a zenith measurement
So
establishing
listen
a
to me.
flat horizontal plane, right?
Listen to me.
So what does it
Okay.
prove to you?
He has the star's major like altitude angle at 60, meaning that the zenith distance angle is 90. What is 90 minus 60, sir? Let's do it together.
90 minus 60 is 30.
1800 nautical miles divided by 30, please.
I'm sorry,
You
what?
know,
You want me to do some math?
He has it on screen. We're at 1800 nautical miles, right? What is 1800 nautical miles divided
I
by
don't need
30?
to. All right, I'm going to stop you here. I'm not here to answer your silly questions. If you want to make a point or an argument, we can talk about it. But we're not going to do this silly, what's 5 plus 6, what's 10 minus 9. That doesn't prove anything.
Yes, it
All
does.
all you're doing is dragging out your point. So why don't you just make
The
your point?
global, the star deviates by 60 degree, 60 nautical mile. It's 60 nautical miles per 1 degree on the globe model. So if you do 1800 minus, no, not minus, divided by 30, it's 60. He's using, he just proved the Earth is a globe by using our math. How do we know?
No.
60 times
you're trying to prove.
360.
Yeah, you're doing the math right, but you're trying to prove the Earth is a globe by using the 1 degree rate
He
of
did.
of
He did, motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah, but all you're doing is highlighting that things in the distance or further away from you have a drop rate.
No. What I'm
in the
highlighting
sky.
is that the globe model's measurements are correct. He just proved that they're correct.
In
He's
the
using
sky,
them.
yeah, in the sky. The problem you have
1800
is
nautical miles.
the problem you have is on the
divided by
ground.
30 is 60.
You can't prove that, can you? On the ground.
He just did.
Not on the
in his
ground.
graph. He just proved it, buddy. He didn't realize his slide was doing that.
What if I told you?
No.
What if I told you for a small investment?
Do you
could build a
understand
motor
on the globe that
or
90
power your
minus
house?
60 times 60
Knowledge,
is 1800
knowledge.
nautical miles?
Knowledge. Why are you
The Earth
choosing to
is
talk through
round,
people?
and I can't prove it. So, good luck proving that one.
What's 90 minus 60 times
Listen,
60?
man.
It's 1800 nautical miles on the globe, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter because we have an explanation for that on a flat Earth. Why
No, you
things
don't.
drop on the horizon. We may not have
Why?
all the math. We may not have all the math fleshed out, but we understand the way perspective works, and the way things drop in the sky is very similar at the same rate at which a mountain will in the distance converge with the horizon, right? So we know that there is
That's
a
not
rate
what
of
this graph shows,
convergence.
buddy. This graph is using the globe, proving the globe. He just didn't understand it. He's using
you just don't
Can
understand
I
that
ask you a question?
we're establishing
If
the
on
Earth
the
as
globe
flat.
model, if it's 60 nautical miles per 1 degree, what is 60 times 360? If we do it correctly.
I'm not answering your questions,
It's his
my friend.
math, buddy.
It doesn't matter. The math doesn't prove that the Earth is curving.
Yes,
No,
it
it
does.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. You have to deduce that. You have to deduce that using assumptions,
This
and you
is
don't
the
have
globe
any
model.
proof that the Earth is curving.
Dumbass. This is the globe model. Okay, that proves that it is curving. Okay, when he gives globe model of the circumference of the globe model, that is what our claim is, right? It is
No, that's what we observe in the sky. That's not
What
proof
is
of a
60
globe. It's
times
proof.
360?
It's proof of convergence in the sky. Yeah, but it's not proof that the Earth is curving. You're not going to bamboozle me with the math, because the math doesn't prove the Earth is curving, my
The math is
friend.
different on the flat Earth model, buddy.
We don't
It's
have
not
a
the
flat
same
Earth
as
model.
ours. He's using
We don't
our
have a
math.
flat Earth model. No, you don't have. We don't have a flat
Then
Earth model, so you
Yes,
can't
you
make
do.
that statement. No, we
Yes, I
don't.
do.
No, we
I
don't.
know exactly what the math is on your fucking model.
No,
Like
you
on,
don't, because we
like
don't
say,
have a model.
so
So
if
you're full of shit, mate.
if the
I'm already
star,
bored. I'm already bored. If you're gonna sit there and claim we have a model when I'm telling you we don't, we're done. Dude, you're straw manning the flat Earth with a model
I'm not
that none of us
strawmanning
claim.
you. I'm trying to get you to understand that when you post a graph proving the globe, you're not proving the flat Earth, dude.
No, he's not proving the globe. He's proving the
Yes,
way
he is.
convergence works,
He's
and it does
proving the
match the
way
globe model.
how much
But
the
that's
star.
because the globe model. That's because the globe model was backwards engineered based on perspective and what we do see in the sky. You need to prove that the ground is curving, otherwise you have nothing, my friend. You just have
90
inference,
minus 60 is
deduction,
30.
assumption.
Okay, on his graph. That's 30. That means that 1800, like the star deviates by 30. So all you have to do is take that 30 degrees. You take 1800, which is in nautical miles, and divide it by 30. That's going to give you 60. 60 nautical miles by 1 per degree is exactly what the globe model predicts and what it says.
Yeah, we're aware of that. Yeah,
Why are
we're
you
aware of that.
Okay, so why did he post this, buddy?
He
This
posted it
is the globe map.
because you're misunderstanding his point.
He
His
doesn't have a
point is
point.
not. His point is that yes, he does,
What
and I
the
can tell by
copper
the
and
way you
magnets.
speak that you're not able to understand it
Hey,
clearly.
buddy, he just
His
proved
point.
that
His point is
the
not
globe
that.
model is correct.
No, he just
It's our
proved to
map.
you that
It's our
perspective.
map.
He's just
It's
proven to
not
you that what we
perspective.
would expect on a flat Earth is exactly what we see in the
No,
sky, right?
that's not true.
Can we fully explain everything of this realm? No, which is why we don't have a model. But what we do have is empirical,
You really don't
direct
get it, do you?
evidence. Yes, you don't get it, dude. You
So
don't get that
if
you're
I'm at
jumping to conclusions and
okay, so
assumptions, and
let me
you're going with no. You're going with this seems more likely because it matches the model. Great, you could call
matches
that
the
logical
globe.
if you want to. Yeah. The problem you've got is you still can't prove that the Earth is curving or spinning. You still can't prove that there's a space vacuum in the sky. And what we're actually measuring is a flat stationary topographical plane. That, my friend, is formal logic. We can do it if P then Q syllogism where you cannot win that debate. All you can do is appeal to the stars and appeal to the sky and tell us this matches our model. Yeah, great, but it doesn't prove the Earth's a ball.
Your
well done.
friend tried
You're
to
about
use
10 years.
this map.
You're about 10 years, dude. You're about 10
Are
years
you
behind.
stupid? Are you dumb?
No, dude, you're behind.
He tried
You've
to
not
use
been in this argument
our
for very long,
model.
clearly.
He tried to use the correct predictions on our model, which is correct, by the way, to prove that the Earth is flat. He's using the 60 degree per 1 degree, which is the globe model, to try to prove the Earth is flat. It's our model. It's our map. It doesn't work on yours, buddy. When I'm at 10 degrees, the star's altitude on the globe, 90 minus 10 times 60 is 4,800 nautical miles. If I'm on 10 degrees star altitude on a flat Earth model, it's 3,118 divided by 0.16 equals that's what was it 17716 nautical miles. The math doesn't work when you're using.
Yeah, you're getting lost in the source, dude. You're getting lost in the source. At the end of the day, I'm not Nathan and I'm not making his claims, but what he's trying to claim here is that when you establish your plumb, you need to learn how to listen. This is why you're struggling, because you're not very good at listening.
No.
When he
you don't
establishes the
understand.
plumb and he establishes his zenith, he creates a horizontal parallel with the Earth. So every measurement you're taking using these angle star measurements is a flat
globe.
Earth measurement.
No, it's a
a
globe.
flat
It's a globe
Earth
measurement.
my friend.
No, it isn't.
You
No, it
establish
isn't.
it flat. You
You're an
establish
idiot.
your horizontal.
You are a
establish
moron. Stop
your
talking.
zenith, and that's parallel with the Earth.
It's
So,
not
my
a
friend,
flat Earth measurement.
let
It is a
that
globe
burn.
measurement.
Let that burn, because the flat
Hey,
Earth
buddy,
is going
what is-
nowhere, my
what is-
friend.
what
Hey,
is-
buddy,
what
can
is
you stop to
You're
speak
about
over
10
him?
years.
Hey, buddy,
This guy is
can
a
you stop?
retard.
Yeah, can you stop speak over him? Can you stop speak over him? He
This guy
finished,
said
then
that
you
this was a
start.
flat Earth.
Yeah,
We
can
just
you? Can
told
he
you.
finish? Can he finish and
Shut your
you
mouth.
start?
No,
Okay,
because he doesn't understand.
shut your mouth. Look, this is nice when somebody
Hey,
interrupts.
guy,
That's not
Americans
nice, man.
talking. Americans talking. Be quiet.
Hey, knowledge, you're going on mute because you're being rude. Just because he's not American doesn't mean he
You
doesn't have the
said-
right to speak. And you're speaking
said
over
that this
people,
was a
so
flat
you
Earth
can have a 5-minute break, my friend. I'll take you off mute in 5 minutes. We can go again if you're polite. But if you're rude, you're going to stay on mute. And thanks, Sasha. I was putting up with him because I was on my own, but now I know there's other
Yeah,
people here. I'm not gonna tolerate it.
I'm just saying, I cannot hear you. What are you saying?
Yeah, he seems to think that the model for the globe, the 60 nautical miles per 1 degree, is proof that we live on a ball.
I
And I
know
says
that.
to him, you're 10
What
years
about
behind.
ground? What about ground 60 miles? Not about nautical miles. What about that?
Exactly. But
Can
he
he
wants
show
to
me?
just nervously
Yeah,
giggle that away. He's not
he
interested
can.
in that.
He can show how we are measuring. You take the car, you go to 60 miles another town, and then you're measuring stars. How you going? Are you measuring angles or you're driving the car? And you can use that Google Maps, and Google Maps is showing you that it's flat. It's not. It's not globe Earth model. 1 mile, it's 1 mile. It's linear direction. It's not curved 1 mile. 10 miles squared, it's 1 square. Square, it's not curved.
Or maybe
Yeah, he's lost in the sauce.
maybe the flat earthers wanted to draw the attention of the intelligence agencies that were already brimming around them for whatever reason.
No,
Like,
there's no external motivation. The only motivation is empirical data. We're measuring the Earth to be flat. We're not measuring any curvature. We're not measuring any motion on the Earth, and we believe that the globe model is basically a coordinate system, a longitude and latitude coordinate system that works because they've picked the ball to have a circumference of 25,000 miles. Why have they picked that? Because when you backwards engineer that, that matches the rates in which things will converge in the distance, the rate in which stars will drop on the horizon. He doesn't understand that these numbers also match things like the Rayleigh criterion, that 1.22, which is so important to convergence, is part of the globe math. There's a reason for that, because there's a correlation between perspective and the curvature we're being told exists. He doesn't understand that because he's not willing to listen. I don't know whether you understand what I've just said, but this is provable.
I wasn't listening. Why would you? Jesus. Are you
Yeah,
okay
this
being a
is
head
the
in the jar,
problem.
bro? Are you okay
This is
being
the
a head in the
problem.
jar? Are you okay with that? Or are you not okay with that?
Are you okay with the Earth being measurably flat?
I mean, if I'm a head in a jar, it could fucking be. I could just be floating through fucking candy, bub.
Yeah, that's some new age bullshit that's got people acting dumb. I could just be a head in a jar, so nothing can be established as truth. This is literally the worst philosophy in the world.
What you experience is true to you. I mean, but wouldn't you say that the truth that you're experiencing wouldn't be a truth that would be other people would have to experience at the same time?
No, we have laws of nature, dude. So we know that
Yeah, but these
at
laws of
sea
nature, when you're in a
level,
jar in the head, your head in the jar can be manipulated. Obviously, it's set to 25,000. So everybody has a look, man. Italy's a boot, man. It's okay, bro. I don't really care. I don't really care.
you care enough to come here and throw your philosophy out of, oh, it doesn't even matter. I don't want to hear anymore. Please don't make this more serious because we could be a head in a jar. Come on,
Listen,
dude.
I was making a
That's
lot of
fear.
headway with my group, with the anti-gravity and the free energy, and then flat Earth pops up, and
In which flat Earth model you made that?
those are kind of gay. That's all I'm saying.
Can you tell me which flat Earth model you used?
Of course not, because there's no flat Earth model. They just like to
Yeah, of
pretend.
course. That's why I'm asking him.
In reality, dude, we're just empiricists, and we are not going to buy into a philosophy that the Earth is a spinning ball. When we measure the Earth to be flat, we measure no motion on the Earth, and the idea that there's a vacuum in the sky just breaks the laws of nature. So we're going to stick with what is testable, repeatable, and provable. We're going to stick with empirical measurement. And if you want to deduce that Earth is a ball based on some philosophy, that's on you, dude. But we're going to stick with what's provable, testable, repeatable. because it's clearly not a spinning ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles. If it was, we'd be able to detect the drop over distance or the curvature rate or the motion of the Earth potentially.
He's about
But
to
we
tell you
can't detect any of
9/11
that.
was not an inside job. He's about to tell you the planes crashed. He's about to tell you that.
What the hell are you talking about, dude?
I'm just saying you're so good at like saying these words and like sounding really intelligent and using a lot of really, complicated words that the layman just like has a little bit of trouble with. And
Maybe you need to watch
hold on.
and look into heliocentric model and learn about that, and then you come back and find out what you believe
Hell no, I
first.
don't need to do that shit. I want to talk to you about
Yeah, but
flat
you
Earth
don't know,
for fucking
man,
10
what you
years.
believe. That's your problem. Do you know
No,
that?
I'm
You
not going
don't
to
know
lie.
what you
I'm going to
believe.
lie to your fucking face for 10 years. Okay.
But
We
you're
best start
knocking
then.
me. You're knocking me, right, for
No, I'm
using
not knocking
words you
you.
don't
I'm saying
understand.
what I'm going to do.
No, but you're making out that I'm using long words, but these are just the correct words. Like if you're going to get into the question of is the Earth in motion or is the Earth curving, you're going to have to learn about what all the things that are involved. You need to learn about how we establish plumb, how we take an angle measurement to a star. You need to know what types of experiments you could use, but more importantly, you need to know the claims of the globe. You need to know the size of the ball. You need to know all of these things to be able to genuinely address this question. You're basically saying, "Oh, you know too much about it," but dude, this is the only way to actually figure this out, by learning the claim and testing those claims.
Exactly, that's what I'm
If you
saying.
want
You
us,
need
if you want
to
us to be bullshit, dude, and just make shit up, that's not what we do
No,
here.
no, no. I'm with you, dude. I'm on your side. These guys, they don't know what they're talking about.
You're a
Preach on,
glober,
brother.
dude.
What? What is that? No, of course not.
You are one of them, though.
Well, no. Why would you think that? I'm a flat earther, just like you.
No, you're not.
Oh, really? Why you a flat earther? Can you tell us?
Because you guys were so up my fucking ass. I just wanted to get a place where we could all
If I
gather and
ask
we could
that
get to know each
question,
other.
some other guy, he will tell me other things, not what you said.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about me then.
Yeah,
See
that
you
means
later.
you are not flat earthers, man. Why you calling yourself something what you don't know what it is?
I'm just taking the joke and running with
You
it,
want
man.
to be on our side? Is that correct?
No, I would want you to be on my side.
We care so much. That means one more. Can we get one more? Because if we don't get 10 more people,
Yeah,
we will be
I
fucked
would
up,
like one more Adderall. It's interesting that you know that, sir.
Dude, we get a lot of trolls in here, yeah. So we don't really entertain it. That's what it is.
Like I said, the intelligence agencies are too far up my fucking ass. Obviously, I would want to do something to let them get a little closer, perhaps, and maybe give them some more details, tease them, and draw them
They couldn't
along.
give a
Right?
shit.
Am I somewhere in?
They couldn't give a shit about you, dude. They don't give a shit
Hey,
about us,
yeah,
and they
right,
definitely wouldn't give a
bro.
shit about
Yeah,
you.
right, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got bigger
There's
things
too
to
many
worry
of us
about
now
than
at this
some guy.
point.
They've got bigger things to worry about than some uninfluential guy who isn't
Oh
even
my god,
scientifically
influential.
trained.
When
Yeah, we're all.
you travel through time,
Hold
sir.
on. Before you take offense, I'm also uninfluential. Sasha's
Yes.
also uninfluential in the sense that we don't have millions of followers. So an average
Right.
Joe believing that the Earth is flat is not an issue to them.
No,
You are not
course
on
not.
some list,
No, I
even
am.
now, believing 9/11 was an inside job. No, you're not.
I am on a list, sir, because I'm a
No,
time
you're not.
traveler. Yes, I am.
Stop the cap.
Have we got anybody else?
I took the
Anybody else
cap off a long
serious?
time ago. When I put on the cap and you guys started talking about cap.
Ziffy.
Bro,
Yeah.
what are you talking about, man?
Chill out, dude.
I
Chill
put
out,
on
dude.
the
No, Ziffy. Look, we're looking for people to have genuine discussions with, right? You're just trolling in here, and I told you already, we're not going to tolerate it. If you want to have a genuine discussion about the Earth, then let's talk about it, dude. Sounds like you could learn a lot from us, but you got to let yourself open up to the idea of exploring the idea what you believe isn't true. So let's try again.
You were talking. I heard what you said, and I was like, flat Earth kind of makes a little sense, right?
And what he said about flat earth, can you repeat?
Well,
So
the
what did I
empirical
say?
measurements that they've taken have shown that they have measured the Earth to be flat. Okay, there's
Okay.
been motion upon the Earth, which directly conflicts with like, is that pizza? Bruh.
Did you hear anybody saying anything about pizza?
No, I just smelled some pizza.
Yeah, good. That means it's good to troll.
Ziffy, how much have you drank or smoked today?
The pizza's in the freezer. That's good.
So pizza.
Because you're not very coherent. You're not very coherent, and I do want to talk to you, but it might be worth us moving on to, and just wait for somebody else because you're just trolling, dude. It's kind of pointless.
Did he just say he knows that Earth is measured flat?
The flat earther just called me a troll. By God, sir. God damn, that's funny.
Yeah,
so
we're not trolling. We're not trolling, dude. Like Sasha's about to tell you, this is a question of geometry. Go ahead, Sash.
Yeah, point of geometry. What has to do with any god or whatever? Do you know what is geometry?
Brother Sasha, was that directed towards me?
Geometry?
Yes, brother.
Do you know what is that?
Brother Mac.
It's not science.
True.
That means 2 miles. It's 2 miles. Now it's question: is it 2 miles curved or is it 2 miles flat? How will you find out that?
Well, am I a flat earther or a glober in this scenario?
Hold on, Sash. Can I just slow down a sec? Ziffy, right? I want to take this to a more sort of foundational, sort of basic level.
Yeah.
The claim is that we've got a curving, spinning ball, right? But I'm going to make a statement here, and I want you to take this very seriously. Every industry in the world is treating the Earth as flat and stationary. Okay, so we've got aeroplanes that are leaving the ground. We have the flight logs, we have the telemetry data, and we can see that at cruising altitude, a plane isn't having to adjust for any curvature. It isn't needing to course correct for any Coriolis. We know that when people are... Let's talk about it. So why do you think that's bullshit?
Pilots
Why
have
do you
to
think
fucking
that's
correct
bullshit?
for the curvature. Because the Earth is round. They would have to point down a little bit.
Okay, it sounds like you're talking from emotion.
Do you know a pilot?
Yeah, there's several flat Earth pilots that have been in this channel, and there's videos of 40, 50 odd pilots who are basically not saying the Earth's flat, but saying, yeah, we treat the Earth as a flat stationary plane, right? When they fly the plane, if they was to, and this is in the pilot's handbooks, if they was to adjust for the curvature rate, which is 8 inch per mile squared, so over 10 miles, talking 166 feet of curvature, planes are flying hundreds of miles at high speed, which means the correction needed is going to become quite extreme, especially at top speed. So what course correction do you think pilots are making for curvature? Because I'm telling you now, in the pilot handbooks and from every pilot you'll ever speak to, they'll tell you they fly the plane flat and level and treat the Earth as flat, because people's lives are at stake, dude. You can't just have some pilots saying that they have to nose down.
Right?
So I thought you said the pilots handle the course correction.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a pilot, but obviously the gravity is.
So you Googled it. So you Googled
No, I didn't Google
right?
shit. I thought about it. I thought about what they'd have to do in orbit.
Right, but you sounded really confident when you said that the pilot has to make these corrections.
Yeah, that's what I thought would have to happen, but no, the gravity would handle that.
Right. So there's a lot of assumptions that we make about the way that we treat the Earth, which leads us to believe the Earth is a ball. But when you actually look into these things, like the pilots, like building,
I love it. You should whisper this
artillery.
while you fucking stab him in the head, honestly. More power to you, Roots.
I should what? Dude, you're a chicken. You're fucking afraid.
I was just saying, when you get your righteous killed, that's like what you should be telling them. Like,
No,
So
you're a
bending,
pussy, dude. You're a pussy. That's it. You're just a chicken. That's the end of it.
I'm a chicken.
are you saying the bending of space-time regulated the flight of the aeroplane?
I'm just saying the gravity would pull it.
Yeah, I'm repeating
forward.
what you're saying. You're saying that bending of space-time, it's regulating the flight.
Yes, that's what I'm assuming.
How we can prove that?
Whew. You wanted to prove that?
With the words, it's just you just say gravity and that's it, or we can do some demonstration about that.
Well, I guess there's asteroids. Have you ever played with asteroids? That might. No, not asteroids.
Again, words.
Math, a computer game.
Math.
Right. Say you get a spaceship that's just close enough to get to the Earth's gravity. And
Why are you imagining something? Let's use something practical.
Okay.
How many degrees are we talking about here?
98 degrees.
How you make degrees? With what?
To use two sticks to make it in the nature.
What you use for degrees? How you make an angle of that 98 degrees? Is it angle two straight lines?
The sun and a rock, a straight rock.
Okay,
every day.
one is to the sky. Okay, one straight line, and where is another straight line?
The sun as it moves, the shadow and the straight rock.
The sun, it's one straight line, that direction. What is another direction? What is another straight line to make an angle?
Man, I wasn't ready for this, boys. I walked off in the deep end.
Why are you speaking then? Why are you speaking then?
Because, like, man, I just really don't like flat Earth. How about that?
You don't like flat Earth. Do you like
tell
demons?
you what it is. I tell you what it is. You've made the assumption.
Do you like demons and ghosts?
I'm getting whooped up by flat earthers, dude.
Maybe you don't like demons
easily,
and you don't like demons. No, I want to tell him because he's here. You know, he don't like flat earthers, but maybe he don't like demons, but he's not there. He's here. You think
Yeah,
the
but
flat earthers?
he gets distracted really easily, Sasha. You have to really like
Yeah,
spell
I
it
know.
out, dude.
Sorry.
Listen, dude, I just want to make a comment before Sasha continues. I believe you may have assumptions around flat Earth. Flat Earth is not a cult, it's not a belief system. It's literally a bunch of people who understand the globe model and understand it doesn't comport with reality. And the only things we're going to talk to you about is how that doesn't comport, how the globe doesn't comport with the real world measurements we take. That's it. We're not here to push any agenda, any idea. We just want to point out to you that the globe you've been sold doesn't match reality. That's our only agenda here. So we're literally not trying to push any ideas onto you. Give us a little bit of respect here. We're trying to point out to you. We're trying to point out something to you that could make a difference to you.
You'd
Go
have
ahead.
to keep you'd have to add extra energy if you wanted to keep your course to maintain it straight. Otherwise, the gravity will pull the plane down to roughly the correct height, I believe. Because
yeah, but here's your problem though. Here's your problem. You're invoking gravity as a fix, right, for the fact that there's curvature and that we're not experiencing curvature, right? So you're invoking gravity. But when you invoke gravity, the only thing you can demonstrate is that dense objects, more dense than the air, will go down, right? So you can demonstrate gravity by saying, I'm going to release this. Now my phone has just dropped on the table, right? The problem you've got is you don't have a force for that. You don't have a force for that, and you don't have a force of gravity that can be measured and tested against. What we have is things that are more dense than the air will sit at equilibrium, its rest position at the table. We don't have a force for that. If you if you apply a force and you lift something up off the ground and then you release it, before you release it, that phone's holding potential energy because it's out of equilibrium. It's up in the air being held by your force. When you release it, the phone will return. And that's why gravity is not a force. It's considered a pseudo force because we have an effect, but we don't have a cause. So what you're invoking is something that we cannot test and we cannot prove is pulling things or pushing things. All we can do is say things go down. That is not gravity of Einsteinian or Newtonian quality.
What if
That
you
is
had an
just
experimental model that reproduced gravity with detail, and mathematicians could examine that further to find a very specific cause for gravity, which could be replicated with a small amount of energy, by the way?
Yeah, but the cause is the problem, right? We don't have a
No,
force that we can point as the cause.
You don't have. I have a very good hot tip on a very
Yeah,
specific.
you have a theory. Yeah, you have a theory,
No,
right?
no, no,
You
no,
have
no.
a theory which involves mass attraction.
They have experimental evidence of gravity being created with a very small amount of energy. Quite a dangerous
Right.
thing, don't you think?
But what
It might
are we
take a
talking
whole
about?
team of
What are we?
people who are really good at
Hold on, dude.
lying to make sure that people like me never get a chance to ever study that in detail in peace and quiet, huh? Don't you think?
Okay, so what are we talking about here? Mass attracting mass or the warping and bending of space and time?
We're talking about a very specific mechanic that directly shows what gravity is. Through a
Which
little
one
bit
is
more.
it? Is it Einsteinian or is it Newtonian?
It's
Or is it something else?
It's a little bit after them.
It's a little bit after Einstein.
They've been working on it for a while.
What gravity is it then? Obviously, we've got Newtonian gravity, we've got Einsteinian gravity. What gravity are you speaking about?
Just artificial gravity, I believe it's called.
Artificial gravity?
Non-natural source of gravity. Yeah. That was fun stuff.
I don't think you know what you're talking about, dude.
Before you guys came
Artificial.
around and started shitting everywhere and making this motherfucking place stink.
Dude, you're making shit up. Don't talk to us about stinking out the place, mate. You're
I'm
making shit up.
I'm making shit up. Okay. I can show you.
Artificial gravity is part of Einsteinian gravity. It's just Einsteinian. Right? You're talking about general relativity.
No.
Right? This is not a separate. This is not a separate cause. The cause is still the bending and warping of space-time, which is hypothetical.
No.
It's
It's
still
demonstratable and reproducible
Einsteinian.
in the lab.
What is?
The bending of space-time.
How?
Okay. Would you like me to explain?
That's why I said how.
How?
I know you're buying time to Google, but go ahead.
Okay, if you could see me right now, I'm just anyway. Very specific combinations of very specific elements come together to create gravity. How about that?
That was a bag of bullshit, mate.
Okay, well, let me be a little bit more specific. Very specific combinations of radio frequency energy and electromagnetic energy through the use of very specific designed antennas come together to create an effect that would be determined as bending space-time or creating gravity.
Using what? Electromagnetism, you said?
Radio frequency and electromagnetism through specially designed antennas together to create a very specific geometric condition that would allow for the bending of space-time, which is reproducible in a lab with a very small amount of energy, by the way, if anybody was interested in flying into the sun.
Do you have a paper for this? Because I want to know how we're determining that space and time is being warped, and also the cause is clearly electromagnetism and some frequencies, right? We're not talking about a force called gravity.
Once again, I'm not the scientist. I merely collect the papers and peruse them at my leisure. But if you wanted
share me the paper if you could, dude. I'd
you
like
wanted
to
to
look
talk
into this.
If you wanted to talk to the people, you could just go look at my chat, or excuse me, my webpage history, which you obviously have saved on your hard drive since you wanted to check my fucking hard drive, bitch.
Do you want to share the? Do you want to share the paper that
No,
you're talking about?
just look through my web history. You got it on your computer, Roots.
Stop being weird. So we're talking about gravity, right? The reason why I brought this up is because you're claiming gravity is the reason why we can't detect curvature. But gravity, the only thing you can prove is that things go down in a less dense medium. That's not even warping and bending of space-time. It's explained
Well, I
by
mean,
Archimedes' principle. That's specific gravity. That's all you can demonstrate. You can't demonstrate the warping and bending of space-time. You're full of shit.
they can. I mean, if they can.
Share the paper.
Go through my webpage history.
Stop being
Bro.
weird.
No,
Share the
you
fucking
wanna
paper.
you
You're full of
and your
shit,
brother's
dude.
gonna fucking look at my fucking ass and look at my nuts while I scratch them. Why don't you go?
Dude, why are you so weird? Why can't you just be a normal guy? Yeah, we're trying to have a conversation here, and you're making all sorts of weird claims
We're not trying
indirectly.
to have a
It's
conversation. We're
just
trying to.
weird, dude. It's
It's
just
not
weird.
weird.
Just be normal. Just be
It's not
normal. We're
weird. All
talking about gravity. You're talking about how we can prove the warping and bending of space-time in a lab, right? I asked for the
yeah.
paper. If you don't have it, that's fine. Maybe you could give me a hint of what to Google.
Why would I listen, man?
Why would you?
Soft
Why
is
would
it?
you try and prove your point that you've been trying to prove? Why? Because that's normally what people do when they're serious about a topic.
Because when
Instead, you're a
Flat Earth
joker.
launched, I was quietly studying that specific topic before, and you guys just popped up on the scene to make sure anything any of us had decided to say would be just be like, oh, is he one of them flat earthers, right? Fuck you.
Yeah, you're
Paranoid.
too emotional. Dude, you're too emotional. It sounds like you care about what people think too much. At the end of the
That's
day, if
true.
the Earth is a ball, it doesn't matter whether everybody believes it or nobody believes it. It is what it is. And if we're measuring the Earth to be flat, if we're measuring no rotation of the Earth, if we're
That's exactly what I'm saying.
if logically space violates the fucking laws of physics that we have, why should I believe it? Why? Because everybody else does. I'm not a sheep, dude.
But none of that is true.
Measured and not something.
None of that is true, Ruth.
Oh, whoever just spoke then, we can't hear you very well. I think that's coming from
None of that
Nathan.
is true from his deathbed, dude.
Not Brenda, the other person who spoke.
Yeah, it was John.
Yeah, so dude, you've got all this defensiveness about flat Earth, but I think you've just got us completely misunderstood. We're not pushing any ideas. We're not pushing any philosophy. We're just pointing out that when it's measured flat.
All right, but when you talk, it pisses me off. You not? It pisses
It
me off a
pissed me
lot.
off. It pissed me off for the first 6 months as well, dude. It's a
Oh,
natural reaction.
what happened, dude? What happened, man? Like, who showed up?
I did the research, dude. I went and learned all the claims for the globe. And then I
Well,
went
you know
and
what?
looked for direct evidence for those claims.
Roots, if you will, I'm going to mute. Please teach your master class. I'm kind of interested.
I don't have a master class, dude.
What are you talking about? You're running the table on the flat Earth right now, dude. Globers can't handle you.
Dude, I'm like if this was a chessboard, dude, I'm like the rook or something, yeah, a castle or something. You know, we got some bishops in here. We got the queens and the kings. You know, I'm nobody, dude. Don't worry about me. You need to worry about whether that Earth is actually curving and whether what you're being told is true.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thank you. Do you want to engage Roots in the claims that you made and my counterclaims?
Not really, Brenda. No, I don't like your debate style and techniques.
What should I change about that you dislike?
I don't have any advice for you, Brenda.
We'll start with no. Do you understand the word no? If somebody tells you no, thank you.
Yeah, but what if somebody told them to say no?
Nobody told me to say no.
Okay, that's good.
No, the problem is I have very good arguments against the things that you say, and it hurts your feelings.
No, I don't think you have very, very good arguments, Brenda. I think you're very comfortable with appealing to the model and consensus, and that's something that I don't come to my conclusions in that way.
Yeah,
So,
Brenda, we've
you're
all
not
heard
convincing.
you scream like a banshee on live streams. The only person upset to this conversation is you. You come very emotionally charged, emotionally dysregulated. You blame other people for this. It's generally why people don't want to talk to you because they're talking to someone who's crazy. You're incensed.
I don't scream. And
Yes, Brenda, you've screamed multiple times, going back a decade now. You just
in the
lash
past,
out.
yeah.
Yes, that is emotionally unstable.
That's the past. That's the past. Yeah, and I have perfectly good arguments for all the claims you make.
Why do you sound like a man?
Why do you sound like a child?
No, I don't. But like you sound like a grown man.
Yeah, why do you sound like a child?
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's a compliment.
Abu has the power of youth. Brenda has the power of transgenderism. There we go.
Astaghfirullah. But like, do you have a penis? Can you like?
No.
Yeah, you don't need to ask more questions like that, dude. Jesus Christ.
Huh.
I mean, as much as I appreciate globalists on globalist violence, we're not going to start identifying people and, start breaking TOS with misgendering and shit.
So,
well, I don't even want to know the answer to that question, Chris. I don't know about you, mate, but
yeah, we only talk about
yeah,
people's reproductive organs. This isn't the channel. If you want to talk about reproductive organs, go to whatever channel.
You've got Nathan here. He's violated TOS multiple times.
Yeah, you have too, Brenda.
Never.
Should we hold you to that? Like, do you think people who violate TOS are banned and should never be unbanned?
Fuck, I should have hung out with y'all in 2012, dude.
Yeah, you've accused me of doxing. That is a TOS violation.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah, you do not accuse people of crimes. If there's a crime being committed, you need to go to your local law enforcement. Accusing people of crimes is a TOS violation.
Or you can make an appeal to Amnesty International. They would help.
What's it called, Chris? Is it defamation? Is that the right word? When you badmouth somebody? Can't remember what the word is.
Is that what you mean?
No, wasn't that one.
No, just bearing false witness.
Defamation.
Yeah, that'll do.
Oh.
Defamation. Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, that's what you're doing by accusing Crip.
Well, Nathan has been forgiven of his.
I've taken somebody to court for that, for defamation of character.
Yep, there's strict punishments for that, which is why it's against TOS.
Can we move on to arguments for or against
TOS?
Gravity?
Who gives a shit? Sorry.
We do.
Hell yeah.
I'm Matt. New here.
Brenda.
Yeah, go ahead, Brenda. Present when ready. The floor is yours.
The best argument.
Lloyd, welcome, mate. Good to see you, Lloyd.
The best argument currently is the final experiment, which showed that the Earth cannot be flat.
The flat Earth wasn't included in that experiment. They had a globe Earth model versus a globe Earth map. No flat Earth represented at all.
Measured it flat.
And even better, that was like coming on 2 years ago. So their final experiment didn't even convince themselves of that. The same people, this young Earth creationist avenue of the globe Earth model, megachurch super pastor William Duffy, he's still unconvinced of his own experiment. So you wouldn't even need to use that one yet because he hasn't convinced himself. He hasn't shown his evidence. There was the documentary still in the wind. None of it's even been shown yet. And he still talks about flat Earth day in and day out. So he has yet to even convince himself of his own final experiment.